Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1051 The Strongest Collision. Qin Wentian saw that Zhang Ziyu ignored him, and the power of the immortal platform surged on his body. He raised his hand and grabbed the void, spanning the space, and the big palm print directly fell and hit Zhang Ziyu. He knew that Zhang Ziyu must know what he was doing. Sure enough, at the moment when the big palm print fell, Zhang Ziyu raised his hand and struck. His arm was flowing with brilliant and gorgeous armor runes, penetrating everything. The terrifying attack, like a stream of light, fatally turned into a spear and hit Qin Wentian's palm print. In an instant, the palm print exploded in the void. Zhang Ziyu didn't even frown, and continued to comprehend. Zhang Ziyu is so strong. Nan Huangsheng saw this scene and said, as one of the three major clans in the southern part of the fairyland, the Zhang family has the smallest population and the most mysterious, but the combat power is very strong. Like the Nanhuang family, the Zhang family also has its own heritage. This Zhang Ziyu came out to walk in the southern part of the fairyland. I am afraid he is one of the most outstanding figures of the Zhang family in this generation. Qin Wentian felt Zhang Ziyu's domineering power. At this moment, he was certain that Zhang Ziyu had probably condensed a fifth-order king-grade immortal platform, which was perfect and an extremely outstanding immortal platform figure. Among the Southern Phoenix Saints of this generation, only Nanhuang Yangxi could be compared with him. It was difficult for other saints to surpass him. This meant that if the Southern Phoenix family wanted to avoid being suppressed by Zhang Ziyu in this generation, Nanhuang Yangxi had to inherit the ancestral land and become the inheritor saint. The power of the immortal platform bloomed, and Qin Wentian was surrounded by a strong fighting spirit. It was not so easy for Zhang Ziyu to join forces with Nanhuang Qingguo to inherit the ancestral land. The god's hand appeared, and the Fangbian Huoji appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. He suddenly attacked violently. The Fangbian Huoji suddenly exploded, huge, spanning the distance of space, and killed Zhang Ziyu with an extremely terrifying destructive force. A terrifying immortal light emerged from Zhang Ziyu's body. His arm was like a divine weapon, and the whole body was shining with the light of armor. He raised his hand and struck out. A huge silver-white spear appeared and collided with Fangbian Huoji. There was a constant roar, and the spear was constantly shattered. However, the power of Fangbian Huoji was constantly weakened. When it hit Zhang Ziyu's arm, it was like hitting a divine weapon. With a loud bang, Fangbian Huoji exploded. Zhang Ziyu's arm was comparable to an immortal weapon. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu's eyes opened and swept towards Qin Wentian. His eyes were terrible, as if he could see through everything. He stared at Qin Wentian with a look of contempt in his eyes. Boom! An astonishing power burst out from Zhang Ziyu. He was wearing the light of gorgeous armor and had a peerless and sharp aura. He was like the king of immortals with his immortal power. A terrifying force gathered in the void. Zhang Ziyu raised his hand, and a huge vortex appeared, turning into a peerless sharp spear. He stabbed out with a spear, ignoring the distance in space, and hit Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked solemn. The battle with Zhang Ziyu would be his biggest challenge in the Southern Phoenix ancestral land. This man was not simple. The god's hand brought violent power, flattening everything, colliding with the opponent's spear, breaking force with force. Zhang Ziyu's spear was really as fast as lightning. A single flash could stab out dozens of powerful spear techniques. In just a moment, the entire void was buried by his spear. Qin Wentian's body became huge, blocking the Southern Phoenix Yangxi behind him from being disturbed by the battle. His god's hand released endless power, striking out like a tidal wave, with a kind of power that could collapse the sky and crack the earth. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard, and a huge phantom in armor appeared behind Zhang Ziyu. This phantom was a white tiger king, with a mighty power that shook the world. The white tiger demon was a god of killing, a symbol of killing. Zhang Ziyu's spear swept across the world. Every time a shot was fired, the white tiger roared, and the murderous aura spread across the world, fierce and terrifying. One after another, huge white tiger phantoms seemed to rush forward, with terrifying power. Qin Wentian did not stop fighting at all. The immortal platform in his body evolved, and one after another, extremely ferocious and fierce real monsters appeared in his halberd method. The real monster and the white tiger collided, making a terrifying roar. Both were great monsters. The white tiger symbolized killing, and the great monster real monster could fight and kill the real dragon, defeat it and eat it, and was a legendary terrible monster. Spears and halberds collided, the white tiger fought against the real beast, and for a moment there was a faint sense of the collapse of the sky and the earth. When they fought, they did not forget to protect the people behind them. Nanhuang Qingguo and Nanhuang Yangxi were not disturbed, and continued to concentrate on comprehending the leaves of the phoenix tree and walked up. These two are so strong. Nanhuang Sheng said inwardly. She watched the two people fighting. Their fighting power was stronger than hers, and their strength was terrible. One was a genius from the Zhang family, and the other was a genius who rose in the ancient emperor city. The two of them had something in common. They had both won the first place in the ancient emperor city's immortal ranking, and they were both unparalleled in fighting power. Nanhuang Yangxi is going to catch up with Nanhuang Qingguo. Nanhuang Sheng looked at the two saints. Qin Wentian did not need to win. He just had to remain undefeated and let Zhang Ziyi comprehend the phoenix tree leaves, and Nanhuang Yangxi would win. Of course, since Zhang Ziyi and Nanhuang Qingguo had set foot on the ancestral land of inheritance together, they would never let Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi succeed easily. Boom! Sure enough, at this moment, a terrible light burst out from Zhang Ziyi's body. His armor seemed to be broken and recast, and his whole body seemed to be interwoven with indestructible runes and seals. They were immortal runes, containing terrible power. When Zhang Ziyi attacked again, those immortal runes descended. These wonderful runes fell from the sky and bombarded Qin Wentian with the attack. Each rune was supreme power, killing, and the whole sky and earth were filled with it. These runes were like mysterious and ancient characters, containing the rules of the avenue and the ultimate attack. There seemed to be a Buddhist sound lingering between heaven and earth, like the sound of the avenue. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be enveloped by infinite attack power, and there was nowhere to hide. Zhang Ziyi's attack was too domineering and fierce. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with a wonderful light, as if it was an ancient rune, all over his body. His body was like an immortal body, crystal clear and flawless. His divine hand was filled with a terrifying power and an unparalleled demonic aura. The power of the perfect saint immortal platform enveloped his body. He roared, and chaos swallowed the sky, swallowing up the infinite attacking power. He raised his hand to attack, Zhenhu killed everything, and Dapan ravaged the world. At this moment, the power of destruction collided crazily between the two of them, and the void trembled unsteadily. The power was too overbearing and fierce. Zhang Ziyi's expression was as calm as ever. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and they were extremely deep. A roar came out, and it seemed that a fairy platform was blooming. Zhang Ziyi's fairy platform appeared to be suspended in the air, and many strange phenomena appeared around him. This was a fairy platform that was close to perfect. This fairy platform was actually an ancient Buddha, an immortal ancient Buddha, a platinum ancient Buddha. In an instant, the Buddha's light shone on the world, containing great and supreme power. Buddha is not a good Buddha. The Zhang family who practice Buddhism are not good people. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This ancient Buddha seemed peaceful, but it was extremely powerful and dangerous. It had a murderous intention and seemed to prove its truth by killing. Boom boom. The light shone, and the supreme ancient seal turned into a huge and boundless palm seal, crushing the world and hiding Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's immortal power bloomed to the extreme, and an immortal platform appeared. It was also a flawless immortal platform, suspended in the sky, flowing with immortal light. This was a human-shaped immortal platform, and the immortal light enveloped this space, which was truly flawless. Boom! On the immortal platform, the light of destruction was released, and there was also the power to suppress the world, turning into an immortal platform vision, and the light spread all over the world, destroying all the attacks of the seal method. In the void, the destructive power remained, and the two fought evenly. Zhang Ziyi's eyes gradually became less calm, while Qin Wentian looked indifferent. Nanhuang Yangxi surpassed Nanhuang Qingguo and moved up step by step. Zhang Ziyi would not interfere, and the position of the inherited saint girl would belong to Nanhuang Yangxi. The Buddha gave rise to the image of the evil god White Tiger. When Zhang Ziyi raised his hand to attack, the White Tiger god of killing became even more terrifying, like the mount of the ancient Buddha, with infinite killing power. Qin Wentian looked normal. On the perfect saint immortal platform, terrifying and incomparable real beasts appeared, and they killed madly. Qin Wentian's body was huge and motionless. No matter how Zhang Ziyi attacked, He could not make him retreat. Boom! A burst of strong light burst out, and Zhang Ziyu's body disappeared directly on the spot, crossing the void and instantly descending in front of Qin Wentian. It was so fast that people could not react. A white tiger god of killing came down to kill, revealing an indestructible killing power, destroying everything. Such a sudden and overwhelming attack force was simply unstoppable. Qin Wentian's immortal platform shone with endless light, and the destruction fang beyond Huoji and a number of terrifying demons suddenly descended, suppressing him in front of his body, destroying everything. The terrifying light of destruction flowed, and Qin Wentian's divine hand stretched out, borrowing the power of the immortal platform to strike out the world's might, and the demons were rampant, destroying the world. With a loud bang, Zhang Ziyu's body disappeared and was shocked back to the original place. His eyes stared at Qin Wentian, extremely cold, colder than weapons. Almost no one can cast a perfect immortal platform at the first level of the immortal platform, and your divine hand is the unique power of the ancient emperor. You have many secrets, and any secret can cause a disaster. Zhang Ziyu stared at Qin Wentian and said, his eyes were full of wisdom and light, as if he could see through Qin Wentian. Your immortal platform is a 5th level king product, how can ordinary people cast it? Your magical skills are also super strong unique power. Don't you have any secrets? Qin Wentian stared at the other party and responded. How many people dare to touch the descendants of the Zhang family who are traveling in the fairyland? Zhang Ziyu stared at Qin Wentian. The ancient Zhang family was obviously not comparable to the Thousand Changes Emperor. The foundation was too deep. Even the Eastern Saint Immortal sect was probably nothing in the eyes of the Zhang family. What do you want to say? Qin Wentian asked. I don't want to fight for the inheritance of the ancestral land. I want to invite you to visit my Zhang family. I wonder if you are willing. Zhang Ziyu stared at Qin Wentian and said. Chapter 1052 Do you like him? Qin Wentian looked at Zhang Ziyu. He didn't expect that he would change the subject and invite him to visit the Zhang clan. However, Zhang Ziyu had ulterior motives, so he naturally couldn't go. He responded, you just said that my secret would cause a disaster, but now you invite me to visit the Zhang clan. Isn't it ridiculous? If I join the Zhang clan, won't I be at your mercy? I promise, if you are willing to go, I will treat you as a guest and give you due courtesy. Zhang Ziyu smiled. There was a touch of mystery in his eyes, and it seemed that he always had a confidence that was hard to see through. An ancient clan that has been passed down for countless years, who knows what means it has, I'm afraid it can easily control a person's mind. Qin Wentian sneered in his heart. Zhang Ziyu was too naive. He was not such a foolish person. No time. Qin Wentian said lightly. You don't dare. Zhang Ziyu said excitedly. You let me go to your Zhang family with just one sentence. Do you have such a big face? Qin Wentian sneered. Zhang Ziyu's provocation was too ridiculous. Haha. Zhang Ziyu smiled lightly. He was not surprised. He was surprised that Qin Wentian agreed. Looking up, he glanced at the two figures who were getting higher and higher. Zhang Ziyu whispered, it seems that you are determined to stop me today. This is the fight for the saint of the Nanhuang family. We are just guarding. You have done too much? Qin Wentian responded. Since I am the one who protects the battle, why don't I dare to help someone become the inheritance saint with my power? Your idea is ridiculous, but you are powerful. I really can't ignore your existence and send Nanhuang King grow up. It seems that this time the position of the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang family will be taken by Nanhuang Yangxi. Zhang Ziyu said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. He was just a spectator and took the fight for the inheritance saint lightly. Zhang Ziyu's words gave Qin Wentian a feeling, as if his coming to help Nanhuang King grow win the seed of the inheritance saint was just a training for him. He had an extraordinary state of mind and looked at it calmly. If he could fight, he would do his best. If he couldn't fight, he would immediately calm down, as if he had put it behind his mind and completely forgot about it. This peaceful state of mind seemed to be practicing Buddhist techniques, which made people feel terrible. Kong Yu was Nanhuang Shengzhi's assistant, and his mentality was far inferior to Zhang Ziyu. Qin Wentian, although your fighting power is very strong, you have not been able to fully exert it in this battle. If you fight with all your strength, you are likely to lose. Zhang Ziyu seemed to be very interested in Qin Wentian. He didn't say much before, but after fighting with Qin Wentian, he became very interested in Qin Wentian and wanted to see through Qin Wentian. This young genius who looked younger than him actually had such fighting power, which really made him curious. Just now when he fought with Qin Wentian, Zhang Ziyu saw many unusual things. It is meaningless to discuss unknown things, Qin Wentian said calmly. Zhang Ziyu was observing him, and he was also observing him. Now he was not in a hurry. As long as Zhang Ziyu was here, Nanhuang Yangxi would win. He had nothing to do and was happy to be idle. Indeed. Zhang Ziyu nodded in agreement. They said you were in Qianbian Xianmen. Did you become a disciple of Qianbian Emperor? What does this have to do with you? Qin Wentian asked. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, if you didn't become his disciple, you could join my Zhang clan. I recommend you to join. I will definitely focus on training you and treat you as a descendant of my Zhang clan. Of course, even if you really become a disciple, you can change your clan. The foundation of any of the 3 ancient clans in the southern region is extremely deep, which is by no means comparable to the Qianbian Xianmen, a force that has just established itself in the fairyland. I believe you can see this from the Nanhuang clan. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no interest in your Zhang clan at all. Qin Wentian said. You are not a disciple of Emperor Qianbian. Zhang Ziyu suddenly laughed. Guess as you like. Qin Wentian said lightly. No need to guess, I already know the answer. Zhang Ziyu's smile was mysterious. Qin Wentian looked into his eyes and felt that this person was really a difficult person. Could it be that, as Nanhuang Sheng said, he practiced a Buddhist divine power of the sky eye, which could see through all illusions and even other people's thoughts? This was a bit scary. Nanhuang Sheng had been listening to the conversation between the two. Kong Yu was beside her. She found that although Kong Yu was already considered a top-level genius in the southern region, he seemed to be several levels behind the 2 young men in front of him. Qin Wentian defeated him with the first level of the immortal platform, while Zhang Ziyu was mysterious and could solve the mystery of the sycamore leaves of their Nanhuang clan. His combat power was also super scary. It seems that among the Zhang clan's generation, Zhang Ziyu should be a top-level evildoer. He came out to practice and chose to practice in their Nanhuang clan. This kind of mentality makes people feel scary. When this person grows up, he will be a terrifying figure in the Zhang family. Of course, compared to Zhang Ziyu, Qin Wentian surprised her more. After all, Zhang Ziyu is the best of this generation in the Zhang family, with an ancient clan as his backing, but Qin Wentian was also so terrifying. With such potential, he might lead an era in the future. At this time, suddenly there was a flash of light. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, only to see that there was a 1,000-foot-long rosy light falling down, and the red light was surging. Nanhuang Yangxi seemed to have reached the top of the ancient tree Wutong by understanding the Wutong ladder and stepped over there. Nanhuang Qingguo was finally a little short. She raised her head and looked up, with a hint of loss in her beautiful eyes. At this step, she still failed. A ray of flame fell from the void, and the Wutong stairs began to burn and disappear. Nanhuang Qingguo flashed and floated towards the sky below. Soon, she came to where Qin Wentian and the others were, stood beside Zhang Ziyu, and looked at Qin Wentian deeply with her beautiful eyes, but just smiled lightly, and said, Young Master Qin is really amazing. He sent Nanhuang Yangxi to the position of the inherited saint. Does Saint Qingguo think so? Qin Wentian said, Nanhuang Yangxi was able to become a saint because of herself. Her comprehension is the strongest among all the saints, so she is ahead step by step. All I can do is protect her. Otherwise, if Saint Qingguo's comprehension surpassed Nanhuang Yangxi before and she walked faster, with Zhang Ziyu here, I would not be able to stop Saint Qingguo from reaching the top. You have a point, but the role of the guards is equally huge. Shengji is famous for her extraordinary comprehension among the saints of my Nanhuang clan, but she was also blocked. Nanhuang Qingguo smiled faintly, which made Kong Yi look ashamed again. It was because of his defeat that led to Nanhuang Shengji's failure. Since it has passed, there is no need to say more, Sister Qingguo. Nanhuang Shengji smiled indifferently. Qin Wentian looked at the smiles in the eyes of the 2 saints and sighed that the Nanhuang clan was extraordinary. These 2 saints were both proud daughters of heaven and would have extraordinary achievements in the future. Okay, I won't say anything, but I really want to go up and take a look. Nanhuang Qingguo raised her head and glanced at the top of the sycamore tree. Her resentful eyes looked at Qin Wentian again. Her beautiful and moving appearance made Qin Wentian feel overwhelmed. The saints of the Nanhuang clan were all beautiful fairies, especially the 2 in front of him and Nanhuang Yangxi, who were the most beautiful ones. Moreover, Qin Wentian felt somewhat guilty in front of Nanhuang King Guo and Nanhuang Sheng, especially when he saw Nanhuang King Guo's resentful eyes, as if she knew something. Qin Wentian did not dare to look her in the eye. While they were talking, Nanhuang Yangxi stepped onto the top of the phoenix tree with a pilgrimage mentality. Her beautiful eyes looked forward, her heart was beating non-stop, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Even Nanhuang Yangxi's breathing seemed a little hurried. "Don't be nervous." A vague voice that seemed to come from ancient times fell into Nanhuang Yangxi's ears. Her heartbeat was still very fast. She looked at the sacred ancient phoenix tree in front of her. In front of this golden ancient phoenix tree, there was a real phoenix. The phoenix was bathed in flames, and its wings were so gorgeous and beautiful, so holy. Her eyes were so wise that she could see through everything in the world. "Are you the ancestor of my Nanhuang family?" Nanhuang Yangxi asked in a low voice. It was amazing that a phoenix lived in the ancestral land of inheritance. "I guess so. I have been with the Nanhuang family since the birth of the Nanhuang family until now." Although the old phoenix was in front of her, her voice was still very vague. Nanhuang Yangxi seemed to be able to feel a soft breath from the other's eyes, which made people feel peaceful. "Child, your immortal platform is perfect. You are only one step away from a flawless holy immortal platform. In this era, if you don't have a strange encounter, you should not be able to create such an immortal platform. Moreover, I can feel that your body seems to have been baptized," Phoenix said, and Nanhuang Yangxi nodded, saying, Yangxi had a strange encounter when she was in the ancient emperor city. She was bathed in the light of the holy light, cleansed her body, and obtained a method to practice the immortal platform. The person who defended you should be the same as you. You should have had a strange encounter in the same place. Phoenix asked. "Yes." Nanhuang Yangxi nodded. "Yes." Phoenix smiled, and then asked, "Do you like him?" Nanhuang Yangxi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhu Fang in front of her. Did she like Qin Wentian? Before she stepped into the ancient emperor city and met Qin Wentian, she really never thought that she might like someone else, but now? Tell me carefully, this is very important. It is impossible for the Queen of Nanhuang to marry outside the family unless he is willing to marry into the Nanhuang family. Zhu Feng said gently. Nanhuang Yangxi was silent for a moment, and then gave her answer. P.S. The third update. I don't know how many times I have updated the third update this month, but the monthly ticket ranking has been falling. I don't know what's going on. Can brothers give me some support? Chapter 1053 Old Phoenix's Words. Qin Wentian and his companions were waiting below. After a moment, they saw a gleam of light in the sky. A phoenix road, formed by phoenix leaves, appeared. Nanhuang Yangxi's figure came from above. Qin Wentian, come up. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he stepped onto the phoenix bridge. He followed the phoenix leaves step by step up, and he was quite curious. What did Nanhuang Yangxi ask him to do? This was the ancestral land of the Nanhuang clan, and the inheritance belonged to Nanhuang Yangxi. Although he was a helper, he was just an outsider to the Nanhuang clan. Nanhuang King Guo and Nanhuang Shengji's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. Qin Wentian actually went up. They looked up. There was a holy light there, but it gave people a faint sense of illusion. They couldn't see clearly what it was. Zhang Ziyu, can you see it? Nanhuang Shengji looked at Zhang Ziyu beside Nanhuang King Guo and asked curiously. Zhang Ziyu shook his head and said, how can I see the most mysterious place in your Nanhuang clan's ancestral land clearly? Nanhuang Shengji nodded gently. Only the inheritance saint girl is qualified to reach the other side and get the inheritance. Qin Wentian went up step by step. Finally, he reached the top of the phoenix tree and saw an ancient golden phoenix tree. The leaves were like the scorching sun. There, a mysterious and powerful sacred beast phoenix sat there, like an extremely ancient existence. Qin Wentian greets the senior. Seeing the old phoenix, Qin Wentian bowed slightly. The Nanhuang clan's ancestral land actually has a powerful sacred beast phoenix. This is not a young sacred beast, but a real powerful sacred beast. I am afraid that it has the power to destroy the world and compete with the top immortal emperors in the fairyland. It is definitely a super strong existence. Qin Wentian dare not treat such a terrifying old phoenix as an ordinary monster. There is respect in his eyes. You're welcome. The old phoenix's voice is ethereal and very mysterious. The phoenix ancestor said he wanted to talk to you. Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian nodded. At this moment, Nanhuang Yangxi was bathed in holy light and was extremely beautiful. From this moment on, she was the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan. She had a noble status and great power in the Nanhuang clan. She could directly mobilize many powerful fairy kings to serve her. More importantly, Nanhuang Yangxi would inherit the phoenix ancestor and have the qualifications to compete for the position of the female emperor of the Nanhuang clan. I saw Yi's unique skills in you. The old phoenix's voice was still ethereal, as if it came from all directions. Senior, do you also know the ancient Emperor Yi? Qin Wentian asked. The old phoenix was in the ancestral land, and he thought he would not get involved in the outside world. I exist with the Nanhuang clan, and I know much more about this fairyland than you. The old phoenix said. Qin Wentian knew that he had spoken out of turn and smiled tremblingly. He was indeed wrong. Such a super powerful, ancient phoenix, what she knew might exceed his imagination. Her existence was as ancient as the Nanhuang clan. Yi once ruled an era. He was extremely talented. He showed amazing talent when he was young. His unique skill, the divine hand, was even more terrifying. It was a real great offensive technique. The divine hand you practiced was just a glimpse of the beginning. You didn't get the essence of the divine hand at all. The old phoenix said. Junior knows that the divine hand practiced in the ancient emperor city is indeed just an introductory chapter. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. That was the power he practiced in the celestial realm. I'll show you something. The old phoenix said. As the light shone, a fiery red space appeared above the void. An image appeared in this space. It was a picture. A peerless figure stood in the sky. In front of him, there were many strong men with an extremely powerful force. It was vast and boundless. The two sides seemed to be confronting each other. The strong man in the void was blooming with endless divine brilliance, dazzling and boundless in an instant, as if all the strength of his body was stimulated. He stretched out his palm forward, and suddenly a palm like a god struck out to the bottom. This palm covered thousands of miles and possessed the supreme destructive power to destroy everything. Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently when he saw this. The strong man below this peerless figure fought madly, and every blow was earth-shattering, but this god's hand seemed to have turned into a wheel that flattened the world, and all living things would be destroyed. With one slap, no one could stop it. Endless attacks, a powerful force that has been multiplying for countless years, radiating tens of thousands of miles of territory, under a palm print, the whole world trembled, the earth collapsed, turned into dust, and no grass grew. It's wiped out. Qin Wentian looked at it, his body trembling slightly. The strength of the powerful man was beyond imagination. However, at this moment, he saw the peerless figure's eyes flashing, looking towards the void, his palm grasping towards the void, and in an instant his palm seemed to cross the endless distance, shuttle through the void, and the space seemed to be opened. In the endless distance, a super strong man's face changed drastically, and he wanted to escape, but under the coverage of the god's hand, there was nowhere to escape. This god's hand grabbed the other party from the other side of the void. The strong man struggled frantically, and the god's hand directly turned into a light of destruction, erasing him. The light curtain dissipated, and the picture disappeared. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart that the strength of the real top powerful man was too terrible, and this god's hand was too terrifying. The peerless figure was naturally the ancient Emperor Yi. This is what happened when Yi destroyed an enemy force. A few attacks destroyed a powerful ancient family force. No matter how many years of foundation you have or how many immortal powerful people you have, you are still vulnerable in front of a truly top-notch powerhouse. Lao Fenghuang said slowly, even if the Nanhuang clan seems to be extremely powerful, glorious, and has a profound foundation, the appearance of a top figure who is close to a god can still destroy the Nanhuang clan. Senior, you are always prepared for danger in times of peace. You are thinking too far ahead. Qin Wentian said. It's not far. You are still young. Tens of millions of years may be too far for you, but for me, for an ancient clan, 10,000 years is just a blink of an eye. In 10,000 years, how many geniuses will rise in the vast world of immortals? In 100,000 years, how many new talents will appear? The vast and endless immortal world has always been turbulent and endless. The alternation of peaceful times and chaotic times often only requires a chance. The old phoenix said calmly. She was not sighing about anything. She just lived for countless years and saw too much. She also experienced many chaotic times. Naturally, the things she saw were not comparable to those of Qin Wentian, a young man who was less than 100 years old. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Indeed, He had only lived for a short time. In the vast history of the immortal world, he was insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. He had seen and heard too little. However, he was a little confused. He didn't know why the phoenix of the ancestral land of the Southern Phoenix clan would say this to him. "I know where Yi's unique skill, the hand of God, is," the old phoenix said, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. He stared at the phoenix. It was indeed an ancient being that had lived for countless years, and it even knew this. "Please teach me, senior." Qin Wentian bowed and said, without any politeness. Since the old phoenix told him so much, it was obvious that he was intentionally telling him, otherwise why would he come here? "You should stay in Nanhuang Immortal City for a while. Nanhuang Yangxi needs to be in seclusion for a while, which won't be long. When she comes out of seclusion, she will take you there," the old phoenix said. "Okay, thank you, senior." Qin Wentian didn't say much. "You go back first, and you can all go out," the old phoenix spoke slowly. Qin Wentian bowed and then stepped back. After he left, the old phoenix looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and said, "Have you decided to give up?" "Yes, ancestor." Nanhuang Yangxi smiled and nodded. "Okay." The old phoenix nodded. "Sit down." Nanhuang Yangxi sat cross-legged, and suddenly a brilliant phoenix light shone, covering her body. As for Qin Wentian, he returned to the lower sky, and everyone's eyes fell on him, curious about what Qin Wentian saw up there. "Don't ask me, the things about the Nanhuang ancestral land cannot be revealed, right?" Qin Wentian smiled as he looked at the beautiful eyes of Nanhuang Qingguo and Nanhuang Sheng. "Of course." Nanhuang Sheng smiled lightly and said nothing. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves of the sycamore fluttered. The space behind seemed to disappear, and the figures of other people appeared one after another. "We should go out," Nanhuang Qingguo said, and immediately the group returned to the original path. Soon, they gathered with other saints such as Nanhuang Aoxu and Nanhuang Zihua. Nanhuang Aoxu's eyes were cold, and she glanced at everyone. Naturally, she saw at a glance that one person was missing, Nanhuang Yangxi. Yunzai got the inheritance. Nanhuang Yi looked at Nanhuang Sheng and Nanhuang Qingguo with her beautiful eyes. Although they were competitors, they were actually sisters of the Nanhuang family. Some of them had a good relationship, while others had a bad relationship. "Yes." Nanhuang Sheng nodded gently. "Brother Qin has been shining in the ancestral land." Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. Jun Mengchen and Purgatory also came over. Jun Mengchen gave Qin Wentian a thumbs up and laughed softly. "Brother Qin, you will have another confidant of the inheritance saint in the future." "You are not serious." Qin Wentian glared at Jun Mengchen. "Let's go out." "Okay, that blasted eagle still wants to fight me." Jun Mengchen glanced at the golden war sky eagle Zhongzhan with a provocative look, which made Zhongzhan's eyes flash with sharpness. He also looked at Qin Wentian. He didn't expect that he would win in the end. It was really surprising that he protected Nanhuang Yunzai to the end. The group walked out of the ancestral land. The elders of the Nanhuang clan were also there. When they saw everyone coming out, they looked at each other and naturally knew the result. They were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the position of the inheritance saint was really taken away by the weak Nanhuang Yangxi. "You have all worked hard." One person said to the crowd, "The Nanhuang clan has prepared a fairy banquet. You can enjoy the fairy banquet before leaving. If you are willing to be a guest of my Nanhuang clan, you can stay for a while. Nanhuang clan will definitely treat you well." Different lights appeared in everyone's eyes, and each had his own thoughts. The competition for the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan was completely over. Chapter 1054, The Arrival of All Parties. A month had passed since the battle for the inheritance of the saintess of the Nanhuang clan. Qin Wentian had spent most of his time traveling in Nanhuang Fairy City these days. This ancient and majestic city opened his eyes. However, what made Qin Wentian quite depressed was that Nanhuang Yangxi had not come out of the ancestral land for a long time. He was still thinking about the location of the divine hand, the secret skill of Emperor Yi mentioned by the old phoenix. He was so powerful when he practiced the divine hand. If he could obtain the complete secret skill of the ancient emperor, his attack power would be even more terrifying. Nanhuang clan, a majestic and ancient building complex. Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen and Purgatory strolled among them, heading towards a courtyard. Soon they arrived here, and heard the melodious and pleasant sound of piano in the courtyard. The maid saw Qin Wentian and his friends coming and said with a smile, The young lady said that when young Master Qin comes, he can come in directly without reporting. Thank you. Qin Wentian smiled at the maid, and then followed the sound of the piano into the courtyard, and came to a place with elegant scenery, where they saw an ethereal and beautiful woman sitting in front of the rockery in the middle of the pond playing the piano. The sound of the piano was beautiful, the person was beautiful, and the scenery was picturesque, making people unable to extricate themselves from it. At this time, the sound of the piano stopped, and Qin Wentian praised, Miss Sheng is not only good at calligraphy and painting, but also has such superb piano skills. It turned out that this woman was Nanhuang Sheng, the saint of the Nanhuang clan. After the competition for the inheritance saint ended, everyone left without enjoying the fairy banquet. As the saints they protected as the protectors of the war, they were not able to win the position of the inheritance saint, and they did not want to stay for long, nor did they intend to be guests in the Nanhuang clan. Only Qin Wentian wanted to wait for Nanhuang Yangxi, and occasionally stayed in the Nanhuang clan. When Nanhuang Yangxi was not there, Nanhuang Sheng would receive him. Nanhuang Sheng was elegant and smart, well-educated, and easy to get close to. However, he did not stay in the Nanhuang clan all day, but only came back occasionally, and spent most of his time in the Nanhuang Immortal City. They are all unorthodox methods. Young Master Qin is too kind. Nanhuang Sheng smiled and said, love. Although I haven't been in Nanhuang clan for a few days, I have seen that Miss Sheng is not only superb in piano and painting, but also elegant and melodious in playing the flute and the zio. Besides martial arts, you are equally fascinating, Qin Wentian praised sincerely. Nanhuang Sheng's talent was obvious to be able to have such attainments in music. On that day, only she and Nanhuang Yangxi were evenly matched. If Kong Yi had not been defeated by him, it would still be unknown who would win between Nanhuang Sheng and Nanhuang Yangxi. Nanhuang Sheng smiled elegantly and said, Master Qin, are you missing Yunzai again? Miss Sheng is making fun of me again. Qin Wentian shrugged, generally speaking, how long will the inheritance saint stay in the ancestral land? It's been a month. Master Qin, it really feels like a long time since we last met. Nanhuang Sheng smiled softly, but it shouldn't be too long. Master Qin will be able to see Yunzai soon. Nanhuang Sheng was thinking that Qin Wentian had been reluctant to leave and had to wait for Nanhuang Yangxi. The two must have some feelings for each other. Seeing her half smile, Qin Wentian said, Miss Sheng, don't think too much. I'm waiting for Yunzai for something real. What are you thinking about? Nanhuang Sheng's eyelashes flickered, and Qin Wentian shook his head speechlessly. Sheng of the Nanhuang family was as beautiful as a painting, and now she was also a bit playful, and her lethality was very strong. Seeing Qin Wentian's speechless expression, Nanhuang Sheng smiled and said, speaking of which, the saintess of our Nanhuang clan rarely walks outside. She is active in Nanhuang Immortal City most of the time. Therefore, apart from those in Nanhuang Immortal City, the only geniuses she knows are probably in Ancient Emperor City. Yunzai and you met in Ancient Emperor City. If I knew you first, would you come to protect me in the battle? Miss Sheng is beautiful and elegant. If we were friends before, I would naturally not be able to refuse. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Thank you then. Nanhuang Sheng smiled lightly, as if she was quite satisfied with Qin Wentian's answer. While Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Sheng were talking, many figures appeared outside the majestic Nanhuang clan at the same time. These figures seemed to come from all directions and were divided into camps. They walked straight to the gate of the Nanhuang clan with solemn expressions, as if they had something to do with the Nanhuang clan. Nanhuang clan guards immediately appeared, blocking outside and watching those arriving figures. Who are you? Someone asked. These people had extraordinary temperaments and seemed to be extraordinary people. The Purple Emperor's disciples are here to pay us a visit. Someone from one of the camps spoke up, causing the guards to look excited. The Purple Emperor was a very powerful immortal emperor, and these people were actually his disciples. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's disciples are here to pay us a visit. Another young man spoke up, his eyes sharp, staring ahead, causing the guards to feel something unusual. Although the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was not as famous as the Purple Emperor, he was also a powerful immortal emperor who opened up the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and ruled over a region. The Zhuan Emperor's disciples are here to pay us a visit. Someone else spoke up. The Zio Emperor's disciples are here to pay us a visit. The strongest person from the best camp spoke up, causing the guards to look moved. In front of them, there were actually 4 immortal emperor's disciples coming to pay us a visit. This was no small matter. Please allow me to report this to you, the guard said, and then walked towards the Nanhuang clan. The visitors were waiting patiently outside, and they were not in a hurry. Not long after, a group of strong men came. They looked at everyone and found that these disciples of the immortal emperors were not very strong. Obviously, they were not here to target the Nanhuang clan. Of course, if they were to target the Nanhuang clan, it would take the 4 immortal emperors to come in person. Greetings, senior Nanhuang clan. The man was polite and bowed slightly to the strong men of the Nanhuang clan. Please come in, all the heroes. The strong men of the Nanhuang clan did not ask any more questions and directly invited everyone to come in. No matter what the purpose of these people was, at least the Nanhuang clan had to follow the etiquette. Tell someone to prepare the immortal banquet. Someone gave the order and the group went inside the Nanhuang clan. A powerful force like the Nanhuang clan is so efficient that it only takes a short time to prepare the banquet. After everyone sat down, a Nanhuang clan manager toasted everyone with a glass of wine, and then asked, I wonder what business do you have with my Nanhuang clan? Senior, is Qin Wentian in the Nanhuang clan? A disciple of the Purple Emperor asked. The eyes of the Nanhuang clan master flashed. These people came for Qin Wentian. I'm not sure. Young Master Qin is a guest of my Nanhuang clan. Maybe he's here. Do you have anything to do with him? The man responded. To be honest, Senior, Qin Wentian is related to the death of my young master. We want to take him back. The disciple of the Purple Emperor said. The Nanhuang clan master frowned and looked at the others and asked, Who are you? Qin Wentian killed hundreds of my disciples of the Eastern Saint clan. He has a deep hatred. Qin Wentian killed my brother Xuanxing. Zhuan Emperor's son Juanyang came in person. As the voices rang out, the Nanhuang clan's strong men frowned. How could it be such a coincidence that these people came at the same time to question and capture Qin Wentian? Moreover, the immortal realm was so vast, even for an immortal emperor, it was impossible to know where Qin Wentian was. There was only one explanation. Someone told them that Qin Wentian was in the Nanhuang clan, and at the same time notified Qin Wentian's powerful enemies, obviously knowing Qin Wentian very well. The Nanhuang clan's strong men immediately understood that the person who wanted to harm Qin Wentian was one of the people who participated in the battle for the inheritance ancestral land a month ago, and the most likely person was one of those who protected the battle. Everyone's eyes were on the Nanhuang clan's strong man, but the Nanhuang clan's strong man's eyes fell on a person next to him and asked, Is Qin Wentian in the clan now? With Miss Sheng? The man whispered. Go and invite Qin Wentian to come over. The strong man instructed someone, and the person nodded and left. Not long after, in Nanhuang Sheng's courtyard, Qin Wentian learned that the strong men of the 4 major forces had arrived. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, It seems that Qin has offended someone in this battle for the inheritance saint. It's really despicable. You can think of such a method. Zheng Mengchen said unhappily. Nanhuang Sheng also frowned, and then said, Don't worry, the Nanhuang clan won't hand over anyone. I'll go with you to take a look. Thank you. Qin Wentian understood Nanhuang Sheng's good intentions. Nanhuang Sheng smiled indifferently, and the group went together. Not long after, Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Sheng came to the banquet, and he also saw several acquaintances. Qin Wentian. Juanyang's reaction was quite big. He stood up and stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Beside him, Xiao Langyu, the daughter of Emperor Xiao, was also there. Her beautiful eyes were equally cold. She glanced at Nanhuang Sheng who was beside Qin Wentian. She cursed in her heart. It seemed that this man lived a very comfortable life and was never short of beauties around him. Nanhuang Sheng's appearance was not inferior to Nanhuang Yangxi. She was very beautiful. You all came all the way here. It's really hard. Qin Wentian glanced at everyone with cold eyes. His eyes fell on a young man. This man looked at him with a sharp gaze, revealing a chill. So, your realm is so low. Qin Wentian said to the young man with a hint of sarcasm. This man was the son of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, Dong Shengting. Dong Shengting's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said, You are at the first level of the immortal stage? How dare you say that my realm is low? When you were high above me, looking down on me from the sky, what realm was I in? A low-level celestial phenomenon. What about now? Qin Wentian sneered. Besides, although your realm is stronger than mine, I really don't take you, the son of the old dog Dongshen, seriously. Boom. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, A murderous intent burst out from Dong Shengting, extremely cold. Qin Wentian looked at him without caring. If possible, he wished to kill Dong Shengting on the spot. On that day, when the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor disregarded the lives of the people in the particle world, Qin Wentian had vowed to uproot the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Chapter 1055 Strong Challenge. Dong Shengting's eyes were like sharp blades that could pierce through people. Just as Qin Wentian said, when he and Dong Shengxiandi came to the particle world to recruit disciples, he never took the person in front of him seriously. In Dong Shengting's eyes, Qin Wentian was just an ant from the native world. He could kill a low-level celestial phenomenon with a single blow, and he even disdained to kill him. At that time, he never thought that Qin Wentian would become his opponent, would kill many powerful people from his Dong Shengxianmen, would participate in his Dong Shengxianmen's feast, refuse to become a disciple, humiliate Dong Shengxiandi, humiliate Dong Shengxianmen, and kill hundreds of Dong Shengxianmen disciples and Dong Shengxiandi's personal disciples. All of this was unexpected. Now, Qianbian Emperor protected him, and Qianbian Xinmen stood behind him. It seemed that it was no longer so easy to kill him again. This time, they came to the Nanhuang clan to ask for someone, and Qin Wentian said to him in front of him that he was the son of Dong Sheng Laogao. Senior, you have also seen that this boy has a very bad character and has no respect for seniors. I hope you will hand him over to us. Dong Shengting said to the Nanhuang clan's strong man. Knowing that Qin Wentian was in Nanhuang Immortal City, they could send strong men to directly kill Qin Wentian with the strongest means. However, in Nanhuang Immortal City, the Nanhuang ancient clan was a god. Everything that happened here could not be hidden from them. Whether they killed openly or secretly, as long as Qin Wentian died, they would find out. This was a serious provocation to the Nanhuang clan. Many years ago, an immortal emperor relied on his own strength to kill a strong man in Nanhuang Immortal City. Later, this immortal emperor was hunted down by the Nanhuang clan all over the world and eventually died. This is the rule. If someone violates it and does not pursue it, what rules are there? The rules set by the Nanhuang clan in Nanhuang Immortal City are just empty talk. Other immortal emperors will follow suit and ignore the rules set by the Nanhuang clan in the Immortal City. Since that incident, no immortal emperor dared to come to Nanhuang Immortal City to kill people. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect did not dare to do so. The strength of the Nanhuang clan made the Nanhuang Immortal City prosperous and one of the safest main cities in the immortal realm. Therefore, they came to ask for someone. If they had not taken into account the Nanhuang clan, which had been passed down for countless years, they would have directly assassinated him. Young Master Qin is a guest of my Nanhuang clan. Before the Nanhuang clan's strong man spoke, Nanhuang Sheng spoke first, causing Dong Shengting to glance at her. This sentence was undoubtedly to help Qin Wentian secretly, otherwise, she would not have spoken before the elders. Qin Wentian naturally understood Nanhuang Sheng's good intentions. Who is this? Dong Shengting asked with a smile. Nanhuang Sheng? So it's Her Excellency the Saint. Dong Shengting smiled and nodded, polite and considerate. Young Master Dong Sheng is polite. Nanhuang Sheng returned the greeting. The death of my young master Zidaoyang has angered the Purple Emperor. I hope you can understand his feelings. This man is related to the life of the young master. Can you let me take him away? The Purple Emperor will be grateful to the Nanhuang clan. The man under the Purple Emperor spoke up. He spoke before the Nanhuang clan's strong man expressed his opinion. It was obviously to put some pressure on him. The Purple Emperor was a top immortal emperor with super strength. The Nanhuang clan could ignore the Zhuan Emperor and the Xiao Emperor, but the Nanhuang clan still had to consider the feelings of the Purple Emperor. You are really making things difficult for me. The strong man smiled bitterly and shook his head. You are all disciples of the immortal emperor. Logically, I should not refuse your request. However, as Sheng said, Qin Wentian is a guest of my Nanhuang clan after all. If I hand him over to you, how will the people in the immortal realm view my Nanhuang clan? This was already a refusal. Qin Wentian smiled at this time. He looked at the disciples of Purple Emperor and said coldly, Qin has also heard of the name of Purple Emperor of Immortal Realm, but hearing is just hearing. When I really met him, I was very disappointed. Zidaoyang and I fought fairly, and he was defeated and injured. Later, he was assassinated. Purple Emperor actually took his anger out on me. Purple Emperor's tolerance is just that. The cause of death of Brother Daoyang is unknown, and I don't know what role you played in it. Brother Daoyang is gifted. He died in the ancient Emperor city, and you cannot shirk your responsibility. Xiao Lengaiyu said coldly. Qin Wentian swept his eyes around, and his intimidating eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. He stared at Xiao Lengaiyu, making Xiao Lengaiyu dare not look into his eyes. I've spared your life several times, but you're still fanning the flames. Your cultivation hasn't improved, and you only know how to seduce others with your beauty. You're still unworthy of being called a genius, Xiao Lengaiyu, you're really cheap. Qin Wentian said very impolitely. He rarely humiliated women like this, but he let Xiao Lengaiyu go more than once. When they were in the ancient emperor city, Xiao Lengaiyu provoked him many times, and he was too lazy to bother with her. However, this woman was so persistent that she even wanted to use the purple emperor to take his life. Xiao Lengaiyu's chest was heaving with anger at Qin Wentian's humiliation. She was originally a proud person in the ancient emperor city, but since she met this evil star Qin Wentian, it was like she had a demon in her heart. As long as Qin Wentian didn't die, she couldn't get rid of the demon in her heart. Me what? Qin Wentian sneered. He looked at Zhuan Yang again and said, don't forget how your brother died. You suppressed me and tried to kill me in the ancient emperor city. In the end, you were unable to be killed by me. And you still dared to come to the Nanhuang clan to ask for people. With your appearance, Zhuan Yang, you are not much different from Xiao Lengaiyu. I can crush you to death with one hand. Don't forget that when you were ranked 4th on the immortal list, my cultivation was only the 7th level of celestial phenomenon. If I were you, I would be ashamed to death. You are so insolent. The strong subordinates of Emperor Zhuan stared at Qin Wentian with a cold voice. This guy dared to be so rampant in the face of people sent by the 4 emperors. He was simply lawless and did not take them seriously at all. HMPH. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and continued to speak as he swept his eyes over everyone. You all came from afar and came to the Nanhuang clan to want my life? That's simple, just follow the rules of the Nanhuang clan. Anyone who wants to go up to the Nanhuang platform, regardless of life or death, challenge me. I can fight continuously, and even let you go 1 or 2 realms. You can challenge the 3rd level of the immortal platform. I will accept all of them. Will you fight? Qin Wentian suddenly shouted, shocking everyone to look up. They saw that Qin Wentian's eyes were full of arrogance and coldness, and the killing intent was terrible, as if it was not them who came to ask for punishment and kill Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian who wanted to kill them. Qin Wentian certainly had reason to be angry. The 4 great immortal emperors, who didn't bully others by taking advantage of their power? When the younger one bullied others by taking advantage of his power, he was killed by him, and the older one came to ask for his life. Well, since that's the case, let's just kill them one by one. Anyway, he will not go out of Nanhuang Immortal City for the time being, and he wants to see how these people will kill him. Do you dare to fight? Qin Wentian saw that no one responded, and shouted again, if you don't dare, all of you go back to where you came from. The 4 great immortal emperors have lost all their face. Dong Shenting, don't you always regard me as an ant? Do you dare to go to the Phoenix platform with me? Crack. The wine glass in Dong Shenting's hand was directly broken. If it was before, he would definitely fight without hesitation, but before he came to Nanhuang to ask for someone, he heard a bad news. Qin Wentian helped Nanhuang Yangxi seize the position of the inherited saint, and the saints who competed with Nanhuang Yangxi had people like Kong Yi and Zhang Ziao as their assistants. This made them have to speculate on Qin Wentian's fighting ability. Dong Shenting claimed to be an extraordinary person, but he didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Since Qin Wentian, this madman, dared to kill Xian'ai and destroy the strong men of Dongsheng Xianmen, and forged a deep hatred with Dongsheng Xianmen, if he really caught the opportunity, he would definitely kill him. Although Dong Shengting was very confident in his own strength, he was also very cautious. He believed that his life was very precious. Since Qin Wentian has said so, I have no objection. If you can kill Qin Wentian on the Nanhuang Terrace, my Nanhuang clan will also have no objection. What do you think? The Nanhuang clan's strong man said. He wanted to see how these disciples of the immortal emperor who came to ask for someone would step down under Qin Wentian's arrogance. Okay, let's fight on the Nanhuang Terrace. A strong man under the purple emperor spoke coldly, and the Nanhuang clan's strong man stood up and said, I will personally prepare for the battle on the Nanhuang Terrace for you, please. As he spoke, he stepped out, and everyone followed him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge Nanhuang Terrace of the Nanhuang clan. Nan Huangsheng and Zhen Mengchen stood beside Qin Wentian, and Nan Huangsheng reminded him, "Be careful, since you have agreed to go to the Nanhuang Terrace, you can use any means, including immortal soldiers, remember not to be careless." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded gently to Nan Huangsheng, indicating that he understood. On the Nanhuang Terrace, both parties need to agree to go up to fight. Once both parties nod, it means that there is an irreconcilable contradiction. If both parties agree to a life-and-death battle, there will be no more talk about fairness or unfairness. It is voluntary, and any means can be used as long as they can put the other party to death. The disciple of the Purple Emperor said something to a person beside him. The person nodded, then stepped out and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. There was a terrible killing intent in his eyes. His cultivation was at the third level of the immortal stage. Qin Wentian and the other party walked onto the southern phoenix stage and activated a light curtain. In an instant, an ancient phoenix phantom enveloped the southern phoenix stage, which meant that the battle could begin. Boom! A terrible crisis instantly locked onto Qin Wentian. It was fast, too fast. The opponent's move was a sure kill. His body disappeared from the spot. The terrifying killing intent descended on Qin Wentian's position. It was so fast that even the immortal stage figure could hardly react. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and a powerful rune light flowed around his body. Then a sword light appeared, accompanied by a wisp of blood. Qin Wentian stood there from beginning to end, without moving. The demon sword had already pierced the opponent's throat. Shameless! Dong Shengting spoke coldly. At the moment of the battle, Qin Wentian actually detonated a defensive fairy talisman. He had been prepared for a long time, waiting for the opponent to suddenly launch a fatal attack, blocking it with the fairy talisman, and easily killing the opponent. Qin Wentian slowly pulled out the demon sword, and his cold eyes swept down. On the Nanhuang stage, everyone tried their best to kill the opponent. How could it be called shameless? P.S. 3 more chapters are sent. Thank you Brother Mufang for becoming the $1 Million Alliance of the God-King. Thank you, those who said that there is one chapter every day. Wuhan doesn't know what to say. Even if Wuhan updates 10 or 8 chapters every day, you can't see it anyway. As for the charge being more expensive than other books, it is also speechless. All books are priced uniformly and charged by the number of words. The book you read is cheap, which means it has fewer words. As for reading it in a few minutes, do you believe that your teacher can read an 800-word composition in 10 seconds? But how long does it take you to write a composition? Chapter 1056, Nanhuang Yangxi comes out of seclusion. In the immortal realm, those with extraordinary status and position would not bother to use this kind of defensive immortal talisman. Their status is the first level of protection, and they will also have the life-saving immortal thoughts of their elders. If this is not enough to save their lives, the defensive immortal talisman is completely useless and belongs to the existence of chicken ribs. Moreover, this kind of defensive immortal talisman that can withstand the attack of the immortal platform, strong, is not cheap at all. Only those martial life cultivators who have no background and rely on themselves will exchange some to save their lives. Qin Wentian, he actually used it. Qin Wentian exchanged some of this kind of defensive immortal talisman when he saw it in Nanhuang Immortal City. He is different from the guys like Zidaoang of Dongshengting. He relies more on himself and has many enemies. It is better to be cautious when training outside. There is no fear of many means to save his life. Anyway, although he is not too rich, he is definitely not poor. With the help of the immortal soldiers of Gupiaoxua City, he can refine at any time. But Qin Wentian didn't expect that it would come in handy so soon. When he heard Nanhuang Sheng's reminder, he knew that once the battle started, the other party would attack and kill him directly. Therefore, he crushed a defensive fairy talisman without hesitation to block the other party's attack, and at the same time used the magic sword to kill him, all in one go, like lightning. Qin Wentian's eyes fell on Dongshengting and said, "What a pitiful person, the son of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, he doesn't even have the courage to fight." Boom! Dongshengting's aura burst out, and he was about to walk towards Nanhuangte. His patience had reached the limit. However, the person next to him pulled his arm and transmitted a voice, "Your Highness, this person is insidious and cruel, and has a grudge with the 4 immortal emperors. He is full of tricks and must be guarded against." Humph! Dongshengting's expression was cold. If Qin Wentian could hear the voice transmission just now, he would definitely laugh. Dongshengting didn't dare to fight him, But the other party actually came up with such an excuse. He was insidious, cruel and cunning. Ling, go kill him, the strong man said to a person beside Dong Shengting. The man's expression flashed, nodded, and walked towards the Nanohuang terrace. The strong man named Ling walked onto the Nanohuang terrace, and the power of the immortal platform on his body exploded. In an instant, a strong wind swept past. An immortal weapon appeared in his hand, which was a feather fan. The immortal power surged and poured into it. The feather fan in the opponent's hand suddenly fanned up. In an instant, the feather fan became larger and turned into a gust of wind that tore through everything and hit Qin Wentian's body. The terrible power of the immortal rules tore through the air and made a harsh sound. The immortal platform on Qin Wentian's body exploded, and the rune light flowed, like the body of an immortal demon, unshakable. He stood there proudly, and it seemed that a fairy light curtain appeared around him, covering his body. However, the power of the opponent's feather fan became more and more violent, and it kept hitting the light curtain, causing cracks to appear. The extremely powerful force made his footsteps retreat. Buzz! The opponent's figure disappeared directly, and a shadow descended in an instant. The feather fan swept directly on the light curtain, and actually cut it off. The indestructible force swept towards Qin Wentian's neck, trying to kill him with one blow. The demon sword in Qin Wentian's hand hummed, and a terrifying demonic energy burst out from the sword, like the shadow of a big rock. This sword was still gathering momentum, and at this moment it swept out, and a terrible sword mark appeared in the void, cutting off everything. The terrifying immortal power collided with each other, and the bodies of both of them retreated instantly. I saw that the strong man's body was extremely fast, integrated into the rules of wind, moving with the wind, flashing in the huge space of Nanohuangte. His figure was ethereal and elusive. Qin Wentian stood with the sword, his eyes closed, and the power of the immortal platform in his body burst out violently. A shocking sword power swept in all directions, blowing up a terrible sword storm. Buzz! After several attempts, a force of attack that could cut through everything burst out from behind Qin Wentian, heading straight for Qin Wentian's head. The feather fan seemed to have turned into an indestructible attacking immortal weapon, with a terrifying golden sheen, sharper than a blade. Every feather on the feather fan was as sharp as an immortal sword, slashing towards Qin Wentian's head. A Zan character appeared in the void, with infinite power. Roar! A shocking roar suddenly burst out, and huge and terrifying gods appeared, spanning the sky, suppressing everything. The entire void seemed to be stagnant at this moment. The strong man who was killing Qin Wentian felt that he was trapped in the supreme suppression force at this moment. His body was extremely stiff and it was difficult to cut off his attack. No! A terrifying sword light slashed over, and he roared. The sword slashed, and a blood mark appeared from bottom to top, so straight, and his body fell towards the air below and was killed. Qin Wentian walked to the other side and took the immortal weapon and sword ring in his hand. These were the spoils of the victor. How could he be polite? The sword energy in his hand surged and enveloped the other party's body. In an instant, the other party's body disappeared in the sword energy without a trace. Who else? Qin Wentian looked at the disciples of the four immortal emperors below. His expression was as cold as always. Since they all wanted his life, how could he be polite? Killing one person counted as one. Although this could not hurt the four immortal emperors, it at least told them that if they wanted to kill him, Qin Wentian, they would have to pay a price. Then, several more strong men walked onto the Phoenix platform. Unsurprisingly, they all died in Qin Wentian's hands. No matter what means he used, Qin Wentian seemed to be able to deal with it. He gave a fatal kill at the critical moment and killed all the disciples of the four immortal emperors without sending anyone else to die. It seemed that he knew that the strong men within the third level of the ordinary immortal platform could not kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's fighting power was so strong that they were beyond their expectations. Senior, I'm leaving now. Just then, the Purple Emperor disciple bowed to the Nanohuang clan's strongman and said, "Will you all stay at the Nanohuang clan for a few days?" "No, I'll come to visit again if I have a chance." The Purple Emperor disciple shook his head and smiled, then left. Dong Shengting glanced at Qin Wentian coldly and said, "If you continue to be arrogant for a while, I will definitely take your life. Coward." Qin Wentian only spit out two words, "humiliating," and Dong Shengting's body trembled with anger. He saw him waving his sleeves, snorting coldly, and turned away with terrible murderous intent. If the old dog asks, remember to tell him for me that sooner or later, I, Qin Wentian, will take the life of the old dog Dongshen. Qin Wentian said coldly, and Dong Shengting stretched out his hand and grabbed it to the side. A loud bang was heard, and a huge rock was shattered. Also, a piece of crap like you dares to have fantasies about Kinger. It's pathetic that a crow wants to cling to a phoenix. Qin Wentian spoke again, returning the humiliation that Dong Shengting had inflicted on him. His immortal thoughts even saw that Dong Shengting's handsome face had been distorted, revealing a hideous and terrifying murderous intent. A person who was once an ant dared to humiliate him in the same way he had done before. Dong Shengting's murderous intent towards Qin Wentian had reached its peak. I'm afraid that if there is a chance, Dong Shengting will kill him. Qin Wentian walked down the Nanhuang terrace, looking at those departing figures. Nanhuang Sheng said softly, "These people came prepared. Although they came to the Nanhuang family to ask for people but failed, they will never give up like this. I'm afraid they will stay in Nanhuang Immortal City. Don't worry, as long as they are in Nanhuang Immortal City, no one dares to mess around. Even someone as strong as the Purple Emperor has to consider the consequences of messing around." The elder of the Nanhuang clan said. "Thank you, senior." Qin Wentian thanked him. No wonder the Taishan Immortal King under the seat of Emperor Qianbian supported him to come to Nanhuang Immortal City. This city is indeed different. It's okay. This is what I should do. You defended Nanhuang Yangxi in the battle and helped her become the inheritance saint. If the Nanhuang clan handed you over, wouldn't my Nanhuang clan be ridiculed? The old man snorted coldly. It's a pity that they thought of this. Maybe the Purple Emperor is too arrogant and thinks that his face is big enough. Is the Purple Emperor strong? Qin Wentian asked. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the Black Emperor, and the Zio Emperor combined are not as important as the Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor's subordinate Immortal Emperors are probably all figures like the Black Emperor and the Zio Emperor. This is a person with great ambitions. The Nanhuang clan's strong man said, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The Immortal Emperors are naturally strong and weak. For example, as an Immortal King, when the Particle World War broke out, the white-clothed Immortal King Bai Wuya alone was able to turn the tide of the war and lay the foundation for the end of the world. But you have to be more cautious when being watched by the disciples of the four Immortal Emperors. They dare not take action in Nanhuang Immortal City, but if you leave Nanhuang Immortal City, don't expose your whereabouts at will. Although you are strong in combat, if they use the Immortal Kings to attack, they can kill you instantly. The other party reminded. Junior understands. Qin Wentian nodded. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Nanhuang clan. This voice was the sound of a bell. The strong man turned around and looked towards the depths of the Nanhuang clan, which was the direction of the ancestral land. He smiled and said to Qin Wentian, Nanhuang Yangxi has come out of seclusion. Let's go and take a look. Is he finally out of seclusion? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chapter 1057 Nanhuang Jiu. Outside the Nanhuang clan's ancestral land, many elders of the Nanhuang clan came. When Qin Wentian arrived, Nanhuang Yangxi was surrounded by the crowd. There was a middle-aged couple closest to her. The man was majestic with a gentle temperament, and the woman was dignified and beautiful, graceful and elegant. She was very beautiful, like a sister to Nanhuang Yangxi, but she was Nanhuang Yangxi's mother. Haha, Yangxi, you performed very well. An old man laughed. This old man was the grandfather of Nanhuang Yangxi's lineage. Nanhuang Yangxi was able to become the inheritance saint, have the right to compete for the empress, and will be trained by the Nanhuang clan. Naturally, they were happy. Your cultivation has actually advanced to the second level of the immortal platform. Qin Wentian looked at the beautiful woman in the crowd. Her temperament had a slight change, and she was even more beautiful and holy. The road to the immortal platform is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is difficult to cross the realm in a short time. Only some ancient clans that have been passed down for countless years have the inheritance method, which can enlighten people and make their realms improve faster at a certain stage. People who become the inheritance saints have only one chance to receive inheritance in the ancestral land. The power is inherited by the ancestral phoenix personally, which naturally improves greatly. In addition, as long as such a super powerful clan really becomes a core figure, there are many secret methods and resources. It is much faster to improve the realm than to explore and practice by oneself. Therefore, being born in such a clan is undoubtedly born with a golden key, and it is naturally advantageous. Nanhuang Yangxi and the others returned the greetings one by one, and then her eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and she smiled lightly. In front of Qin Wentian, She no longer had the cold and arrogant temperament she had in the ancient emperor city. Her smiling eyes were soft, revealing another kind of beauty. Nan Huangyangxi walked in front of Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Thanks to you this time. You and I are people who fought side by side in the ancient emperor city. Do you still need to thank me?" Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Qin Wentian, this may not mean much to you, but for Nan Huangyangxi, being able to become the inheritance saint is a very important experience in her life. We, as a couple, also want to thank you." Behind Nan Huangyangxi, her father smiled at Qin Wentian. "He is right, Qin Wentian, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to us." Nan Huangyangxi's mother also smiled and said. Qin Wentian nodded, "Okay, I, the junior, will accept the senior's gratitude. Just call us uncle and aunt, no need to call us senior, it's too unfamiliar." Nan Huangyangxi's father said. "Uncle, aunt." Qin Wentian is also a straightforward person, and he will not stick to details. He and Nan Huangyangxi are friends, and it is not an exaggeration to call Nan Huangyangxi's parents uncle and aunt. "Yunzai, we are going to celebrate for you, what do you think?" At this time, an elder of the Nan Huang clan spoke up, but Nan Huangyangxi smiled and shook her head. Yunzai has just become the inheritance saint, and her realm is still low. She still has a long way to go. The elders should not praise Yunzai too much, otherwise it will be bad if Yunzai becomes proud and complacent in the future. Yunzai's right, the elders should not spoil her too much. She still has a long way to go to become the empress. The road is long, and she needs to keep her heart and move forward step by step. Nan Huangyangxi's father nodded and said, "Speaking frankly about becoming the empress, this is not a taboo in the Nan Huang clan. As long as one is the inheritance saint, he is qualified to inherit the throne of the empress, and he can say it openly, which is also an encouragement to the inheritance saint. You are exaggerating, but since it is Yunzai's idea, there is no need to force it. Yunzai's new residence has been prepared. We will officially rename the former Jiayu Hall to Yangxi Hall. This hall will be your palace in the future. In addition, the other saints of this generation will protect you and grow with you. They will be your helpers in the future. You must treat the saints well. Now, you can go." The old man said, and Nan Huangyangxi's expression became solemn. The moment she became the inheritance saint, she knew that many things had changed. For 100 years, more than 30 saints were competitors, competing for the position of the inheritance saint, but once the inheritance saint appeared, the other saints would become her guardian saints, accompany her to grow, and become her important reliance in the future. The current Nan Huang queen, the saints who protected her in the past, are now all extremely powerful and have become the vanguard of the Nan Huang queen. Qin Wentian was quite surprised when he heard this. The saints will protect Nan Huangyangxi. Is this the status of the inheritance saint? Jiayu Hall. Nan Huangyangxi murmured, her eyes seemed a little vague. Nan Huangjiu is a legendary figure of my Nan Huang clan. Yangxi, this is our high hopes for you, don't let the family down. The old man said solemnly, and Nan Huangyangxi nodded solemnly. Nan Huangjiu, this name was once extremely glorious in the Nan Huang clan, and even in the fairyland, it was very famous. Let's go. The old man said, and everyone walked out immediately. Nan Huangyangxi smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Come with me." "Okay, I also want to see the scenery of the inheritance saint." Qin Wentian said jokingly, and Nan Huangyangxi rolled his eyes at him. "Who is Nan Huangjiu?" Qin Wentian asked Nan Huangyangxi in a voice transmission, a little curious. Nan Huangjiu is a legendary figure in my Nan Huang clan. She is also a saint who has inherited the throne. She has continued to rise in the fairyland with a dazzling attitude and has done many sensational things. When she was at the peak of her power, there were not many people in the vast fairyland who could rival her. Until one time, my Nan Huang clan faced a disaster and was coveted by a demon from Wanmo Island. He threatened to abduct the Nan Huang Empress and the saints of the Nan Huang clan. This demon was notorious, powerful, and summoned the power of the demon sect to fight against the Nan Huang clan and abducted many saints walking in the fairyland. Nan Huangjiu volunteered to fight, and entered the 10,000 Demon Island. He used a heaven-defying method to send the captured saint girl out of the 10,000 Demon Island. At the same time, he single-handedly fought against many super-powerful people who were chasing after the 10,000 Demon Island. The 10,000 Demon Island is absolutely forbidden for immortal emperors to set foot on. Moreover, Nan Huangjiu went there to start a war. He was surrounded by many demons, But with his super strength, he killed the demon who kidnapped my Nanhuang Saint girl, killed several demon emperors, and finally died on the 10,000 demon island. Qin Wentian's expression also became serious. Hearing Nanhuang Yangxi's voice transmission, he seemed to see a peerless and beautiful woman in his mind, who entered the demon cave. Is it worth it to enter the 10,000 demon island? Nanhuang Jai was a little impulsive. Qin Wentian sighed. Sometimes, such peerless figures rely on their aura. At that time, our Nanhuang clan was watched by the entire fairyland. The saint was abducted, which was a great shame. Someone had to stand up. If Nanhuang Jiayu didn't come out, the Nanhuang clan would also take action. Nanhuang Jiayu was so arrogant that she killed him in anger. Although Nanhuang Jiayu died in this battle, her actions shocked the fairyland. From then on, the demons of Wanmo Island did not provoke our Nanhuang clan again. Nanhuang Yangxi was somewhat fascinated, and Qin Wentian also had a sense of respect for Nanhuang Jiayu in his heart. As Nanhuang Yangxi said, some things must be done even if you know they are impossible. He has done similar things before. This is the character of a peerless genius. It's a pity that I can't see her style with my own eyes. Qin Wentian sighed that the ancients were gone. He vaguely understood what the old phoenix said that day. In this fairyland, even in the powerful ancient clans, there should be a sense of crisis. It's a pity. Back then, everyone in the Nanhuang clan believed that if Nanhuang Jiayu hadn't died, she would have been the next empress of our Nanhuang clan. Nanhuang Yangxi also sighed. As they spoke, they had already arrived at a magnificent ancient palace complex. Outside this ancient palace, there was a statue of a woman with peerless elegance and spirit. Nanhuang Jiayu, a proud daughter of heaven, was cast as a statue and a monument for her by the Nanhuang clan. Everyone landed on the ground and bowed slightly to the statue of Nanhuang Jiayu, even the older generation of Nanhuang clan masters. Qin Wentian could feel the respect that everyone in the Nanhuang clan had for this deceased person. Qin Wentian also stood in front of the statue, bowed deeply, and remembered the ancients. I have a request. The name of Jiayu Hall should not be changed to Yangxi Hall. Everything should be kept. Nanhuang Yangxi said. Generally speaking, when a new inheritance saint moves in, the name of the ancient hall will be changed to the name of the saint. Okay. The elder of the Nanhuang clan agreed decisively without any hesitation. He was also relieved that Nanhuang Yangxi could take the initiative to propose it. Go in. Nanhuang Yangxi stepped towards the ancient hall, with infinite yearning in her heart. She hoped that one day, she could have the demeanor of Nanhuang Jiayu and become the inheritance saint admired by everyone in the Nanhuang clan. Jiayu Hall was very large, grand and elegant. Everyone stepped forward. Nanhuang Yangxi walked to a high platform. Other people from the Nanhuang clan stood in front of the high platform and watched silently. Although the Nanhuang clan refused to celebrate, some basic rituals still had to be carried out. Mr. Qin, I will need your care in the future. Nanhuang Sheng chuckled beside Qin Wentian and then strolled out. Not only her, Qin Wentian saw many saints flashing out at day, descending on the high platform, and appearing around Nanhuang Yangxi, with Nanhuang Yangxi as the most respected, including the arrogant Nanhuang Aoxu. From now on, they will live in Jiayu Palace with Nanhuang Yangxi. Whether they are convinced or not, they must obey. This is the rule of the Nanhuang clan. If they are not convinced, they can work hard to make themselves practice faster and always be ahead of Nanhuang Yangxi. Similarly, their existence also spurs Nanhuang Yangxi to never fall behind. She is the inheritance saint. In addition to the saints, a group of strong men descended and came to the bottom of the high platform, including some very powerful figures, immortal kings, and they were all selected by the Nanhuang clan to guard Jiayu Palace and protect Nanhuang Yangxi. From now on, Nanhuang Yangxi is the new master of Jiayu Palace. All the saints will protect her and all the strong men will guard her. She is the inheritance saint and the successor of the empress. Qin Wentian saw Nanhuang Yangxi, who looked extremely noble at this moment, on the high platform. A bright smile appeared in his eyes. He was happy for Nanhuang Yangxi. No wonder the saints would strive to fight for the seed of the inheritance saint. This is honor, status, power, and the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1058, God's Hand Villa. After the ceremony, the Nanhuang clan left, leaving only the guardian saints and the strong guards assigned to Nanhuang Yangxi by the Nanhuang clan, and of course, Qin Wentian, Jian Mengchen and Purgatory. Nanhuang Yangxi's parents also left after instructing her on some things. After Nanhuang Yangxi became the inheritance saint, she was no longer just the apple of their eye. She would create her own future in the Nanhuang clan and become the master of the Jiutian ancient palace. Nanhuang Yangxi looked at the saints beside her and smiled. Yangxi will have to rely on you sisters more in the future. Yangxi, I will continue to work hard to practice and will not fall behind you. Nanhuang Aoxa seemed to still be upset about her failure in the competition for the inheritance saint. She was the strongest saint of this generation, but in the end, Nanhuang Yangxi, who had the lowest realm, became the inheritance saint. Then Sister Aoxa has to work hard. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled indifferently. Seeing that Qin Wentian was indeed a little unhappy with Nanhuang Aoxu, she had already lost, but she dared to be so arrogant. If Nanhuang Yangxi had the same temperament as her, she could have countless means to make her unable to raise her head from then on. Yangxi, don't be so polite. From now on, all the sisters will obey your orders and need you to take care of them. Nanhuang Sheng smiled softly, much more knowledgeable and reasonable. Nanhuang Yangxi pursed her lips and smiled, then said, I have to go out for a while. Sheng, you accompany me. Yes, okay. Nanhuang Sheng smiled and nodded. Nanhuang Yangxi walked towards her strong guards and gave orders to several people. Immediately, 3 strong men took the order. After doing this, Nanhuang Yangxi walked to Qin Wentian and said, shall we set off? Just go directly like this, you have just entered the Jiu palace. Qin Wentian said. Now that I am done with my work, I should start with yours. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled and stepped out first. Nanhuang Sheng walked to Qin Wentian, winked at him, and then followed behind Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian shrugged and said, let's go. He and Jian Mengchen followed him, leaving the saints who were puzzled. What was Nanhuang Yangxi going to do to help Qin Wentian? Could it be that Qin Wentian helped Nanhuang Yangxi seize the position of the inheritance saint, and the two had reached some kind of agreement? They were very curious, but they were afraid that they would never know. Nanhuang Yangxi only chose to take Nanhuang Sheng with her. Sister Aoxu, don't talk to Yangxi like this in the future. After all, we are all Yangxi's guardian saints now. If you do this, if Yangxi intends to target you, the cultivation resources of the Nanhuang family will be gone. If you really want to, practice hard. Nanhuang King Guo smiled and said to Nanhuang Aoxu, and then turned and left without waiting for Nanhuang Aoxu's response. It is not easy to change one's identity, but the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. The Nanhuang clan has been selecting elites for countless generations. Now that you have failed, you must accept the fact and don't forget the lessons of the past. Nanhuang King Guo's voice came, making Nanhuang Aoxu frown tightly, and the other saints also sighed in their hearts. Nanhuang King Guo was right. The change of identity was certainly not easy, but who made them losers? The identity of the guardian saint itself also concealed a test for the failed saint. On the road of Nanhuang Fairy City, a group of extraordinary figures walked in the city, attracting many eyes. At first glance, this group of men and women felt extraordinary. The men were handsome and the women were extremely beautiful, which was pleasing to the eye. Where are we going? Qin Wentian asked. There is a place in the southern part of the fairyland called Shenxiao Villa. The owner of the villa is a fairy emperor with superb archery skills. He is called Yudi. Yudi rarely asks about the affairs of the fairyland. He practices alone and often wanders around the fairyland. He is quite mysterious, as if he is not competing with the world. The villa has also accepted many disciples. Yudi has taught many talented people to practice archery, but he does not accept disciples. Many people have benefited from him. People in the southern part of the fairyland think that Yudi is a good person. Because of his powerful cultivation, naturally few people disturb his quiet cultivation. Nanhuang Yangxi slowly said, this time we are going to Shenxiao Villa. Shenxiao Villa. Qin Wentian murmured. God's hand, Shenxiao Villa, is this really a coincidence? It seems that this is not the case. The Yudi of Shenxiao Villa is probably related to the ancient Emperor Yi. Nanhuang Sheng was a little confused when she heard it. Her beautiful eyes wandered over Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi. What are they going to Shenxiao Villa for? But Qin Wentian certainly understood, and the complete Divine Hand skills were probably in the Divine Hand Villa. Phoenix Ancestor told me that everyone thought that Emperor Yi was only good at Divine Hand, because Divine Hand could evolve into thousands of abilities, which covered up Emperor Yi's other abilities. In fact, when Emperor Yi was young, his archery was very powerful. Nan Huang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. Feng Ancestor was indeed an old monster who had lived for countless years. He knew all this, but this was probably related to the fact that Emperor Yi lived in the southern part of the fairyland. At this time, hundreds of miles away from Qin Wentian and Nan Huang Yangxi, in an inn in Nan Huang Fairy City, a handsome figure was sitting cross-legged, his eyes were closed, his ears were erected straight, as if an invisible force was spreading from his ears, turning into sound waves, as if he could listen to the sounds of all directions. Even, there was a faint golden Buddha light pattern shining in the ear. The figure opened his eyes, blooming with a touch of brilliance, and there was a hint of smile in his deep and mysterious eyes. God's Hand, God's Hand Villa, Chess Emperor, Feather Emperor, I really didn't expect it. The young man murmured, and then he just heard him say, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure immediately descended into the yard, looked at the young man and said, "Young Master Yu." It turned out that this young man was Zhang Ziyu, the young prodigy of the Zhang family, one of the three ancient clans of the Nanhuang family. He had fought against Qin Wentian and was not inferior to him. He was powerful and mysterious. Notify the family that the Feather Emperor and the Chess Emperor are related. God's Hand Villa may have the unique skills of the Chess Emperor. Zhang Ziyu smiled faintly and gave the order. Yes. The strong man's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. Such news was available to Yu Xiao. Thinking of Zhang Ziyu's strength, his heart trembled. Now, there are only a few people in the entire Zhang family who can be compared with Yu Xiao. Zhang Ziyu, the most outstanding prodigy of the Zhang family hundreds of years ago, will become a great man in the future. Many people only know that his eyes are powerful, but they don't know that his ears are also powerful. Only the Zhang family knows the power of the Zhang family's Buddhist secrets. The strong man was about to leave, but saw Zhang Ziyu said, "Wait. What else do you want to tell Yu Xiao?" The man asked, and saw Zhang Ziyu's face with a mysterious smile, and then said, "Notify the people of the four major forces for me, let them pay a price to exchange for this information. Remember, the price must be high. After getting it, spread the news to the major forces." The strong man's eyes flashed, and he was a little puzzled why Zhang Ziyu did this. "Just do as I tell you." Zhang Ziyu waved his hand, and he said what he meant. What he decided, he just needed to execute. Yes. The man retreated, knowing what to do. Zhang Ziyu was really ruthless in his actions. If this happens, I'm afraid that many major forces in the south will be in turmoil, and even the forces outside the southern part of the fairyland will be involved, such as the forces of the Purple Emperor and the forces of the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor. The southern part of the fairyland is vast and endless. The major forces can be divided from the three ancient clans. The Nanhuang clan, the Zhang clan, and the Ying clan each have their own sphere of influence. Even if the Nanhuang clan and the Zhang clan do not directly govern, with them as the center, the vast areas around them are all affected by them. In fact, they belong to their sphere of influence, and they have extremely strong control. Among these three major forces, the Ying clan has the broadest sphere of influence. Of course, in addition to these three major forces, there are also many fairy emperors who have a strong influence on the surrounding forces. Further down, there are the sects opened up by many fairy kings, and they are also constantly competing. Shenshao Villa is close to the sphere of influence of the Nanhuang clan, but the three ancient clans do not have such strong control over this area. In addition, there is an immortal Emperor Yudi, so the power of the Nanhuang clan has not really reached here. In addition to Shenshao Villa, which has the greatest influence, there are also many immortal king forces, which are quite prosperous. Qin Wentian and his group used the immortal weapons to fly in the air. The immortal weapon was extremely fast. It was a puppet phoenix, lifelike, as if it were real. This puppet phoenix was very valuable. It was a magical weapon of the immortal king level. It could not only fly in the air, but also attack and defend. It was given to Nanhuang Yangxi after she became the inheritance saint. The immortal realm is really big. How long will it take us to get there? Zheng Mengjian asked. This was still the area of influence of the Nanhuang clan. With the help of the powerful immortal weapons, they walked for a long time. Looking at the map, it should be soon. We can probably get there within a day. Nan Huangyangxi said. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Wentian, who was practicing with his eyes closed. She thought to herself that this guy was really a practice maniac. A genius also needs to work hard. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, his achievements will be limited. Because they were always on the road, Nan Huangyangxi and the others didn't know that there were already many powerful forces heading in the same direction as them, heading straight for the Shenshao villa. This was unexpected. Neither Nan Huangyangxi nor Qin Wentian would have expected that Zhang Ziyu had the Buddhist divine ear ability and could hear sounds from 1,000 miles away. Moreover, Zhang Ziyu had obviously been staring for a long time before they left the Nanhuang clan. Chapter 1059, Three Clans Gathered. The place where the Divine Hand Villa is located is beautiful and located in the mountains and forests. It is cool all year round, just like a fairyland. Qin Wentian and his companions finally arrived outside the villa. The villa where the immortal emperor lived was very quiet. There were servants guarding the entrance of the villa. In order to show his respect to the owner of the villa, Qin Wentian naturally got off the phoenix boat and said, Nan Huangyangxi, the inheritor of the Nanhuang family, is here to visit Senior Yudi. I hope you can let him know. Nan Huangyangxi revealed her identity as soon as she arrived, naturally to get attention. Not everyone is qualified to see the immortal emperor. If you say you want to visit him, wouldn't the immortal emperor be very busy? The servant glanced at Nan Huangyangxi, then smiled and said, Everyone, please follow me into the villa first. Steward Lu will receive you. Okay. Nan Huangyangxi nodded gently, then followed the other person up and walked into the villa. The villa had pavilions, attics, rockery and lakes, and a quiet environment. It was indeed a rare place for cultivation. A middle-aged man in a white robe came. He was slightly fat and had a smile on his face. He looked very happy when he smiled. I am sorry that the saint of the Nanhuang family can come here. The white-robed man was Steward Lu of the villa. His smiling eyes were deep and bottomless. Although he did not have any aura, he gave people an unfathomable feeling. Being able to be a steward in the villa of the immortal emperor, his cultivation was obviously extraordinary. He should be a strong man at the level of the immortal king. Butler Lu, you are too polite. I am sorry that I have come to disturb you. Nan Huangyangxi said with a smile. Nan Huangyangxi of the Nanhuang clan wants to see Senior Yudi for something. I wonder if Senior Yudi can see me. Are you here for the hand of God? Butler Lu smiled at Nan Huangyangxi. He squinted his eyes, and it was hard to tell what he wanted to write in his eyes, but it made Nan Huangyangxi and others look stagnant. Indeed. Nan Huangyangxi was suspicious and asked, How did the senior know? Please follow me, Saint Nanhuang. Butler Lu said, and then led everyone into the villa. The Manor of God's Hand occupies a large area and is very spacious. After a while, Butler Lu led everyone to an open space and pointed to a pavilion in front. There were several figures there. Butler Lu said, They are here for this too. Before Butler Lu spoke, the eyes of Nan Huangyangxi, Qin Wentian and others were fixed there, staring at those figures with a slightly ugly look. How could you be here? Saint Yangxi, how are you? At this time, the young man from the pavilion came over. It was Zhang Ziyu from the Zhang family. He stepped into Shenshao villa before Nan Huangyangxi. Zhang Ziyu. Nan Huangyangxi frowned, as if thinking about why Zhang Ziyu showed up. Brother Qin, Zhang's invitation is still valid. Brother Qin, are you willing to come with me to the Zhang family? The Zhang family will treat you as a guest of honor. Zhang Ziyu smiled at Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian stared at him. Steward Lu said that Zhang Ziyu also came for this. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Zhang Ziyu and they got the news at the same time and came to Shenshao villa. And it was obvious that Zhang Ziyu was not surprised to see them. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for them here. Obviously, he knew they would come. Are you staring at us? Qin Wentian did not answer the other party's words, but asked coldly. Zhang Ziyu smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Instead, he said, Why, you all came here for the hand of God as well? This is quite a coincidence. I've read in the ancient books of the Nanhuang clan that there are some very mysterious magical powers in Buddhism, such as the divine eye and divine ear, which can see things thousands of miles away and hear the wind thousands of miles away. I have always heard that the Zhang clan's children are good at Buddhist powers. As an outstanding and favored child of this generation of the Zhang clan, Mr. Zhang must have extraordinary attainments in Buddhist magical powers. He can see through the leaves of the phoenix tree in the ancestral land of my Nanhuang clan. It seems that he may also be able to hear the wind thousands of miles away. Nanhuang Sheng smiled lightly at the side, and Nanhuang Yangxi and Qin Wentian all suddenly realized. Zhang Ziyu and Qin Wentian had fought before, and he knew that Qin Wentian had practiced an incomplete hand of God. If he really kept staring at him and waited for him to come out of the Nanhuang clan, and listened to the wind thousands of miles away and heard his conversation with Nanhuang Yangxi, with Zhang Ziyu's intelligence, he could easily infer a lot of things. There is no doubt that they were being targeted by Zhang Ziyu. Miss Sheng is very knowledgeable. Zhang Ziyu smiled at Nanhuang Sheng. He was very calm and didn't mind being known by Nanhuang Yangxi and the others. Qin Wentian's eyes were slightly cold. Originally, if only they came, with the status of the Nanhuang clan, plus he had already practiced a god's hand and was considered half of the descendant of Emperor Yi, the Feather Emperor would have allowed him to practice the complete god's hand. However, now that Zhang Ziyu had intervened, it would be difficult for the Feather Emperor to obviously favor them. The Nanhuang clan and the Zhang clan were both powerful clans in the southern part of the fairyland, and the Feather Emperor was a pure cultivator. He was afraid that he would not want to offend them. The best way was to let them compete among themselves. Butler Lu, is the Feather Emperor at the villa? Nanhuang Yangxi did not look at Zhang Ziyu again, but asked the white-robed butler. The Feather Emperor has gone on a pilgrimage, but I have already informed him. As for when the Feather Emperor will return, I am not sure. I cannot ask about the Feather Emperor's affairs. Butler Lu apologized. Saint Nan Wang has come from afar. Why don't you stay in the villa for a while? I will arrange accommodation for you. Okay, I will have to disturb the villa for some time. Nanhuang Yangxi nodded. It was obviously impossible to come here in vain. The divine hand of Emperor Yi was a big deal. She must try her best to help Qin Wentian get the complete unique skill. Everyone follow me. Butler Lu said, and Nanhuang Yangxi and the others followed. Soon, Butler Lu arranged their accommodation. The environment was elegant, with small bridges and flowing water, but Qin Wentian and the others were not in a good mood. This Zhang Ziyu is really insidious. He looks like he deserves a beating. Zheng Mengchen said unhappily. Although I am not happy with this person, Zhang Ziyu is indeed a difficult character, very powerful. Qin Wentian said coldly, and Nanhuang Sheng also nodded in agreement. I witnessed a battle in the ancestral land that day. Zhang Ziyu is very extraordinary. He came out to walk in the fairyland to train himself. The Zhang family must value him very much. His status is probably equal to that of Yangxi, the inheritance saint. We must be careful of this person. Now we can only wait. Nanhuang Yangxi said lightly. The Feather Emperor is not here. Now, we can only wait for the Feather Emperor to return. Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi and his party stayed in the Shenshao villa, but what they didn't expect was that before they waited for the Feather Emperor to come back, strong people set foot in the villa one after another. Among them, there were also the lingering Purple Emperor and the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. In the Shenshao villa, Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi looked at the Eastern Saint Ting and others opposite, and both sides had cold light in their eyes, as if surrounded by a faint murderous intent. In addition to Dong Shengting and his group, other powerful people from various places also arrived in the distance, including Kong Yi, whom Qin Wentian had met in the ancestral land of the Nanhuang clan. He came here with his people. According to Nanhuang Sheng, many forces in the southern part of the fairyland have come. It seems that the news has been spread. Obviously, it was Zhang Ziyu and his group who did it. You are really haunting. Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shengting and his group and said coldly. Nanhuang Yangxi, now that we have left Nanhuang Fairy City, the saint will not interfere with our feud with Qin Wentian, right? Dong Shengting looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and said. Qin Wentian is my good friend. Nanhuang Yangxi said calmly, which made Dong Shengting's eyes sink. Nanhuang clan was determined to intervene in this matter. The saint may not be able to stop us. Dong Shengting threatened. You have many powerful people, but do you think the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan will travel alone? Nanhuang Sheng smiled and said, if someone offends the saint, then, I'm afraid none of you will be able to leave here. Both sides were silent for a while, with a faint sense of oppression. Do you only know how to hide behind women? Dong Shengting stared at Qin Wentian. It was Kinger before, and now it's Nanhuang Yangxi. What's more hateful is that they are all very outstanding women, both in terms of talent and family background. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, looked at Dong Shengting and said with a smile, I heard that you want to fight alone without relying on others? Okay, come on. Qin Wentian said as he walked to the open space, smiling, showing a provocative attitude towards Dong Shengting. Huh? Dong Shengting looked cold, but did not move. Dong Shengting, I am really ashamed of you. The son of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor has embarrassed himself here. You asked my senior brother Qin not to rely on outsiders, and you are going to fight with others. Do you have any shame? Jian Mengchen looked at Dong Shengting and said sarcastically, and many people looked at this side, making Dong Shengting's face hot. Dong Shengting, you are the son of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor after all, and your cultivation level is also high. How come you don't have the courage to fight? Zhang Ziyu, who was far away, seemed to be afraid of chaos in the world, and smiled faintly. It seems very lively here. At this time, a voice rolled in, and then everyone saw a golden lightning breaking through the air and descending, and a figure stood proudly in the void. His eyes were sharp, and he smiled at everyone present, with extraordinary demeanor. Everyone looked at him one after another, and Zhang Ziyu's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Which one of the Ying family? The ancient Ying family. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Have all the strong men from the three major clans in the southern part of the fairyland arrived? The power of the Ying family is very terrible. The Ying family of the Emperor's city founded the Ying family fairyland, which is a fairyland dynasty. The power radiates terrifyingly. The people of this family are the most high-profile and domineering of the three major forces in the south. Ying Teng. The young man said, and Zhang Ziyu's eyes flashed. Obviously he had heard of the name of Ying Teng. Who are you? Ying Teng asked back. Zhang Ziyu. Haha, the Zhang family's genius, very good. These are the saints of the Nanhuang clan, right? It is rumored that the inheritor of the Nanhuang clan of this generation is Nanhuang Yangxi. Are you here? Ying Teng's eyes moved between Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng, and finally fixed on Nanhuang Yangxi. This is the inheritor of the Nanhuang clan, Nanhuang Yangxi. Nanhuang Sheng introduced with a smile, and Ying Teng's eyes suddenly became sharper. He swept to the other people. It seems that many major forces in the south have arrived. It's really unexpected that the ancient emperor's unique skill, the Hand of God, has been hidden in the southern part of the fairyland. Chapter 1060 Immortal Emperors of All Sides. The arrival of the Ying clan made Shenshao Villa the center of the storm in the southern part of the fairyland. The three clans in the south gathered together, which was an extremely rare scene. Only the unique skills of the ancient emperors could have such appeal. Not only that, in the following period of time, Shenshao Villa really focused the attention of the southern part of the fairyland. In addition to the three strongest ancient clans, the other major fairy emperor forces also came one after another and set foot in Shenshao Villa. The strong men of Zidi and Dongsheng fairy emperor came to support, and the strong men of Nanhuang clan no longer continued to hide in the dark, but directly appeared to guard Nanhuang Yangxi and others. Now Shenshao Villa is too chaotic. Not only the younger generation of strong men have come one after another, but many fairy kings have also arrived one after another. There are also many strong men in the dark, watching every move in Shenshao Villa. This situation made Qin Wentian very unhappy. Zhang Ziyu leaked the news, which led to the current situation. The difficulty of getting the God's Hand has increased by many times. Qin Wentian knew that the Feather Emperor must have known the situation of the God's Hand Villa, but he has not shown up yet, because it involves the major forces in the southern part of the Immortal Realm. Even as a powerful Immortal Emperor, he has tracked cautiously. On this day, Steward Lu finally told everyone that the Feather Emperor was back and would soon meet everyone. In the vast land of the God's Hand Villa, there were huge figures in the pavilions. Among the hundreds of people, they were all people from various powerful forces. There were even more people below the villa. They didn't even have the qualifications to set foot in the villa. The people in the villa were all disciples of the super strong men in the southern part of the Immortal Realm. What could ordinary people use to compete? Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi were sitting in a pavilion. Behind them, there were strong men from the Nanhuang family guarding them. With so many people here, it's a bit troublesome. Jian Mengchen glanced at the powerful people around him. The lineup was so strong that even if UD really had the God's Hand, it would be impossible to let UD hand it over to them alone. It would undoubtedly offend other forces. Qin Wentian sat there and felt a hint of cold air falling on him. When he turned his eyes, he saw Zidao Long. They had seen him before, This Zidaolong was Zidaoyang's brother, the son of Zd, and an immortal king. How long do you think the Non-Wang clan can protect you? Zidaolong said indifferently. Purple Emperor. Qin Wentian showed a hint of sarcasm on his lips and did not respond to the other party's words, which made Zidaolong's expression flash. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the fact that the Purple Emperor does not live up to his title. Qin Wentian said lightly. Everyone knows who is responsible for Zidaoyang's death. It's Moxie from Wanmo Island. You don't have the guts to go to Wanmo Island to seek revenge on Moxie, but you find me as a scapegoat. Even if you really kill me, it's just a joke. Don't provoke him. I will kill Moxie myself. As for you, you are equally unforgivable. Zidaolong threatened coldly. Zidaolong, you'd better not challenge others in the future. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, if you challenge others, I'm afraid they will have to give in to you. Don't accidentally defeat you, and then you die inexplicably, and the Purple Emperor goes to seek revenge on the person who defeated you. That would be really unlucky. Sigh. Zheng Mengchen laughed out loud, and Nanhuang Shengzhi also smiled lightly. Many people looked at Zidaolong. It was indeed not glorious for the Purple Emperor to do this, but they could understand it. He was the high and mighty Purple Emperor. His son was killed. How could he not find those who were involved in his son's death? This is the domineering part of powerful people. It's reasonable to be unreasonable, because he has a big fist. You seem to have offended a lot of people. I heard them say that you also practiced a god's hand. A voice came from Ying Tang, a descendant of the ancient Ying family who was sitting on the other side. He found Qin Wentian very interesting. Zhang Ziyu, Dong Shengting and the people of the Purple Emperor all had grievances with him. You have probably offended many people, but many people don't dare to look for you. Qin Wentian smiled casually. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. If he is a direct descendant of the Nanhuang family, as for the immortal emperors like Emperor Xuan and Emperor Xiao, would their disciples dare to trouble him? I am afraid that Emperor Zhu would give some face. After all, Zidaoyang was not killed by him. Brother Qin, what you said makes sense. Why don't you join my Jiang family? I promise that these troubles will be solved by my Jiang family. How about it? Zhang Ziyu spoke again. This Zhang Ziyu is mysterious and unpredictable, half human and half ghost. He is neither an enemy nor a friend. What he does is puzzling, but there is no doubt that he is a powerful person. Qin Wentian will never go to the Jiang family. Brother Jiang's kindness is appreciated, but I am not lucky enough to enjoy it. Qin Wentian smiled and refused. The two spoke without any anger. Zhang Ziyu seemed to have known the answer long ago and smiled faintly. At this time, it seemed that a wonderful breath descended, and then a faint voice spread throughout the space. All the guests who have come from afar, since you are all here, no matter who you are, please come to the villa to have a chat. You are welcome. This voice enveloped a vast area, and even people hundreds of miles away could hear it clearly. I saw more and more strong men coming, with extraordinary auras on their bodies. All of them were immortal kings. At the same time, under the villa, many people from all sides of the southern fairyland headed towards the villa. In just a short moment, a huge figure appeared in the Shenshao villa. Fortunately, the villa was very vast, and this open space extended to the distant mountains. Not to mention these people, even 100,000 troops could be easily accommodated. At this moment, from the direction of the Jiang family, an unaccepted person came, and immediately the Jiang family members stood up and saluted respectfully. The strong man turned his eyes and fell on Zhang Ziyu. Uncle. Zhang Ziyu smiled and shouted. Ziyu. The visitor from the Jiang family nodded slightly at Zhang Ziyu and said in a voice transmission, I heard that you got the news from the Nanhuang clan and then went out for a walk. Why did you deliberately spread the news? Uncle, the ancient emperor's unique skills, I don't believe that the Nanhuang clan has no desire to gain it. Since they know that the skills are here, have they not been here before? Uncle, do you believe it? Zhang Ziyu replied with a smile. His uncle nodded slightly. There was only one possibility. The negotiations between the Nanhuang clan and the Yu Emperor would probably not produce any results. I think it was the appearance of Qin Wentian that made Nanhuang clan tell him the whereabouts of this secret skill. Qin Wentian, he has practiced part of the god's hand. Zhang Ziyu continued to transmit his voice. His great-uncle did not say much. The god's hand villa was closer to Nanhuang clan. If they and Nanhuang clan were to fight, Nanhuang clan would have a higher chance of getting the god's hand, whether in terms of the region or the fact that Qin Wentian had practiced part of the god's hand. Therefore, Zhang Ziyu deliberately made a big deal of it. In this way, it would not only be his Jiang clan that was fighting with Nanhuang clan. Friends, do you have to ask me to come out one by one? The ethereal voice came out again, and then there were many hearty laughs in the void. Several figures descended in an instant, and it was even impossible to see their movements or where they came from. All the Nanhuang clan members, including Nanhuang Yangxi, stood up and looked at the figure of the woman who appeared in front of them. The woman was wearing a noble phoenix robe, with extraordinary bearing, noble and cold, and possessed a strong aura. Greetings to Saint Guhong. Everyone bowed slightly. Nanhuang Guhong was one of the current Empress's guardian saints, and had already entered the realm of the immortal emperor. She was powerful and was the Empress's confidant. The Empress entrusted many things to her guardian saint. The arrival of Saint Guhong must have been instructed by the Empress. Yunzai. Nanhuang Guhong looked at Nanhuang Yunzai with a calm expression and said, "The family has given you the Jiu Palace, so you must work hard." Yunzai knows. Nanhuang Yunzai nodded gently. Sheng, the same goes for all of you guardian saints. Do your duty well and don't forget to practice. Nanhuang Guhong looked at Nanhuang Sheng again and gave her instructions. Nanhuang Sheng nodded. The immortal Emperor Guhong in front of her was her role model. Even if she was a guardian saint, she could still step into the realm of emperor and accompany the empress. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to be thoughtful. The Nanhuang clan told him the location of the unique skills. In addition to repaying him, they obviously had other intentions. But this was normal. When Emperor Yi swept across the fairyland with this great offensive technique, which powerful force would be willing to let it go? The Nanhuang clan was no exception. Not only the Jiang clan and the Nanhuang clan, but the Ying clan also had future immortal emperors. In addition, Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, who came in person. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor appeared in front of the Eastern Saint Ting. He looked calm and glanced at Qin Wentian inadvertently. Qin Wentian understood that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was probably eager to slap him to death, but he couldn't do it himself. On the surface, Qin Wentian belonged to the Qianbian Immortal sect. The Immortal Emperor couldn't directly intervene in the battle between the two major forces. If the Eastern Saint dared to kill him directly, the Qianbian Emperor would dare to kill the Eastern Saint Ting. This was the agreement between the two parties. Not far from the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, a very majestic Immortal Emperor appeared. Qin Wentian had seen this strong man in the ancient Emperor city, but he only saw the immortal thought. This time, he saw the real body. The Purple Emperor, he was wearing a purple robe, with a slender figure, and his eyes were full of a faint purple light. The aura of majesty was very strong. The Purple Emperor came in person this time instead of asking his subordinates to come. In addition to the Purple Emperor, there were also the immortal emperors such as the Black Emperor and the Xiao Emperor, as well as several immortal emperors from the southern part of the immortal domain, all of whom came in person. This made Qin Wentian truly feel the attraction of the complete divine hand's secret technique, which attracted the immortal emperors from all sides to come in person. "You Emperor, you are a little too arrogant." The Purple Emperor spoke in a very majestic manner. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh came. Several figures in the villa walked towards this side. The leader was an immortal with white hair and an ethereal aura. It was the Yu Emperor. This Yu Emperor was a contemporary of the ancient Great Emperor Yi, and he had lived for who knows how many years. P.S. Monday, please vote, brothers. Chapter 1061 Magical Ancient Mountain. The Feather Emperor walked over with a smile. There were two people beside him, all of whom had unfathomable temperaments, which made the eyes of the immortal emperors flash. The realms of these two people were surprisingly high. "Since you are here to visit, can't I be a little arrogant? If so, why did you come here?" The Feather Emperor said to the Purple Emperor with a smile. His tone was calm, and he had an immortal style. There was no anger in his words. The Purple Emperor's eyes flashed, and there was a purple light in his eyes. He was majestic and terrifying. If it was an ordinary person of a low realm, he would have to surrender under his eyes. Humph! The Purple Emperor snorted coldly. The Feather Emperor didn't care at all. He looked at the immortal emperors and said, "If anyone doesn't like the arrogance of an old man like me, you can leave. I don't ask for anything from you." "Senior Feather Emperor, you are joking." "Anyway, I was still young when Senior Feather Emperor became famous." Nanhuang Guhong said with a light smile, and his tone was polite. The fairies of the Nanhuang clan are good at talking. Yudi nodded gently at Nanhuang Guhong. I know that you all got the news and came here for the divine hand of the extraordinary Emperor Yi. In the past, the Emperor Yi relied on his divine hand to dominate the world. What a graceful demeanor. Later, the divine hand was lost and the immortal realm no longer had a divine hand. Since you are all here, I believe you will not leave without seeing something. I will not hide it from you. The divine hand of Emperor Yi is with me. I, Yudi, am the guardian of the divine hand. Everyone's eyes flashed. They did not expect Yudi to admit it so readily. However, as Yudi said, if Yudi did not give a satisfactory answer, these immortal emperors would not leave so easily. At this moment, all the strong men in the villa fell silent, staring at Yudi, as if waiting for him to continue speaking. There are many immortal emperors here. As immortal emperors, you have obviously cultivated your own unique power and immersed yourself in it for many years. You know how difficult it is to cultivate a powerful unique skill. The more you want to cultivate to the peak, the more you need to accumulate for many years, rather than just one step. Now, even if you immortal emperors get the god's hand and practice it, can you surpass the great supernatural power you have cultivated? Yudi continued to speak, saying, I'm afraid not. What's more, I'm going to say something unpleasant. Because of the different star souls, the power you are good at is in different fields, and you have cultivated to a certain level in a certain field. The God's hand is a unique skill that is completely different from the power you have cultivated. Even if the God's hand is placed in front of you, it is probably difficult to cultivate successfully. There is no need for you to worry about this. Just hand over the God's hand to us. Only one person spoke. This person's eyes were extremely sharp, shining with golden light, and his whole body was full of wild temperament. The young man beside him, Qin Wentian, had seen him in the Nanhuang clan, Zhongzhan. Obviously, the person in front of him was a demon emperor, the Golden War Sky Eagle. Okay, I will give you the hand of God and see if you can practice it. Yudi nodded very happily. Even the demon emperor was a little surprised. This Yudi was too straightforward. As the guardian of the unique skills, would he really hand over the hand of God so easily? Please make way. I will brand the hand of God on this land. Yudi said lightly. Everyone's eyes flashed and they retreated one after another. Stay further away, I'll retreat. Yudi waved his sleeves. Although everyone was puzzled, they still retreated. Since Yudi agreed, he must not be cheating. What kind of people are here? Yudi is an immortal emperor, so he is naturally very smart and knows the consequences of teasing them. Yudi's figure slowly rose into the air, and the two people beside him also retreated. After a moment, Yudi's figure descended into the void. He saw his white hair moving without wind, his long robe fluttering, and the wind was blowing. He burst into amazing power, sweeping in all directions in an instant, covering the world. I saw a terrifying glow blooming between the eyebrows of the Feather Emperor. The light was dazzling and extremely eye-catching. In just a short moment, the golden light around the Feather Emperor shone brightly, and endless ancient characters floated between the eyebrows, with boundless power. Suddenly, terrible rays of light broke through the sky and blasted towards the earth. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the void was turbulent, the earth was shaking, and endless runes of light shot onto the earth. There appeared a huge golden pattern, containing ancient characters, with tremendous power and unpredictable mystery. The power of the Feather Emperor did not diminish, and it seemed that infinite immortal thoughts burst out and madly hit the earth. That piece turned golden and became a terrifying giant formation. Finally, when everything came to an end, everyone looked at the land. Endless runes flowed, and ancient characters floated in the air, as if they were three-dimensional and were about to float out of the formation. What was even more terrifying was that there was a golden body standing there. This body was made of infinite runes, and it seemed to be a rune body. It was terrifying and powerful, and it was 100 feet tall. The body of the Feather Emperor was suspended in the air, and he looked at the shocked people and said, "This is the God's hand secret skill. Everyone can practice it. I hope you can succeed in practicing it." The Purple Emperor took a step forward and instantly descended into the golden pattern. He appeared under the huge body. The Purple Emperor closed his eyes and felt it quietly. Buzz, buzz. One after another, figures stepped out at the same time and descended into the large pattern. Nanhuang Guhong said, "If any of you want to go in, don't leave my side." Yes. Everyone nodded. There were too many strong people here. Nanhuang Guhong, as an immortal emperor, could protect them. Nan Huang also stepped into it. Qin Wentian also walked into the large pattern and bathed in endless rune light. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and the ancient rune characters floated into his mind like real entities. It was so clear and amazing. This was actually true, the God's hand. Qin Wentian was absorbed in it and deeply felt the profoundness of the God's hand. He turned the immortal power in his body into rune rules and physical ancient characters, stimulating the power of his whole body, not just his hands. This whole body of power gathered on the immortal platform and evolved all the wonderful power. Finally, it burst out from his hands, shocking the world, omnipotent, like the hands of gods. The God's hand is not a very complicated unique skill. It is very simple, but extremely profound, and contains infinite changes. You need to constantly experience and become stronger. If you don't understand it thoroughly, you can't even get started. Many magical skills in the immortal realm are cultivated step by step, from weak to strong. Even people with not very strong talents can comprehend a little bit and exert not very strong power. The God's hand is different. If you can't comprehend it, you can't comprehend it. It's not the so-called step-by-step practice. As long as you comprehend it, it is very likely to be successful in one fell swoop. But how strong the power can be exerted depends on how powerful your own comprehension is, how deep your comprehension is, and how much attack power you can derive. The God's hand is not a fixed means of attack. Different people who practice it are good at different powers. The God's hand can show infinite changes. 3 days later, everyone was still immersed in it, including the immortal emperor. Have you practiced well? At this time, a voice came out, shaking in everyone's eardrums, making everyone open their eyes and look at the Void Feather Emperor. They stepped out and walked out of the space of the rune ancient characters, but their eyes were still fixed there, frowning. The Purple Emperor grabbed the air with his palm, and a huge palm print blasted out and went up to the sky. Seeing this, the Feather Emperor smiled and said, "Is this the hand of God? This is the big palm print. The hand of God is incomplete, it only has its form, but not its spirit. Where is the charm of the unique learning?" The Purple Emperor raised his head and looked at the Feather Emperor, with purple light shining in his eyes, majestic and powerful. As a great emperor in the fairyland, you actually need others to teach you the charm. The Feather Emperor looked at the Purple Emperor and smiled. From this point of view, you are far behind the ancient great Emperor Yi. The pupils of the Purple Emperor contracted, and the purple air above the sky was surging, like a terrifying storm. Seeing this scene, the Feather Emperor said, "Why, you can't comment. I will step into the realm of the ancient emperor." The Purple Emperor said coldly, "Now, tell us, where's the other part?" "In the ancient mountain." At this time, the Zhang family immortal emperor spoke. His eyes seemed to have divine light, looking at the ancient peaks behind the God Hand Villa that pierced the sky. There, even his eyes could not see through, and there were secrets. "Go and have a look." The Demon Emperor's golden war sky eagle stepped out and was about to go forward, but saw the Feather Emperor smiled and said, "Don't bother to do it. You want to see the complete God's hand, but I'm afraid you don't have this ability. You talk too much nonsense." The golden fighting spirit on the Demon Emperor surged. The Feather Emperor looked at the person next to him, and saw that person's figure flashing, heading towards the ancient mountain in the distance. After a moment, the clouds and mist of the ancient mountain surged wildly, and it turned out that a terrible formation was hidden in it. The clouds and mist dissipated, and a huge pattern appeared there, blocking the space. The Feather Emperor stretched out his hand, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light shone in his palm. A golden arrow appeared in his hand, containing a monstrous and sharp aura. Swish! With a loud bang, the arrow broke through the sky, pierced through the void, and instantly descended on the large pattern. With a loud bang, the whole world seemed to be changing. A wonderful ancient mountain with rolling clouds and mist appeared in everyone's vision. The immortal emperors present instantly swept out their immortal thoughts and went inside. They only felt extremely mysterious, and their immortal thoughts were restricted. Buzz! The wind was blowing violently, the demonic aura was surging, and the golden light enveloped the entire sky and void, radiant and boundless. The Demon Emperor Golden War Sky Eagle waved his golden wings and instantly stepped into the ancient mountain. The eyes of the immortal emperors flashed, and they were already tracked. But in an instant, there was a monstrous aura blooming there, and the body of the Golden War Sky Eagle soared into the sky, and the golden light spread all over the world. Among them, there was a palm that destroyed everything, covering the sky and the sun, and blasted out. The demon emperor roared, and the world shook. His body instantly retreated hundreds of miles away. There, a huge rumbling sound shook the sky, the ground was torn apart crazily, the sky was broken by golden light, and the mountains there were all shattered. Roar! The demon emperor roared, and the might of the peerless battle made the people with lower realms here feel like crawling on the ground. A palm print in the ancient mountain forced the demon emperor back. The eyes of the feather emperor contained a terrible edge. He swept everyone and said, "Even if there is a unique charm in this ancient mountain, I'm afraid that the immortal emperors can't get in." Chapter 1062, Changing Situations. The wind was blazing, the golden light was blooming, the demon emperor Zondiao returned, his expression was extremely sharp, and he looked directly at the feather emperor. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't let you in, you asked for it yourself." The feather emperor said indifferently, "Everyone present is an extraordinary person. Since you want to practice the God's hand, then I will put the God's hand in front of you. If you can't practice it, you will blame me. That's really a joke. What's in the ancient mountain?" The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor stepped forward and asked. Everyone's eyes fell on the feather emperor. It seems that it is not so easy to get the God's hand. Even if the feather emperor lets them practice, it is difficult to get it. I said before that I am only the guardian of the secret learning. This ancient mountain was left by the ancient Emperor Yidi. It contains the so-called secret learning charm you want. Maybe it can enlighten you, but I also remind you that this ancient mountain is not so easy to set foot on. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the impact will be, because the secret learning charm you feel will be more real, so real that it will be launched directly at you like a real attack. The eyes of the feather emperor gradually became sharper. Since the strong men came to the God Hand Villa to learn the secret learning of the God Hand, then he would follow the trend. It is indeed time for the God Hand to be born. There are already young people who have cultivated the God Hand in the ancient Emperor City and have come here. Now, it depends on who has the opportunity to get the complete secret learning. He, the guardian of the secret learning, can also let go of everything. Emperor Yi is just an ancient. Can the thoughts he left behind stop us? The purple emperor stood there proudly, with even more majesty, looking into the distance, eager to try. I don't want to repeat myself. The complete divine hand is right in front of you. If you have the ability, you can take it. No need to waste words. I also know why you are here. Don't bother to talk nonsense with me, an old man. Yudi said lightly. Zidi's figure flashed, and he appeared at the entrance of the ancient mountain in an instant. Purple air came from the east, and the sky and the earth were all purple. The figure of ZD was like an ancient god, with infinite majesty. He stepped out and stepped directly into the ancient mountain. ZD was the top fairy emperor in the fairyland. His strength was so strong that if the ancient ZD was here, he would be ashamed of himself. However, this ancient mountain was only left by ZD. How could he, ZD, not be able to enter? ZD's figure disappeared directly and entered the ancient mountain. An invisible pressure spread out from the ancient mountain, and the land of 1,000 miles was trembling, and the hearts of the people trembled with it. Inside the ancient mountain, purple light surged, and peerless power enveloped the endless area. Even though they were far away, the people in Shenshao Villa felt that the ground under their feet was shaking constantly, and even cracks appeared faintly. Boom! The terrifying and oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone. They could not see the scene inside the ancient mountain. Finally, endless purple light rushed into the sky, and the figure of the purple emperor appeared there. The gorgeous purple seemed to be shattered, and he looked a little embarrassed. His eyes were full of purple light, and he looked at the ancient mountain below with a very bad look. Can't the purple emperor get in? The crowd trembled in their hearts. If the purple emperor could not set foot in it, I am afraid that no immortal emperor present could enter. The purple emperor seemed to be dissatisfied and stepped into the ancient mountain again. The oppressive atmosphere swept the sky again. Not long after, the purple emperor came out again. This time he did not continue to insist, but returned to Shenshao Villa with a very bad look. Go in and try. The purple emperor said to a powerful immortal king beside him. The man obeyed the order, stepped out and headed towards the ancient mountain. Everyone looked over there, all very concerned. In the ancient mountain, there was another terrifying collision sound. Although it was not as strong as before, it was still heart-shaking. Not long after, the powerful immortal king was shocked out and spit out a mouthful of blood, but his life was not in danger. The ancient mountain that could block the purple emperor could not kill an immortal king. It can be seen that the Feather Emperor did not speak. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the impact. Emperor Xiao, let your daughter go in and try, how about it? Zidaoyang looked at Xiao Lengaiyu and said. Xiao Lengaiyu's realm was probably the lowest among the people here. She was still at the peak of the celestial realm and had not entered the immortal stage. Emperor Xiao's eyes flashed and hesitated. The purple emperor's eyes were extremely majestic, revealing a faint pressure. As an immortal emperor, the purple emperor's realm was higher than his. Therefore, although the immortal emperor is an immortal emperor, he is no different from the immortal king in front of the purple emperor. At the level of the immortal emperor, one level stronger can crush people to death. Father, I'll try. Xiao Lengaiyu said, and Emperor Xiao nodded, I'll take you there. As he said that, Emperor Xiao took Xiao Lengaiyu to the ancient mountain. Outside the ancient mountain, Emperor Xiao put Xiao Lengaiyu down and let her step into it. There was no breath coming out of the ancient mountain. Emperor Xiao saw Xiao Lengaiyu walking forward step by step, without any abnormality, and not even being attacked. His eyes went back and forth towards the Shenshao villa, and he was quite surprised. My daughter was not affected in the ancient mountain. Emperor Xiao said. She wasn't affected at all, which means that it would be a waste of time for her to go in. It's meaningless. The Feather Emperor smiled faintly. The charm of the God's Hand secret technique is contained in there. If you can't even feel the charm, what's the point of going in? So, it is most appropriate for immortal kings and people at the immortal platform level to step into the ancient mountain. The immortal emperor from the Jiang clan asked. The Feather Emperor smiled but said nothing. People at any level can go in. It's up to you. The God's Hand is right in front of you. Whether you can practice it successfully depends on your luck. But I remind you that this God's Hand is what you have to practice. I have opened the way for you to get in touch with the secret technique of Senior Emperor Yi. I don't expect you to be grateful to me, but if any of your disciples or descendants die because of this secret technique, don't blame this old man like me. That would be a laughing stock. You all have to stay here. We go in. If anything happens, we won't blame you. The immortal emperor from the Ying clan spoke faintly, causing the other immortal emperors to nod their heads with sharp eyes. That's right, UD needs to stay, otherwise who knows if he can control the power in the ancient mountain. Okay, I'll watch you all here, please do as you please. UD didn't care about the other party's excessive request at all, and said calmly, come on, prepare a banquet, I will entertain the guests from afar here. Yes. The white-robed housekeeper nodded, and then went down to order the subordinates of the villa. Not long after, a banquet was really prepared. UD sat there without hesitation, with the spirit of watching the wind and clouds rise and fall with a smile. Everyone, please do as you please. UD waved his hand and said, as if he didn't care about everything. The immortal emperors were not as indifferent as UD. They ordered the immortal kings to go to the ancient mountain to test it. Not only them, but also the southern immortal kings stepped into the ancient mountain. The ancient mountain shook, and the roar of attack continued. Those immortal kings were all blasted out and couldn't step into the ancient mountain. Some were even injured. This was just entering the ancient mountain. I don't know what secrets there are in the depths of the ancient mountain. The immortal kings could not enter, so only the immortal platform people could enter. They tried again, and sure enough, the immortal platform people were weak in realm, had poor perception, and encountered weak attacks. However, their realm was low, and they encountered relatively weak attacks. Some were repelled, but some were able to move forward. With repeated exploration, they seemed to see a pattern. At this time, the Nanhuang clan's masters were sitting together, enjoying fine wine and delicious food. Looking around, they heard Nanhuang Guhong say, the hand of God is not easy to obtain. How could the secret skills of the ancient emperors be easily cultivated there? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Did you see it? Nanhuang Guhong's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Senior Yudi said that the ancient mountain contains the charm of secret skills, but the stronger the realm of the people who step into it, the stronger the attack they will receive. They can comprehend the most. People with weak realms can easily step in, but they can't see anything. What's the use? Therefore, if you want to obtain secret skills, immortal kings and immortal platform figures are the most suitable to enter, but if they want to peek into the secrets of secret skills, they must withstand attacks from forces far beyond their realm. Qin Wentian said. I don't think so. If it's as you said, then there's no solution. I believe that Emperor Yu left the secret here for the purpose of finding a successor, not wasting time. Only those who are truly capable of entering the depths of the ancient mountain are qualified to explore and peek into the secrets of the secret, but obviously, this entrance has blocked too many people. Nan Huang said calmly. Her thoughts were also those of the immortal emperors. They were ready to send the best people in, including their descendants. By the way, let me remind you again. If your immortal thoughts appear in there, you will instantly feel the power of the secret in the ancient mountain. However, your immortal thoughts seem to be far less powerful than my own. I'm afraid you will be blasted to pieces in an instant. Therefore, you should be more cautious when sending your descendants into the ancient mountain. Yudi smiled, causing many immortal emperors to glance at him coldly. Although this is the case, they have no choice. They can only cultivate the secret by entering the ancient mountain. This is the only chance. Their descendants must step into it personally. It is not a secret book and cannot be brought out. Ziyu, do you want to step into it? Zhang family immortal emperor said to Zhang Ziyu. When the opportunity arises, of course I have to go in. Zhang Ziyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. Okay, I have asked the family to bring the proud children of the clan to come with you to the ancient mountain. Zhang family immortal emperor said, not only him, but also the winner. I am afraid they will send more people to come, and my Nanhuang clan will also send some strong people to come and enter the ancient mountain. You continue to comprehend the power of the God's hand to make you more confident. Nan Huang said that the unique skill of the God's hand reappeared in the southern part of the fairyland, which would naturally cause a greater disturbance. A few days later, more strong people came to the God's hand villa. The Feather Emperor was still very free and easy, happy and idle, as if all this had nothing to do with him. He was just an outsider, watching the wind and clouds. A few days later, the Thousand Changes Emperor and Bai Wu'ai came, and at the same time, there were some people Qin Wentian had never met. They all had extraordinary temperaments and were in different realms of the fairy platform. Chapter 1063 Step into the ancient mountain. More and more strong people gathered in Shenshao Villa, and the situation was changing. The immortal emperors here tried many times and understood that the realm of Xiante was the best choice to enter the ancient mountain. Only they had the opportunity to enter the depths of the ancient mountain to feel the charm of the God's hand and obtain the complete God's hand. Therefore, they mobilized many immortal Xianjiao from the sect to come. Even now, some immortal masters have begun to step into the ancient mountain. Some people can only walk on the edge and cannot go deep. However, some amazing geniuses disappeared from the side of the crowd outside the ancient mountain, and obviously stepped into the interior of the ancient mountain. Qin Wentian was not in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged, looking at the God's hand rune pattern cast by the Feather Emperor in front of him, and continued to calmly feel the complete God's hand. Let alone the immortal emperors and immortal kings, their comprehension may be extraordinary, but at the level of the immortal stage, Qin Wentian asked himself that no one could have a deeper understanding of the hand of God than himself. After all, he was a person who had truly practiced the unique skills of the hand of God, and he was already able to exert the power of the hand of God. His understanding of this complete hand of God was getting deeper and deeper, and he knew how to activate the unique skills of the hand of God. The Feather Emperor was still calm and indifferent, sitting in a pavilion and enjoying the immortal feast. No matter how many people came to the villa, he didn't care and let them do whatever they wanted. It had nothing to do with him. Ziyu, aren't you going in yet? The Zhang family immortal emperor looked at Zhang Ziyu who was sitting cross-legged and asked. Many people had already stepped into the ancient mountain, including people from the Ying family, but Zhang Ziyu was still indifferent. No hurry, comprehend the power of the God's hand more. The more proficient you are, the more conducive it is to comprehend the charm of the God's hand. Besides, I have to wait for someone to go in. Zhang Ziyu said lightly, and he glanced at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had already practiced the power of the God's hand. Qin Wentian was not in a hurry, so why should he, Zhang Ziyu, be in a hurry? Then I will let the people of the Zhang family wait for you. The emperor of the Zhang family said. Among the people present, although they were all descendants of the Zhang family, Zhang Ziyu had the highest talent and the highest status among these people. If someone could comprehend the God's hand, Zhang Ziyu had the greatest hope. The rest of the people came to assist Zhang Ziyu. Nan Huang was also not in a hurry. She looked at Qin Wentian and Nan Huang, and asked the people of the Nanhuang family to follow them into the ancient mountain. Qin Wentian comprehended for several days, and there was a faint fairy light on his body. There were huge changes in his body, as if complex runes appeared one after another, and the fairy platform was evolving various patterns, turning into powerful forces, stimulating the fairy body, and the power was terrible, but it seemed that there was only one step left, just like when Qin Wentian entered the underground palace with Xiao Lengaiyu in the ancient emperor city. He only got the form, and only after he saw the blood-colored runes in the palace could he really exert the god's hand. The secret should be in the ancient mountain. On this day, a mysterious figure came to the god's hand villa. This mysterious figure was followed by a black dog, who was ferocious and evil, with terrible cold light in his eyes, cold and terrible. Everyone who touched the black dog's eyes would feel a trace of coldness. The person next to the black dog was dressed simply, wearing a long robe, with a mysterious aura. His age and appearance could not be seen, because he was wearing a mysterious bronze mask on his face. His exposed eyes were deep and indifferent, which made people clearly feel the sharpness of his eyes. At the same time, it seemed that he could also feel that the person in front of him was not very old, and should be a young man. His realm was also the Xiante realm. Zheng Zai looked at the mysterious person, his pupils became scary, as if there was a light flowing, looking at the eyes of the person, trying to see through everything. At the same time, the other party seemed to feel his gaze, and his eyes also looked at him. Zheng Ziyu saw a pair of deep and scary strange pupils. The power contained in his eyes was nowhere to be hidden, and always blocked outside and could not be seen through. Zheng Ziyu's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that there was another interesting person. It was getting more and more interesting. The mysterious young man with the bronze mask glanced at everyone, then closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that he was the only one there, everyone didn't pay much attention to this mysterious figure. Some even secretly thought that he was playing tricks and thought that he was deliberately mysterious. At this time, Qin Wentian stood up, and many people's eyes fell on him. Qin Wentian nodded slightly to Emperor Qianbian and Bai Wuya. It seems that you are living very well in the Nanhuang clan. Emperor Qianbian looked at the several beauties beside Qin Wentian and smiled faintly. Fortunately, the Nanhuang clan takes good care of me. Qin Wentian smiled. Well, it seems that this trip has gained a lot. Now, you should go in. Emperor Qianbian said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, then looked at the ancient mountain, stepped on the foot, and went there. Nanhuang Yangxi and the people of the Nanhuang clan followed one after another, and the group of young people around Emperor Qianbian and Bai Wuya also stepped out, all ready to enter the ancient mountain. Zheng Ziyu stood up and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, they walked towards the ancient mountain. Dong Shengting looked at Qin Wentian's figure, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he and several other disciples of the emperor stepped out at the same time and walked towards the ancient mountain. It seemed that Qin Wentian's actions affected the whole body. After everyone stepped into the ancient mountain, the mysterious figure with a bronze mask gently stroked his black dog, and then took the black dog to the ancient mountain. Soon, there were fewer and fewer people here, only some emperors and some people who could not enter the ancient mountain. With so many geniuses entering the ancient mountain to seek opportunities, there will be many people buried there, and there will be descendants of all of you present. I have reminded you that if they are buried here, don't blame me. This is the road you found yourself. Yudi spoke lightly, his voice was cold. Humph. The purple emperor snorted coldly. Among his descendants, Zidaoyang was the youngest and had the lowest cultivation. None of the other descendants were at the immortal stage level. This time, he ordered one of his nephews with outstanding talents to step into the ancient mountain. Of course, someone will be buried in it. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said indifferently, glancing in the direction of the Thousand Changes Emperor. Dongshen, who do you think will die if Qin Wentian and Dong Shengting meet alone? Emperor Qianbian said with a smile while looking at Emperor Dongshen. A cold light flashed across his face. Of course, Qin Wentian will die. Really? Why did I hear that your son Dong Shengting didn't even have the courage to fight Qin Wentian? Emperor Qianbian said sarcastically. Wu Iya said that when you went to the particle world to recruit disciples, Qin Wentian was only a low-level celestial phenomenon. At that time, Dong Shengting was already a high-ranking immortal platform. He was afraid of fighting in the Nanhuang clan. Your son is really useless. I hope he can come out alive. The expression of Emperor Dongsheng was cold, and violent power swept out. Emperor Qianbian sneered, why, do you want another battle? Qianbian, I hope you can keep being so arrogant. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor threatened, and his eyes swept over by Wu Iya again, revealing a hint of coldness. In the battle in the particle world, if Bai Wu Ai had not arrived in time to participate in it, his Dongsheng immortal sect would have wiped out all the Qianbian immortal sect strongmen who came to the particle world. Qin Wentian and his men have already landed on the ancient mountain. The ancient mountain is mysterious and contains a wonderful atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice came into his ears, like a flash of lightning. He looked forward suddenly, and saw a vague big handprint suddenly appeared, slapping him violently. Qin Wentian's immortal platform's power bloomed, and the god's hand appeared, turning into a terrifying palm and blasting out, colliding with the ethereal handprint and exploding at the same time. The rest of the people also reacted, but it didn't seem to be as strong as Qin Wentian's. What is the secret of this ancient mountain? Qin Wentian thought to himself, and continued to walk forward. He looked at the space in front of him, which seemed to be intertwined into a great force and turned into the light of divine charm. Another voice came out, and a roar came. Qin Wentian seemed to have a terrible lightning brilliance in his mind, which was the power of the big handprint. Boom! Qin Wentian's whole body trembled violently, groaned, and his face was slightly pale. This mysterious ancient mountain is simply terrifying. Nan Huang Yangxi and Zhen Mengchen also encountered attacks, but not as strong as Qin Wentian's. Although they were very uncomfortable, they could barely hold on. There should be no problem entering the ancient mountain. This is what those immortal emperors have tried many times. Immortal platform characters are the most suitable to enter the ancient mountain. Zheng Ziyu followed Qin Wentian into the ancient mountain. His eyes were filled with terrifying spirits, mysterious auras, and a faint golden light. Then he released tremendous power from his body, and the white tiger god of killing roared and rushed out. It was obvious that his eyes saw the charm and momentum that others did not see. It's really weird. I can see this powerful momentum in the realm of Xiante. In the realm of Xiandi, they can see through everything at a glance when they step into the ancient mountain and withstand the most powerful attacks. This ancient emperor is too amazing. Zheng Ziyu thought to himself, becoming more vigilant, and not daring to open the Buddha's eye at will. Dong Shengting stared at Qin Wentian's back. It seemed that for him, the main purpose of entering the ancient mountain was to kill Qin Wentian. As for Dong Shengting and the others, the mysterious young man with a bronze mask closed his eyes, closed his six senses, and walked forward without being affected in the slightest. He came here not for the hand of God. Although I was attacked, the invisible attack penetrated into my mind and seemed to penetrate my body. I seemed to have a little more understanding of the power of the hand of God that I practiced before. Nan Huangsheng said softly, however, we are still a long way from comprehending the hand of God. I am afraid that for most people, it is a waste of risk. Indeed. Qin Wentian nodded, everyone be careful. As they spoke, they continued to walk deeper into the ancient mountain. In front of them, they saw many strong men who had entered the ancient mountain before. Their steps were very slow. Chapter 1064, Murder. As the warriors went deeper, some of them could not hold on any longer and could not move forward. This ancient mountain seemed endless and mysterious. From time to time, there were strange sounds coming, like the sound of the avenue, which shook everyone's body, as if they were struck by lightning. Qin Wentian felt a force of inspiration that made him keep moving forward. The charm of the god's hand seemed to be everywhere in these strange peaks and ancient mountains. His eyes looked towards a mountain peak, and in an instant, Qin Wentian had an illusion that there seemed to be a huge pattern engraved on the mountain peak. The terrifying pattern was like a human figure, urging a tyrannical force. Suddenly, a terrifying handprint blasted over. Qin Wentian's eyes penetrated everything, as if he wanted to pass through the handprint and see through the pattern. He took a step forward, stepped forward strongly, and urged all his strength. The light of the immortal platform was blazing, and the god's hand appeared and crushed out. Boom! The void was turbulent, and the overwhelming force was surging in all directions, hitting the mountain wall, but it could not shake it at all. Qin Wentian's eyes were still fixed on the front, and the terrifying eyes seemed to penetrate everything and see the divine pattern thoroughly. It seemed that another wonderful power was born in his body, and endless runes were flowing madly. The roaring sound shook the void, and I saw a super powerful handprint coming to kill, revealing the great killing power. The demon sword appeared in Qin Wentian's hand, and the demon sword rang. The demon energy swept out, as if it was a rock spreading its wings. The light of the hand of God shone in it, and the power of the immortal platform continued to penetrate in. With a sword, it seemed that a monstrous rock was roaring and hitting the air, constantly breaking and destroying the terrible palm print. Qin Wentian walked towards the void and faced it. An invisible force in the ancient mountain sounded like a bell that was like a revelation, and it rang directly in his mind, like a flash of lightning, making the pattern in his mind clearer. However, the movement of his hands did not stop at all. The magic sword danced, and the big peng birds shattered the void and broke through everything. Finally, the charm gradually dimmed, but Qin Wentian's eyes were full of brilliant brilliance. Qin Wentian put away the magic sword and looked back. He saw many strong men attacking one after another. Obviously, he was not the only one who saw the charm hidden in the ancient mountain. Shenge! At this time, a voice came from the front. Nan Huang Shenge looked over there and saw Kong Yi and Zhuangzan appearing there. The person who spoke was Kong Yi. He said, Shenge, this ancient mountain contains the rules and avenues, which can be transformed into attacks. Do you want to go with us? No, we have a lot of people. Nan Huang Shenge smiled and shook his head. Kong Yi glanced at Qin Wentian and the people of the Nan Huang family, nodded slightly and said nothing more. Keep going. Qin Wentian saw everyone stop and said, and walked into the depths of the mountains together. In addition to the people of the Nan Huang clan, the Qianbian Emperor and the people brought by Bai Wuai were not far away from them. Behind them, there were people from the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor Xuan Emperor. Among them, Dong Shenting and another young man were the leader. The young man was the nephew of the Purple Emperor, named Zi Yunwu. He was gifted. The Purple Emperor valued this nephew very much and taught him his unique skills, which made Zi Yunwu very powerful. Dong Shenting, Zi Yunwu and others walked behind Qin Wentian and his friends. The eyes that occasionally swept across Qin Wentian always revealed a hint of coldness, which made Zhang Ziyu, who was not far from them, curl up the corners of his mouth with a mysterious smile. It seemed that a good show would be staged in the ancient mountain, and he only had to wait and see. Zhang Ziyu's eyes would occasionally look at the young man with a bronze mask who was walking with his eyes closed behind him. He was always followed by a black dog. He walked alone, forming his own party, and there was no one walking with him. Your Excellency, please come with me. I can take care of you on the way. Zhang Ziyu said to the mysterious man with a bronze mask. No need. The other party just replied lightly, without any ripples in his tone. Zhang Ziyu smiled and didn't care. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Qin Wentian and his companions stepped into the ancient mountain. During these 3 days, the Shenshao villa was as peaceful as ever. The Feather Emperor ordered a banquet to entertain everyone. This fairy banquet lasted for several days and nights, and anyone could attend. The Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor and others did not leave. The fairy emperors of all parties sent their descendants into the ancient mountain, and they naturally had to wait for their good news. Feather Emperor, is this ancient mountain really left by Emperor Yi? The Purple Emperor looked at the Feather Emperor and asked. Of course. The Feather Emperor smiled and nodded, otherwise, why can an ancient mountain make you, the Purple Emperor, unable to enter it? What level did Emperor Yi reach back then? The Purple Emperor asked again. You should have heard of it. Yudi said with a smile, only that realm can make you a person who unifies the fairyland. Even if you are a top fairy emperor, you are still vulnerable in front of Emperor Yi, who can destroy you with just a wave of his hand. Humph. Zidi showed his displeasure. Even if he knew what Yudi said was true, he would set foot in that realm sooner or later. Yudi, Emperor Yi left his unique skills in the ancient mountains. This means that only those who have obtained the unique skills of the god's hand can inherit them. Even if you capture him, it will be useless. It seems that Emperor Yi attaches great importance to this unique skill and is afraid that the inheritor of the unique skill will encounter an accident. Dongsheng Fairy Emperor said with a smile. As for a stunning and unique skill like the Hand of God, except for some special skills, which unique skill can be easily cultivated? Even if it is the Purple Emperor's Purple Extreme Immortal Art, can it be cultivated by capturing the Purple Emperor's descendant? If it is that simple, wouldn't the descendants of the Purple Emperor be in danger? Who of the descendants of the Zhang family and the Nanhuang family dares to walk alone in the fairyland? The Feather Emperor sneered. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is talking nonsense. The Feather Emperor seems to have a lot of resentment. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled faintly. As far as I know, the Hand of God reappeared in the ancient Emperor city and was cultivated by a descendant. This time, the Feather Emperor engraved the unique skill here and opened the ancient mountain. Is it related to him? You want to ask if this ancient mountain was open for him alone? The Feather Emperor smiled faintly. The complete unique skill is in front of you. You are an immortal emperor, but you still doubt it. It's ridiculous. I was just talking casually. It's no wonder that UD didn't have medicine. I naturally believe UD. Otherwise, if it was really prepared for one person, it would be in vain. The hand of God will disappear from the fairyland again, which is a pity. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor spoke calmly. Nanhuang Guhong and Qianbian Emperor's eyes flashed when they heard this. Qianbian Emperor said indifferently, Dongshen, you are bragging again. Bragging. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor drank a glass of wine and smiled faintly. I don't know if you still have any immortal thoughts on him. If so, you will naturally see him again before he dies. Unfortunately, Gu Shan destroys all immortal thoughts. I'm afraid you can't save him. Dongshen, as an immortal emperor, you want to kill a person who has just entered the immortal platform. You can even say that you are deliberate. I am really ashamed of you. Qianbian Emperor spoke coldly. From Dongsheng's tone, it seemed that he was confident about killing Qin Wentian. Sure enough, he led the people of Dongsheng Immortal Sect to come here, taking the opportunity of understanding the hand of God, but he wanted Qin Wentian's life. Qin Wentian and his companions have already gone deep into the ancient mountain. The steep peaks are towering into the sky. This mysterious ancient mountain seems to have no end. In these days, Qin Wentian and his companions have realized a lot of power, and the number of people has also decreased. However, those who really entered the depths of the ancient mountain found that some of the hidden charms were more profound. Many people were almost no longer affected by the ancient mountain, because they could not feel the existence of the charm, but occasionally felt their hearts throbbing, as if there was a terrible mysterious power hidden in the depths of the ancient mountain. At this time, Qin Wentian and his companions came to a wide mountain wall, with mountain walls on 3 sides and a narrow passage in front. However, before that, Qin Wentian stared at the mountain wall in front of him in a daze. There was a pattern on it, and it seemed that there were ancient characters floating, constantly imprinted in Qin Wentian's mind. These ancient characters turned into endless power, wreaking havoc in his body. The luck odds technique, the ancient characters became clearer and clearer, the immortal platform shone with light, and the whole body burst into terrible rune light, stimulating terrible power. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Wentian only felt that his body was constantly under the strong attack of the ancient characters. His bones made a crackling sound, and his body was shaking. His face was slightly pale. As he released the power of the god's hand, this attack became more and more intense, almost destroying his body. If you want to cultivate the god's hand, I'm afraid it's impossible without a strong physique. You need a perfect body. Qin Wentian's heart trembled secretly, and the people around him understood it. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt a trace of murderous intent, and his body suddenly turned around. Then he saw that the strong men led by Dong Shengting and Ziyanwu dispersed and surrounded them. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Dong Shengting and others had been following him. How could Qin Wentian not know what Dong Shengting wanted to do? He just kept waiting. What on earth did Dong Shengting want to touch him? There were many strong men on both sides. Before the war, no one knew what the situation would be. Now, even if you want to go out, I'm afraid it's impossible. Dong Shengting spoke coldly, staring at Qin Wentian and others. Where do you get your confidence from? Qin Wentian's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. He also wanted Dong Shengting to die. Dong Shengting looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and others and said, everyone of the Nanhuang clan, I don't want to embarrass you. This is a feud between us and Qin Wentian. Please don't interfere. Just watch the fight from the sidelines. Nanhuang Yangxi looked at Dong Shengting and said, Qin Wentian's business is my Nanhuang clan's business. If you do that, I'm afraid you'll offend the saint. Dong Shengting said coldly. Immortal lights flashed one after another. People from the Dongsheng Immortal Sect offered their immortal weapons one after another. Qin Wentian, everyone from the Nanhuang clan, and people from the Qianbian Immortal Sect confronted each other and also took out their immortal weapons. There are people from all realms of the immortal stage here. Once a chaotic battle breaks out, it will be very dangerous. Dong Shengting waved his hand, and a terrifying wheel suddenly appeared. This wheel contained extremely complex runes, and it was bottomless. Dong Shengting's immortal power seeped into it, and the wheel suddenly burst into terrifying devouring silver light, which continued to expand. The demon sword in Qin Wentian's hand actually clanged and seemed to be out of control and was about to fly out. Come here. Dong Shengting shouted, and the wheel in his hand expanded. Silver light burst out in an instant and rushed towards the opposite side. With a whoosh, a woman from the Nanhuang clan flew out with her immortal weapon, which was directly absorbed by the wheel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1065 Seduction. Swallow the immortal weapon. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and his demon sword slashed out directly. A sword-like cut through the void and slashed out. Dong Shengting snorted coldly and walked forward. The roulette light was still there, and the power of the demon sword slash directly fell into it and was swallowed by the roulette immortal weapon. At the same time, a strong suction force was about to take the demon sword away. Qin Wentian's face changed and said, "Put away the immortal weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone put away the immortal weapon at the same time. The people of the Nanhuang clan didn't look very good, and the people of the Dongsheng immortal sect and the Purple Emperor came towards them to encircle and suppress them. Everyone held immortal weapons on their bodies to enhance their combat effectiveness. "Qin Wentian, this ancient mountain is where you will be buried," Dong Shengting said coldly. The huge roulette in front of him kept shooting out terrible swallowing power. The rule power contained in this powerful immortal weapon could easily cover this void, absolutely prohibiting Qin Wentian and others from using immortal weapons, and even swallowing the immortal power attacking him. In this way, Dong Shengting and others were in an invincible position. "You are really well prepared. It seems that the immortal weapon given to you by Dongsheng Old Dog is specially used to deal with me." Qin Wentian stared at Dong Shengting. The immortal weapon in his hand can absorb other immortal weapons. In this case, they are undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this battle. Your life is over. You are still so cheap. No one can save you in this ancient mountain. Kill! Dong Shengting shouted coldly, and all the strong men rushed to Qin Wentian. At the same time, Xianwu, the nephew of Zidi, also waved his hand. The strong men from all sides surrounded Qin Wentian at the same time. Zheng Ziyu and the people of Jiang's lineage were watching the excitement from behind. Has it finally started? Everyone disperse. Qin Wentian saw the immortal weapons bursting with immortal power and killing them, and his footsteps retreated to the back. Everyone understood what Qin Wentian meant. In this case, if they gathered together, they would undoubtedly become a turtle in a jar. The best way to fight was to expand the scope so that Dong Shengting's immortal weapons could not cover all of them. Kill Qin Wentian! Dong Shengting shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge shuttle appeared under his feet, turning into a whirlwind, spinning wildly, and flew directly towards Qin Wentian. Several strong men beside him stepped on his shuttle and headed straight for Qin Wentian. This made Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes stagnate. Many people from Dongsheng Xianmen had strong cultivation, far higher than Qin Wentian, and could fight with the help of immortal soldiers. If they only targeted Qin Wentian, their formation would be to send Qin Wentian to death. "Stop them," Nanhuang Yangxi said, and she went back to the direction of Qin Wentian. The battle suddenly broke out, and the immortal power roared in the air in an instant. This space instantly rolled up a terrible storm. The strong men of the Nanhuang clan gathered in an instant before they had time to disperse. The power of the immortal platform burst out at the same time. The palm struck out, and the power of the immortal platform was terrible. The phoenix phantoms swept across the world in an instant, turning into huge phoenix shadows. The sky was instantly branded red, and the terrible flames burned the space. "Qin Wentian, go!" Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian. The one that Dong Shengting and his group wanted to kill the most was Qin Wentian. They had no intention of killing the Nanhuang clan, nor did they dare to do anything cruel to them. Qin Wentian's expression was filled with a strong chill. Dong Shengting waited until he went deep into the ancient mountain before taking action, in order to cut off his retreat and kill him. However, he had always allowed Dong Shengting to follow him, and he had the same idea in his heart. Boom boom. A terrifying sound came out, and the strong men around Dong Shengting launched a great defensive force, crushing all the huge phoenix shadows shot by the strong men of the Nanhuang clan. The people of the Nanhuang clan retreated one after another, obviously at a disadvantage. But at this moment, Dong Shengting suddenly felt a very strong sense of crisis. A sword light bloomed directly in front of his eyes. Dong Shengting's expression changed drastically, and he raised the roulette to block the attack. The sword light cut through the void. A person beside Dong Shengting screamed, and his face was cut off directly. Blood flew out and splashed on the people beside him. As their attack slowed down, Dong Shengting stopped, and the strong men around him instantly guarded him. Swish! Another sword energy descended. It was a golden sword light. There was no too scary movement, but this sword seemed to descend from nothingness, and it was extremely domineering. When it was slashed, the void would be cut off, sweeping away everything. A strong man beside Dong Shengting raised an ancient shield of immortal weapons and erected it in front of Dong Shengting, blocking all of them from attacking. After a loud bang, it continued, like lightning striking the earth. The powerful shock force shook them back one after another. Everyone saw clearly that the attacker was a young man who didn't look big. The power of the immortal platform bloomed on him, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in the void like curtain. There was a terrible sword power lingering around him, with infinite power. Someone from the Qianbian immortal sect. The eyes of the people around Dong Shengting were cold. This person's fighting power was a bit too strong, and he could cut out the sword of nothingness. After this person made his move, the pressure on Qin Wentian and the Nanhuang clan was instantly reduced a lot, making the war that had just broken out seem to be extinguished. In addition to the fact that the attacker was powerful, there was also a reason for the time he chose to attack and the person he attacked, Dong Shengting, which the others had to protect. If they killed Qin Wentian, he would attack Dong Shengting. Qin Wentian glanced at the person who came. This was the first time he saw this person, but he knew that the other party would definitely play a key role, just because this person was one of the two Cheyenne Fuji disciples brought by Wu Aya, and both were masters at the top level of Xiante. Send a few people to deal with him. Dong Shengting glanced at the Cheyenne Fuji disciple and said coldly. Several people beside him looked at each other, and then several Xiante high-level masters walked towards the person with immortal soldiers. Although this person could hardly change the overall situation of the war, his attack power was too threatening and could easily pose a fatal threat to Dong Shengting. Even if he could not be killed, he had to be trapped. Can you kill Dong Shengting? At this time, a voice came to Qin Wentian's ears. It was another Cheyenne Fuji disciple who sent him a voice. If no one else interferes, it's fine. Qin Wentian replied. Okay, the main battlefield here should not be separated. We will hold back these people with the people of the Nanhuang clan. You leave here and lure the East Saint Court to chase and kill him. The man said again, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This idea is feasible, but it is not so easy to implement. However, if he can really lure the East Saint Court away, everyone on his side will be able to use immortal weapons, and it should be no problem to delay the battle. Let's go. The man said, and Qin Wentian's body suddenly turned around and went directly to the direction of the canyon behind him. The wings of a big rock appeared behind him, like a flash of lightning. Where are you running to? The East Saint Court. Zion Wu and a disciple of the Zhuan Emperor saw that Qin Wentian wanted to leave, so they would not let him go. They rushed out at the same time, chasing Qin Wentian, and the attacking power was launched one after another, splitting a path. Stop them! Nanhuang Yangxi ordered. The Nanhuang clan rushed forward to kill them, forcing Dong Shengting to constantly send people to deal with the Nanhuang clan's strong men, but more than 10 people still fought their way out and headed for the direction of Qin Wentian's escape regardless of everything. Nanhuang Yangxi's eyes flashed, and she drove the phoenix boat with several people towards Qin Wentian. Humph! Dong Shengting snorted coldly, and the shuttle spun wildly, cutting through the void and rushing towards the canyon ahead. But at this moment, a strong man suddenly descended. It was another Xianfu realm martial artist. He dragged a mountain in his hand and suddenly smashed it down to the air below, trying to seal off this space. A strong man beside Dong Shengting angrily blasted out a blow, and in an instant, thousands of fist lights appeared, destroying everything, and the mountain collapsed and turned into countless stones. But at this moment, a strong gravity field suddenly appeared, and Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu felt as if they were pressed by huge mountains, which was difficult to bear. Boom! The strong man in front stepped forward, and the power of the fairy platform burst out. Dong Shengting's body fell directly into the air below, making a roar. Go strangle him! Dong Shengting shouted. You two go. Ziyunwu also spoke, and several strong men immediately went towards the people in front, encircling the disciples of Cheyenne Fuji. Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu continued to break through the air and headed towards the sky. Come down. The Cheyenne Fuji strong man was covered with a glazed light, as if he was wearing brick and stone armor, Indestructible. He grabbed the void with his palms, and a pair of invisible large handprints contained terrifying gravity. Even if Dong Shengting relied on the shuttle, he could not escape from the gravity field and fell to the sky. Go down and kill him. Dong Shengting shouted angrily, looking at the front of the canyon. Qin Wentian and Nanhong Yangxi had already fled far away. Young Master Ting. The eyes of the guards beside him flashed. Don't worry, there are only 2 people in front, and we can take care of them. Dong Shengting's body was pulled down and he shouted, quick. Yes. The guards beside him went to the air below, and the power of the immortal platform crushed down. The people below shouted angrily, like an ancient giant. Dong Shengting and Zi Yunwu rushed out of the gravity field at this time and rushed forward, but the others were shrouded in a terrifying power. Their eyes turned cold and they killed the strong men below. In the main battlefield, Zhang Ziyi looked at the people fighting and sneered in his heart. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen fought with the people of Qianbian Xianmen without holding back, but they did not dare to kill the people of Nanhong clan, because Dongsheng Xianmen could not afford to provoke Nanhong clan, which made them feel restrained. Now that Dong Shengting left, both sides used immortal soldiers to fight, and the people here would only be dragged down. He looked into the distance, and those terrible eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He whispered, Dong Shengting is finished. Dong Shengting should have the advantage, right? Said a person next to Zhang Ziyu. The man from the Qianbian immortal sect in the canyon is much stronger than the man who used the void sword technique before. He could have held Dong Shengting back for a while, but he didn't. He let Dong Shengting go after Qin Wentian. I think Qin Wentian would have a way to kill Dong Shengting. Zhang Ziyu smiled faintly, and seemed to like Qin Wentian very much. His eyes suddenly turned, and he saw that there was no one on his side. He raised his eyebrows. The man in black robe with a bronze mask actually left quietly during the battle. It was interesting. Chapter 1066 Whose Desperate Way. Nanhong Yangxi was with Qin Wentian at the moment, driving the phoenix boat through the canyon. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a woman. This woman was the one who protected Nanhong Yangxi. She had been following him and her realm was very high. There are people chasing us from behind. There are 3 people, 2 disciples of Dong Shengting and Zidi. One of them has a low cultivation level, the 4th level of Xiante, but this person seems to be extraordinary, and the people protecting him are quite powerful. The person next to Nanhong Yangxi said. So the guards of Dong Shengting were intercepted. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he said, can you deal with the person with a high realm under city? If we all borrow the immortal soldiers, it will be no problem to delay him, not to mention defeating him. She said. Okay, please stay and attack the other party. You only need to attack the disciples of Dong Shengting and Zidi. The guard will definitely entangle you. Dong Shengting and Xianwu will be left to Yangxi and me. Qin Wentian said. Okay. The other party nodded, and then his figure flashed, and he jumped down from the phoenix boat. The power of the immortal platform bloomed, and a terrifying phoenix shadow appeared in the sky, blocking the way. When Zi Yunwu of the Eastern Holy Court and his men came to chase, their eyes flashed when they saw this scene. The 2 looked at each other and felt troubled. If they were blocked by this person, Qin Wentian might slip away. The Eastern Holy Court plus Zi Yunwu, who was at the 4th level of the immortal platform, thought that it was enough to kill Qin Wentian and Nanhong Yangxi. Moreover, they still had many immortal soldiers in their hands, while the other party's immortal soldiers were useless, occupying an absolute advantage. You come to deal with him, and the 2 of us will continue to chase. Zi Yunwu made a prompt decision and ordered. The guard's eyes flashed, and then he nodded. Zi Yunwu also had many treasures on him, and the 2 of them were invincible. His body rushed forward, while the shuttle of the East Saint Court took a detour, crossing an arc like lightning, which surprised the Nanhong clan's strong man. The other party took the initiative to bypass him and chase him, which saved her trouble. She only needed to deal with the person in front of her. We are still at a disadvantage facing the 2 of them without the help of immortal soldiers. Dong Shengting is the son of the East Saint Immortal Emperor, and that person seems to be the descendant of the Purple Emperor. He must have a lot of treasures on him. Nanhong Yangxi said to Qin Wentian. I know. Qin Wentian nodded, keep going. Okay. Nanhong Yangxi didn't know what Qin Wentian was thinking, but he seemed quite confident, so he must have a way to deal with Dong Shengting. Qin Wentian, you can't escape. Behind him, a wave of sound swept over, shaking the ancient mountains to echo. Qin Wentian shuttled between ancient peaks, and sometimes encountered divine attacks, but he kept his mind and resisted the divine power. Qin Wentian and his companions landed on a flat area. He flashed and waved his hand. In an instant, a rumbling sound was heard. A huge ancient city floated there. It was the ancient Piaoxua city. Swish! Dong Shengting in the back controlled the shuttle to fly directly into the void. The roulette in his hand enlarged, covering the sky and the sun. The huge Piaoxua city seemed to tremble. What level of immortal soldiers is this? Nan Wang Yangxi stared at the void with her beautiful eyes. Dong Shengting's roulette was like the king of arms, able to swallow all immortal soldiers. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and the bell sounded. A terrible arrow shot out of the air. However, the opponent's roulette was in his hand, blocking in front of his body. Those arrows that looked like immortal soldiers fell into the vortex of the roulette. An extremely domineering swallowing force enveloped the huge ancient city, causing the ancient city to tremble even more violently. Nan Wang Yangxi had to put away the phoenix boat on his body. With this thing in hand, plus the guards of Dong Shengting, even if there are many powerful people in the ancient mountain, it would be difficult to kill him. However, Dong Shengting chose a dead end. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold and murderous. He put away Piaoxua city and continued to move forward with Nanhuang Yangxi. Can you still run away? Dong Shengting sneered, his long hair flying, and he was extremely domineering. The wheel shrank, and he stepped on the shuttle in Ziyunwu to fly towards Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi. Now at this distance, Qin Wentian could not escape from his palm, and there was only one way to go. Go down. A land surrounded by mountains appeared in front of them. Qin Wentian took Nanhuang Yangxi and stepped directly into it. Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu moved forward quickly. Finally, Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi who stepped into it no longer fled. Driving the shuttle, Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu floated in the void, staring at the figures of Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi with cold eyes. Nanhuang Saintis, why do you need to get involved at this time? Please leave this place. Dong Shengting said to Nanhuang Yangxi. Nanhuang Yangxi obviously also had immortal thoughts in her body. Although immortal thoughts could not exist in this ancient mountain, if he touched Nanhuang Yangxi, the people of Nanhuang clan would obviously know. Otherwise, he would make Nanhuang Yangxi pay the price for her actions. This woman was of noble status and very beautiful. Nanhuang Yangxi seemed to be able to sense the evil thoughts in Dong Shengting's eyes. A cold light flashed in her eyes, but at this moment Qin Wentian's body was shaking violently, and his steps retreated continuously. There seemed to be a flash of lightning invading his mind. Nanhuang Yangxi raised her head, and then her eyes trembled violently. She realized that the mountain walls on all four sides actually contained terrible divine power, like a group of gods. Boom! She stepped back and groaned. Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu both found something wrong. The divine power here seemed very strong. Qin Wentian actually escaped to such a place. Don't look at the mountain wall. Qin Wentian said to Nanhuang Yangxi, not daring to release his perception, otherwise he would be attacked by the divine charm. Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu also noticed this, staring at Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi, focusing all their attention on the two. Qin Wentian, how do you want to die? Dong Shengting said proudly. Are you so confident? Qin Wentian stared at him. Back then, you were just an ant in the indigenous world in front of me. Do you really think you can become a dragon overnight? You can only exist in a humble way forever. Even if you cling to the Nanhuang family and Kinger, it will still be a dead end. After you die, I will follow my father to the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom to visit the Green Emperor and visit Kinger by the way. As Dong Shengting spoke, a pair of gloves appeared in his hands, filled with strong immortal power. Dong Shengting, are you so afraid of me? You have to be so cautious. Qin Wentian laughed sarcastically when he saw Dong Shengting's actions, and then looked at Ziyunwu. Are you the descendant of the Purple Emperor? I am Ziyunwu, the Purple Emperor is my uncle, and you will be buried with Daoyang if he dies. Ziyunwu said coldly, and a monstrous purple light appeared on his body, which was indestructible. It was the Purple Emperor's unique Purple Extreme Saint Immortal Art, which was extremely powerful. When Ziyunwu, who was at the 4th level of the immortal stage, released this kind of power, his power was much stronger than that of Daoyang. Who? At this time, Ziyunwu suddenly turned around, and then he saw a man and a demon walking into the place surrounded by mountains on all sides. The man was wearing a bronze mask, and his exposed eyes were particularly cold. Sir, you have nothing to do here, leave quickly. Ziyunwu said with a flick of his sleeves. Buzz! A diagram suddenly bloomed on the mysterious man's body. The diagram became huge, soaring up and extending directly to the sky. Then it turned into a diagram that covered the sky and the sun, sealing the space above. The terrible black rune light flowed on the diagram, making Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu frown. Dong Shengting waved his hand, and the roulette suddenly expanded. The terrifying devouring power went directly to the void diagram. The silver light bloomed and covered the diagram, trying to swallow it. However, the devouring light seemed to be blocked by a strange force. The runes on the diagram flowed, and all the power that approached was sealed, and the roulette could not swallow it. Give me all the immortal weapons and magic weapons on you. The man with the bronze mask uttered a voice. Dong Shengting and Ziyunwu's faces sank, and they all sneered. Give it to him? How is it possible? Don't seek death, sir. Dong Shengting stared at the man with the bronze mask and threatened. How about we join forces? The bronze-masked warrior looked at Qin Wentian and said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. You are looking for death? Dong Shengting's face was livid. He looked at Ziyunwu and said, Brother Z, kill him first. I will fight for you. Yes. Ziyunwu nodded. The power of the immortal platform burst out crazily. A terrifying purple giant figure appeared behind him. He was flowing with purple light, which contained the real supreme power. Boom. With a step, Ziyunwu stepped towards the man in the bronze mask and raised his palm to slap it. The purple handprint was indestructible and wiped out everything. The power was terrifying. A pattern flew out of the bronze mask, like a huge yin and yang fish, flowing crazily, one yin and one yang, Kyankan Bagua, and the powerful sealing power permeated from it. The pattern seemed to have turned into a living thing, like a real yin and yang fish, constantly flying out patterns, and the overbearing purple handprint came all the way to kill and finally shattered it. Seal. Ziyunwu's eyes flashed. He saw that the pattern was getting bigger and bigger, spreading over the void. The huge yin-yang fish seemed to be swimming, and the light of the yin-yang fish fell on him. He only felt the immortal platform shaking, and an invisible sealing force descended on the immortal platform, as if to seal his immortal platform. Break. Ziyunwu roared, stepped out, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. With a loud bang, he killed directly. The spear expanded and was dozens of feet long, killing everything and trying to nail the opponent to death. Boom. The bronze-masked man slapped his palm, and a terrible seal pattern appeared in front of him. The spear hit it and paused for a moment, then with a loud bang, the seal was shattered. The black dog next to the bronze-masked man rushed out, let out a roar, and his body became extremely huge. The sharp claws smashed down, and a seal pattern also appeared on his claws, which made Ziyunwu look very bad. This kind of power is very annoying. Dong Shengting looked at the battle over there, frowning slightly, but heard Qin Wentian say at this time, You are counting on Ziyunwu. I am afraid it is unlikely. Dong Shengting's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and his body was filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, Even if I am alone, do you really think I can't kill you? So confident? Armed with immortal soldiers, you are a little bolder, but your cowardly nature has not changed. Qin Wentian looked indifferent. Dong Shengting was wearing divine armor, holding the wheel that devoured immortal soldiers in his hands, and wearing gloves on both hands. He was truly fully armed. Boom. Dong Shengting's immortal power burst out, and he cursed a bronze-masked man in his heart. Originally, it was easy for him and Ziyunwu to kill Qin Wentian. The appearance of that damn guy changed the battle situation, but even so, he would still kill Qin Wentian here, and the ending would not change. At this time, the pattern that wrapped this space continued to drop rune power in all directions. The terrible sealing power was completely blocking this space. P.S. 3 more votes. Should Dong Shengting be killed? Will Dong Shengxian Emperor be sad? Chapter 1067 The End of the Eastern Holy Court. Dong Shengting also discovered the seal of space by this magic weapon. This huge scroll contained the power to seal space. The immortal weapon in his hand was deliberately given to him by Dong Shengxiandi. It was of a very high level, and unlike many attacking immortal weapons that could not be controlled, this magic weapon could emit a strong force as long as it was activated, devouring all immortal weapons and the immortal power of the immortal weapons attacking. Even the attack of Gupiaoxua City could not do anything to him. But he was restrained by this scroll, just because of the sealing power flowing on the surface of this scroll, so that the immortal power of the magic weapon in his hand could not act on the scroll, and it was directly sealed. This mysterious strong man did not know what his identity was, and he actually wanted to rob his magic weapon, but now, he had to kill Qin Wentian first and then deal with that person. Boom. Qin Wentian's immortal platform blossomed, and the perfect holy immortal platform blossomed with dazzling immortal light. A roaring sound came out of his body, shaking endlessly, and the immortal light shone brightly. The immortal platform appeared above Qin Wentian's head, and suddenly there was a strange phenomenon. One after another, the immortal light rushed towards Dong Shengting. Those immortal lights turned into various patterns, like a sword that killed everything, or a giant that suppressed everything, or like a Fangbian Huoji that destroyed everything. Dong Shengting raised the wheel to block the front, and the terrifying immortal light shot into it, but it was all swallowed up by the wheel. As long as it was immortal power, it seemed that it could be swallowed up. It was simply unsolvable. Dongsheng Old Dog is really willing to give it up. If you die, this powerful immortal weapon will also be lost. I'm afraid Dongsheng Old Dog will be distressed for a while. Qin Wentian could of course see the preciousness of the immortal weapon in Dong Shengting's hand. Dong Shengting dared to kill him because of this magic weapon. You are all dying, yet you still dare to be stubborn. Dong Shengting's immortal power penetrated into the immortal weapon boxing gloves, and instantly swallowed out terrible immortal power. Dong Shengting's fists blasted out, and in an instant they turned into a series of huge long fists, spanning the sky and earth, crushing everything, and even revealing a terrible killing silver light. A loud rumbling sound came out, and Qin Wentian's body became huge, as if he was going to break through this sealed space. His divine hand slapped out, obliterating everything, and directly bombarded Dong Shengting's body like covering the sky and the sun. Since the long-range attack would be devoured by the opponent's magic weapon, then he would directly attack with the strongest power. This divine hand truly covered the sky and the sun, and could cover everything. The roulette in Dong Shengting's hand enlarged, madly devouring the immortal power. With a loud bang, the divine hand slapped on the roulette, and everyone was shocked back. Incompetent! Qin Wentian shouted, and he said to Nanhuang Yangxi, since he is so cowardly, Yangxi, you go behind him and see how he can take care of both. Okay. Nanhuang Yangxi's figure flashed, and phoenix wings appeared on her body. The whole person was shrouded in the holy light of the phoenix. A huge phoenix shadow appeared in the void, with infinite power. Her figure circled behind Dong Shengting. Since you are shameless, then I will not be polite. Qin Wentian said, Nanhuang, use the immortal weapon, he will take you too, I want to see how fast he can move. As soon as the voice fell, the demon sword appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. The demon sword scratched his finger, and blood dripped on it. In an instant, the demon sword was dyed blood red. A terrifying demon power bloomed from it, and the sword energy swept the world. Boom! The demon sword became extremely huge, just matching Qin Wentian's huge body at the moment. The hand of God grabbed the demon sword, and a peerless sharp energy tore everything apart. Take it from me. Dong Shengting saw this scene and pointed the roulette wheel at the magic sword in Qin Wentian's hand. Behind him, Nanhuang Yangxi's body moved, like a flash of lightning. She was covered with phoenix wings, and a fiery red phoenix spear appeared in her hand. She stabbed directly at Dong Shengting's back. The flames were raging, and the ancient phoenix was crying. Dong Shengting stood sideways and suddenly adjusted the direction of the roulette wheel to the direction of Nanhuang Yangxi. Boom! Qin Wentian's magic sword slashed down fiercely, splitting the void. A huge phantom of a huge rock angrily struck the sky and killed it. Dong Shengting's face turned pale and he raised the roulette wheel to block his head. Qin Wentian's magic sword slashed down directly, and the terrifying power slashed on the roulette wheel. With a loud bang, Dong Shengting's body was sunk into the ground. I'll let you swallow it. Qin Wentian shouted, and the magic sword became huge again, spanning this space, just like that, on Dong Shengting's body. Dong Shengting roared, and the demon sword trembled. He struggled to get up. Qin Wentian's body trembled, and his huge body stepped directly on the demon sword. With a loud bang, Dong Shengting, who wanted to get up, fell into it again, and his face turned red. Without these immortal weapons and magic weapons, you are a waste. Qin Wentian said coldly. On the other side, Zi Yunwu's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation over there. He wanted to leave the battle circle, but the sealing power of the mysterious man with a bronze mask was too terrible. If he was not careful, his immortal power and immortal platform would be sealed. He could only bite the bullet and fight wildly, not giving the other party any chance. Nan Huangyangxi held the phoenix spear and stabbed Dong Shengting. Dong Shengting roared, and he punched out with a terrifying fist with his right hand. Phoenix slash. Nan Huangyangxi shouted coldly, and countless spear-like phantoms appeared, turning into phoenixes to attack, shattering all fist lights. Qin Wentian's huge body walked to the top of Dong Shengting, and stepped down hard again. With a sound of puff, Dong Shengting groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not insist on withstanding the pressure, but went underground, taking the roulette with him. You are really looking for death? Qin Wentian sneered at this scene, and then punched the ground. The whole earth trembled violently. The sort of suppression and destruction that tore everything apart caused the earth to collapse. The terrifying shock force destroyed this piece of land. Countless dust floated in the air. Dong Shengting's figure appeared, and his whole body shook violently, and blood kept spitting out. The demon sword rang and flew directly. Qin Wentian held the handle of the demon sword and slashed towards the air below. Even though Dong Shengting was injured, he could only bite the bullet and block the immortal weapon on his head at this moment. The terrifying devouring power made the demon sword faster and stabbed it hard on the roulette, shaking Dong Shengting to the point of letting go, but the demon sword was also entangled in the magic weapon little by little. Swallow it! Dong Shengting roared, and the roulette seemed to turn into a bottomless pit. Dong Shengting had a fierce light in his eyes, and he still placed his hope on this magic weapon. Nan Huangyangxi's figure descended again, and the power of the fairy platform bloomed. The terrifying phoenix destroyed everything. Dong Shengting raised his hand to resist and looked at Nan Huangyangxi and said, I have no grudge against the Nanhuang family. Why do you want to bully me too much? Get up! Qin Wentian roared, and actually swung the demon sword and smashed it to the side. With a loud bang, Dong Shengting and the roulette magic weapon smashed on the flowing seal rune next to it, and the roulette magic weapon in his hand finally slipped out of his hand. Qin Wentian took back the demon sword, and the magic roulette wheeled him at this moment, and Qin Wentian put it away directly. You! Dong Shengting's eyes were red as he stared at Qin Wentian. His face was as pale as paper. A treasure appeared in his hand and he crushed it directly. A strong spatial light enveloped his body. His body turned into a beam of light and rushed out. However, with a bang, he was bounced back. Looking at the sealing power flowing in the void, Dong Shengting's face was ashen. This seal seemed to be to prevent him from escaping. How do you want to die? Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shengting's actions with a sarcastic look. The demon sword became huge again, and it whipped over again, hitting Dong Shengting flatly. Once again, Dong Shengting was smashed on the seal rune, causing Dong Shengting to break countless bones and spit blood continuously. If you dare to kill me, my father will kill you at all costs. Your relatives and friends will all die. Dong Shengting roared angrily, and was greeted by another violent attack. Dong Shengting was whipped so hard that he went limp and slid down the wall like a dead man. It seems that the immortal thoughts in your body should be life-saving immortal thoughts. As long as you are not killed, it will not be triggered. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Dong Shengting. He put away the demon sword, his body turned into normal size, and then went to Dong Shengting. Dong Shengting looked at Qin Wentian's playful eyes and almost went crazy. He was the son of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor and the young master of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. He always had an extremely strong pride in his heart. He looked down on Qin Wentian, but deep in his heart, he was jealous of Qin Wentian. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity in the ancient mountain to kill this man. Watching Qin Wentian flee, he was very happy and enjoyed the pleasure of chasing Qin Wentian. In his eyes, Qin Wentian was like an ant with nowhere to escape. However, now it seems that everything is weird. He feels something is wrong, but he can't remember what is wrong. Now, Qin Wentian is looking down on him, trampling on his dignity and controlling his life. You cherish the people in that particle world, right? Last time my father led people to the particle world for a war, I heard that you didn't want to start a war there. If you dare to kill me, my father will let everyone who knows you be buried with you. I promise. Dong Shengting roared. The more you threaten me, the more you tell me how fragile you are at this moment. You want to threaten me and let me spare your life, but do you think it's possible? Qin Wentian sneered, and his palm hit the other person's body fiercely. The force was controlled just right, and Dong Shengting's bones were constantly shattered. He screamed and collapsed to the ground, but he still held a glimmer of hope. He was a strong man in the immortal platform. As long as the immortal platform was not broken and the person was not dead, there was a way to treat any injury. Do you still remember the first time we met, What was the look in your eyes when you looked at me at that time? At that time, did you ever think of today? Qin Wentian said lightly. The look in Dong Shengting's eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian was so similar to the look he had given Qin Wentian at the beginning, sarcastic and disdainful, as if looking at an ant. Before you kill me, my father's immortal thoughts will appear. I bet you dare not kill me. Dong Shengting still wants to give himself the belief to live. P.S. I didn't want to write the first paragraph, but I can only explain it after seeing the comments. Seeing that Dong Shengting's magic weapon is awesome, they call the protagonist rubbish. Does the protagonist get the best? The Lord of Piaoxua City is powerful, and the demon sword is strong, but Dongsheng Immortal Emperor is also the emperor of the fairyland. Is the life-saving magic weapon he gave to his son worse than the protagonist's? Chapter 1068 Execution. You are really confident enough. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. This Dong Shengting actually thought that Qin Wentian would be afraid of being retaliated by the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor Xiannian after seeing him, and would not dare to kill him on the spot. Dong Shengting's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. Seeing the cold smile on the corner of his mouth, he felt a chill. Could it be that he really dared to kill him? Thinking of this, Dong Shengting gradually grew a fear in his heart. However, Qin Wentian did not look at him at this time, but said to Nan Wang Yangxi, "Yangxi, you watch him, I will deal with Zi Yunwu." Okay. Nan Wang Yangxi nodded slightly, and Qin Wentian's footsteps walked towards another battle direction. At this moment, Zi Yunwu was a little panicked. The fighting methods of the person in front of him were too weird. The sealing techniques were countless and the immortal platform was perfect. The light emitted by the yin-yang fish hid his body and continuously sealed his immortal power, which made him extremely uncomfortable. The black dog was also powerful, haunting, like a black ghost, with a terrifying speed, and was also good at the power of sealing. At this time, Qin Wentian walked over, causing Zi Yunwu to turn pale. He said to the mysterious man with a bronze mask, "Sir, if you want the immortal weapon, I'll give it to you. I gave you a chance before, but now I can take it myself." The mysterious man responded hoarsely, and a series of yin-yang fish patterns shot out, sealing the opponent's attack, immortal power, and even the immortal platform. The demon sword in Qin Wentian's hand hummed, and the power of the immortal platform spread wildly. His body suddenly rushed out and slashed with a sword. A terrifying phantom of the big rock roared and killed, turning into the sword of the big rock, cutting through the void. The purple immortal weapon in Zi Yunwu's hand violently killed and blocked Qin Wentian's attack. The black dog next to him pounced on him with its claws. Zi Yunwu roared wildly, and his other hand blasted over and collided with a black dog. On the other side, the power of the immortal platform of the mysterious strong man with a bronze mask swept out, and a series of yin-yang fish patterns rushed into Zi Yunwu's body. Zi Yunwu only felt that the immortal power was not running smoothly and his face was pale. He wanted to withdraw his palm to attack, but saw Qin Wentian sneer, and the demon sword in his hand emitted a terrifying sword storm, tearing everything apart and stabbing into his body. Zi Yunwu took out the space magic weapon to save his life, and like Dong Shengting, he wanted to escape. A beam of light rushed straight into the sky, but Zi Yunwu's body did not move. The space power was blocked by the sealing power flowing in the void, and he could not get out. At this time, the mysterious strong man with a bronze mask directly printed his palm on his body, and the huge yin and yang fish pattern drilled into his body, and the fairy light on Zi Yunwu's body dimmed. The bronze-masked strong man slapped out with both palms continuously, and the light of the fairy platform continued to pour into his body. Gradually, the fairy power on Zi Yunwu's body continued to dissipate, and his fairy platform was actually covered by the yin and yang fish pattern and sealed. "I will give you whatever you want. If you kill me, my uncle will not let you go," Zi Yunwu shouted loudly at the bronze-masked man. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's demon sword was already on his neck. Zi Yunwu's face turned pale as paper. He turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian. "What about me?" Qin Wentian smiled at Zi Yunwu, but this smile looked so strange on Zi Yunwu. "The past is written off," Zi Yunwu said to Qin Wentian. "Are you kidding me?" Qin Wentian said coldly, "Zi Daoang didn't say to kill me, but you wanted to kill me. You didn't have the courage to go to Wunmo Island to kill me. It seems that you think I, Qin Wentian, am easy to bully. As for writing it off, who do you think you are? How can you be the master of ZD? I will ask my uncle for mercy," Zi Yunwu said. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. He looked at the demon sword on Zi Yunwu's neck and said, "Do you think that after I cut it with the sword, will ZD's immortal thoughts have time to come out?" Zi Yunwu's face was pale. "But I'm not very interested in this." Qin Wentian smiled strangely, and the man with the bronze mask had already begun to confiscate Zi Yunwu's magic weapons and all storage rings. After doing this, he walked towards the East Holy Court. Nan Huang Yangxi looked at the arrival of the mysterious bronze-masked man with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian, who nodded slightly at her, and then made way for the bronze-masked man to take the things from Dong Shengting. "Let me go and help me kill Qin Wentian. I promise that you will have more magic weapons." Dong Shengting whispered to the bronze-masked man, tempting him to deal with Qin Wentian. However, the cold eyes in the bronze mask swept over him, and he ignored it. "I am the son of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. As long as you do what I say, I will never break my promise." Dong Shengting continued to say, but he saw the other party stretched out his hand, holding his head, and walked forward like a pet. Dong Shengting's face was extremely ugly. As the son of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he had such a noble status, but now he was being held on the ground and walked forward. The bronze-masked man dragged Dong Shengting to a place not far from Zi Yunwu and threw him there, like treating a dead dog. "What are you going to do?" Dong Shengting's body trembled slightly. Being treated so humiliatingly, he felt that he was walking towards death step by step. No one paid attention. He only saw Qin Wentian's sarcastic eyes. Qin Wentian looked at the two with indifference. He had started to plan to kill him outside. If that was the case, then he would pay the price. "Yangxi." Qin Wentian looked at Nan Huang Yangxi. Nan Huang Yangxi came over. Even at this moment, she was still confused. Why was Qin Wentian so confident that he could hunt down Zi Yunwu and Dong Shengting? You know, the other party has always had the advantage. Also, why did the man with the bronze mask come so timely to deal with Zi Yunwu and Dong Shengting, but he had no intention of robbing Qin Wentian and her, and even tacitly joined forces with Qin Wentian and her, which made Nan Huang Yangxi have many doubts in her heart. When Zi Yunwu and Dong Shengting saw that the man with the bronze mask was dealing with them in an orderly manner, and Qin Wentian was watching from the side, the two suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies and their backs were cold. Dong Shengting stared at Qin Wentian and the man with the bronze mask. "Do they know each other? Who are you?" Dong Shengting asked the man with the bronze mask with a sullen look in his eyes. Obviously, he had thought of something. It was impossible for everything to be so coincidental. The sealed space cut off their retreat. Was it really just a coincidence? "You guys." Zi Yunwu also felt cold all over, but he saw the man with the bronze mask walk in front of him and slap his palm directly on his body. The powerful sealing power penetrated into his body crazily. Zi Yunwu felt that all his immortal power was sealed. A powerful sealing power was raging in his body. Soon, Zi Yunwu felt that his whole body was covered with sealing runes. "What are you going to do?" Zi Yunwu wanted to speak, but gradually found that he couldn't even utter a sound. The whole person seemed to be trapped in a sealing spell. A fear of death arose spontaneously. He no longer had any fluke mentality and was shaking all over. Dong Shengting had been watching from the side. He was limp and trembling, as if he knew that the god of death was approaching step by step, and he really wanted to kill him. Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shengting, and Dong Shengting happened to look at him. "Qin Wentian, let me go this time, I will never trouble you again." Dong Shengting's voice was full of fear. He finally gave in and did not dare to speak to Qin Wentian in a threatening tone, but begged instead. "Didn't you say that I would definitely die in the ancient mountain this time?" Qin Wentian said coldly. "Let him go?" If it was him, Qin Wentian, who was defeated, there was no doubt that he would be killed mercilessly by Dong Shengting. He also threatened to kill all the people in the particle world. He wanted to visit Qinger and Changqing immortal country. He, Dong Shengting, still wanted to live? "I admit that we had some conflicts in the past, but everything is over. As long as you let me go, I promise to persuade my father to let bygones be bygones." Dong Shengting was really panicked, and his voice was weak. "Persuade your father to let bygones be bygones." Qin Wentian showed a cold smile. "Unfortunately, I don't plan to let Dong Sheng old dog go." As he said to Nan Huang Yangxi, "Yangxi, let's go." Nan Huang Yangxi was stunned, then nodded, and then Qin Wentian and Nan Huang Yangxi went towards the void. The mysterious strong man with a bronze mask waved his hand, and a gap appeared in the void magic weapon, and Qin Wentian and Nan Huang Yangxi walked out of it. Dong Shengting stared at the bronze-masked man. Who are you? No matter what you want, I can promise you. Just let me go. The bronze-masked man walked to his side and pressed his palm on his body just like he did to Ziyan Wu. Soon, Dong Shengting was covered with terrible seal runes. After doing this, the bronze-masked man waved his palm, and the seal runes flowing on the four sides of the mountain faded, revealing the powerful charm of the mountain wall. He and the black dog floated up and headed towards the mountain wall, leaving Ziyan Wu and Dong Shengting there. The two were unable to speak, and they were desperate, as if waiting for the best execution. The bronze-masked man waved his palm, and the immortal power gathered into an arrow and shot at Ziyan Wu. No. Ziyan Wu wanted to roar, but found that he could not make a sound. Buzz! The arrow broke through the air and pierced Ziyan Wu's heart. The overbearing power descended directly. With a sound of puff, the arrow pierced in. A terrifying aura descended. The overbearing and majestic figure of the Purple Emperor descended. He shouted angrily and saw the mysterious figure with the bronze mask at a glance. He also saw the mountain wall behind the other party. The powerful divine charm instantly rushed in and rushed into the immortal thoughts of the Purple Emperor. The immortal thoughts of the Purple Emperor grabbed Ziyan Wu's body and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. However, almost in an instant, the divine charm rushed in, and the immortal thoughts of the Purple Emperor collapsed and exploded directly. Ziyan Wu's body fell towards the lower sky. He still had a breath, but at this time, the arrows of destruction descended at the same time, piercing his immortal platform, his heart, and his head, nailing him directly to death in the void. Dong Shengting closed his eyes, not daring to look at this scene. His whole body was weak, and then the arrows were aimed at him and shot again. My son. The immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor appeared. Seeing the tragic posture of the Eastern Saint Ting and the mysterious man with the bronze mask, his immortal thoughts were filled with endless killing intent, and he attacked the man with the bronze mask directly, but he also did not escape the killing of the ancient mountain charm. The Eastern Saint Ting was desperate. At this moment, he was already scared out of his wits. He saw the man with the bronze mask walking towards him step by step, and his cold eyes were like the eyes of the god of death. The Eastern Saint Ting's lips moved, as if he wanted to ask, "Who are you? Tell me, who am I?" The mysterious man with the bronze mask spoke. This time, it was a normal voice. Hearing this voice and seeing the other party's playful eyes, the Eastern Saint Ting felt that his soul had fallen into the nether purgatory, so that when he died, he did not even close his eyes. Chapter 1069 No one knows. At Shenshao Villa, a terrifying aura swept across the world. A figure soared into the sky, filled with rage. At that moment, it seemed as if the end of the world had come. My son. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor descended into the void, roaring. His robe fluttered, and his peerless immortal power oppressed the void. Then he took a step forward and headed straight for the ancient mountain. Boom! In the direction of Shenshao Villa, a monstrous purple aura was floating in the sky. The Purple Emperor stood there, and there was also a violent rage sweeping across the world, revealing a suffocating pressure. Everyone at Shenshao Villa was shocked, looking at the Purple Emperor and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who rushed into the ancient mountain. What happened? Why were the two immortal emperors so angry? Just now, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor shouted, "My son." Could it be that something happened to the Eastern Saint Court? This possibility is very high, but why was the Purple Emperor also furious? They really wanted to know what kind of big event happened in the ancient mountain, but unfortunately they could only rely on guesswork. They saw Dong Shengting frantically rushing into the ancient mountain, and the sound of thundering the sky came out, like a riot in the void, but he still couldn't kill in, and was shocked back by the ancient mountain every time. This made people sigh at the tyranny of the ancient Emperor Yidi. How terrifying was Yidi when he was there? Who knows who the man with the bronze mask is, which family power he belongs to? Who can tell me? There will be a big reward. The Purple Emperor's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes swept over everyone. Suddenly, everyone's expression flashed, as if they remembered who the Purple Emperor was talking about. The man wore a bronze mask, was always mysterious and low-key, and entered the ancient mountain with a black dog. As for who he was, no one really knew. I will also give you a huge reward. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor stepped back, still with a terrifying murderous intent on his body. He looked around at everyone, his eyes were actually blood red. He witnessed the miserable state of his own son, Dong Shengting, who was almost crippled, lying softly on the ground, and was brutally killed. He saw the despair in Dong Shengting's eyes, and the look of him asking for help. But it was useless. He was a great emperor of the fairyland, but he couldn't save his son. He gave Dong Shengting a powerful fairy weapon and asked many strong men from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to accompany him just to ensure that there would be no mistakes and that Dong Shengting would not encounter any accidents in the ancient mountains. But the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor never dreamed that it would end like this. His son died in the hands of a mysterious man who was unknown. Everyone was speechless. No one knew who the mysterious man with the bronze mask was, where he came from, who he was worshipping, and which force he belonged to. Emperor Qin Wentian also showed a hint of interest. It seemed that Dong Shengting was dead. The one who killed him was the mysterious young man with the mask. At this moment, Emperor Dongsheng's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Emperor Qin Wentian. He asked coldly, "This person is mysterious and unpredictable. Emperor Qin Wentian, is he from your Qin Wentian Xianmen?" Emperor Qin Wentian showed a hint of amusement. "Dongshen, do you like to vent your anger on others? I hope it was someone from my Qin Wentian Xianmen who did it. Your protection of Dong Shengting must be extraordinary. You must be an extraordinary person to be able to kill him. Besides, there are so many strong people protecting Dong Shengting." Emperor Dongsheng's expression turned cold. Qin Wentian was right. Why did so many strong people protect Dong Shengting? What happened in the ancient mountain? Emperor Zhu was also puzzled. Their immortal thoughts felt a powerful sealing power. It was a huge sealing map, a powerful immortal weapon, which sealed the space. Who has such a sealing immortal weapon? He couldn't think of it. "My son, I will definitely avenge you." Dong Shengting clenched his fists. Murderous aura was terrible. He glanced in the direction of Yudi with a bad look, but Yudi was completely unaware and continued to drink and chat with the people around him. He had already reminded everyone that entering the ancient mountain would be dangerous. Since he chose to go in, could he still be angry with him after his death? However, Dongsheng's auntie had lost a descendant, so he must be unhappy with everyone he saw. This bunch of bastards. Dongsheng's auntie thought of those who protected Dong Shengting, a bunch of trash, all deserved to die. In the ancient mountain, those strong men who were held back by the Nanhuang clan and Qin Wentian Xianmen would never think that Dongsheng's auntie had murderous intentions towards them, which was not good for protecting the young master. Although they could not be blamed, it was normal for Dongsheng's auntie to be angry with him. There were too many such things in the fairyland. If they knew that Dong Shengting was killed, they would be scared and dare not leave the ancient mountain. At this time, Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi had already left the place where Dong Shengting and Xianwu fell. He didn't need to worry about that place anymore. At this time, Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian's handsome face and asked, "Do you know him? What do you think?" Qin Wentian smiled at Nanhuang Yangxi. He knew that it was impossible to completely hide this from Nanhuang Yangxi. "You seem to have been running away, but in fact you have been waiting for him to fall into the trap. That person has a strong sealing ability and a terrible magic weapon. Is he your friend? Who is he?" Nanhuang Yangxi was curious. "Yangxi, it's good that you know about this." Qin Wentian smiled at Nanhuang Yangxi and didn't say much. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled and nodded, and then said, "Now, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor doesn't even know how Dong Shengting died. You did it on purpose, right?" "Guess." Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi looked at each other. Everything was self-evident. Nanhuang Yangxi naturally understood that she would not mention this matter outside. After all, she was also a participant in the death of Dong Shengting and Xianwu. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with cold light. He did this to make the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor not know how their descendants died. He did not kill the Eastern Saint Ting and Xianwu directly. Although he had offended the two Immortal Emperors, both the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor still had a chance. At least the two Immortal Emperors would not kill him personally. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not kill him personally, mainly because the Immortal Emperors of both sides of the battle between the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect and the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect could not intervene, otherwise the Thousand Changes Emperor could also kill his people. Secondly, he took his status into consideration. The Purple Emperor did not do it himself because there was no reason to kill him personally. Qin Wentian had only defeated Zidaoyang in the ancient Emperor city. He, the Purple Emperor, could ask his subordinates to ask for people, but if a great emperor personally killed Qin Wentian, the disciple of the Thousand Changes Emperor, because of this matter, how would the people of the immortal realm see him, the Purple Emperor? "Qin Wentian, lacked a reason for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor to kill him personally. And if they witnessed the death of Dong Shengting and Xianwu at the hands of Qin Wentian, this reason would be enough. Even as a great emperor, he might not hesitate to kill Qin Wentian. In that case, he would put himself in a very dangerous situation. If he could avoid this, Qin Wentian would naturally avoid putting himself in too much danger. This is why Qin Wentian asked Jiutian to come here. When Dong Shengting wanted to kill him in the ancient mountain, he had the same idea. He wanted to prevent Dong Shengting from leaving. After this, Jiutian could disappear again. Dong Shengxiandi and Zidi could not find anyone. No one knew that Jiutian was him. The only people who knew that the two were in contact were the people of the Royal Saint sect, who had been destroyed. Saintis. When the two were moving in the ancient mountain, a voice came. It was the strong man who had guarded Nanhurong Yangxi before. When she saw that Nanhurong Yangxi and Qin Wentian were safe, she stepped forward immediately. Did the others come? Nanhurong Yangxi asked. They should still be fighting. The mandarin responded. After all, the battle between the immortals on both sides would not end so quickly. Let's go back and take a look. Nanhurong Yangxi said, and then drove the phoenix boat forward. Sure enough, they encountered a group of powerful warriors fighting halfway. Are you okay? The disciple of Xianfu realm, who was wearing a shining diamond armor, asked when he saw Qin Wentian return. Isn't this good? Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. What about Dong Shengting and the people of Zidi? Were they thrown away? The man asked while fighting. The magic weapon on Dong Shengting is too powerful, and there are many immortal soldiers on him. Yangxi and I were chased all the way, which was embarrassing. However, the strong man with a mask is also an extraordinary person. He actually has an extremely powerful sealing magic weapon that can restrain Dong Shengting. That person should have valued the treasure on Dong Shengting and intercepted Dong Shengting and Xianwu. That space was sealed. I think Dong Shengting may be in danger. Qin Wentian said loudly, as if he deliberately said it to the people of Dongsheng Xianmen and Zidi. Sure enough, their faces changed. A strong man from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect said coldly, His Highness Ting's magic weapon was given to him by the Immortal Emperor on purpose. How could it be restrained? Stop talking nonsense here. Qin Wentian glanced at the man sarcastically and said, I'm not talking to you. Why are you butting in? As for how Dong Shengting is, you can think whatever you want. He is unparalleled in the world and no one can defeat him. Just wait for him to come back. The man saw the mocking smile on Qin Wentian's face and his expression changed. Then he said, let's go. While he was talking, the people around him attacked frantically and pulled away. Then they all retreated steadily in one direction, and then flashed away at the same time. Qin Wentian came back, but Dong Shengting and Xianwu did not appear. This matter was indeed a bit weird. Brother Qin. In the distance, the figures of Jun Mengchen and Purgatory flash over, as well as the strong men of the Southern Phoenix clan. Why don't they fight? Dong Shengting is in trouble. Qin Wentian smiled. The Xianfu realm disciple who had previously sent a message to Qin Wentian about hunting down Dong Shengting looked at Qin Wentian deeply, but said nothing. Let's continue our journey. Many people have already gone deep into the ancient mountain. Fighting here has wasted a lot of time. Someone said. Qin Wentian took a look and saw that the people of the Jiang family were not there. They were obviously looking for the charm of the god's hand. This was their purpose of entering the ancient mountain. Well, this ancient mountain is bottomless and mysterious. Everyone be careful. Qin Wentian said. He had already gone deep into the ancient mountain to lure Dong Shengting to death, but he still felt like he had only reached a corner. The place where the unique skills left by Emperor Yi were passed down was not that simple. Chapter 1070 Emperor Yi's Servant. In the ancient mountain, people went deeper and deeper. Countless strong men gathered in Shenshao Villa, waiting for the movement of the ancient mountain. However, the ancient mountain was completely silent. No sound could be heard from outside the ancient mountain. Occasionally, a few people came out, but they were all martial monks who had no gains and returned with disappointment. Many people looked at Ud. Ud calmly enjoyed the fairy feast, as if he had already prepared for a long wait. The only person who knew the secret of the ancient mountain here was probably Ud. How deep is this ancient mountain? Dong Shengxiandi asked Ud. His tone was slightly cold. He was waiting for the mysterious man with the mask to come out, to kill him and avenge Dong Shengting, but now, it seemed like a long time. He simply didn't want to wait for a moment and wanted to kill his way into the ancient mountain. If you can't get in, I can't get in either. How do I know? Yudi responded lightly. You are playing tricks on me. You built the Shenshao Villa and have been guarding it for so many years. How could you not know the secret of the ancient mountain? Do you know how to enter the ancient mountain, but you deliberately concealed it? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor questioned. Eastern Saint. The Feather Emperor raised his head, his white hair fluttering, and said coldly, I have long reminded you that your offspring will be in danger of death if they enter the ancient mountain. You still insisted on letting your son go in. This is your choice. If he dies, don't vent your anger on me. I'm sorry. The Feather Emperor, you have been playing tricks on me. I even suspect that the ancient mountain is controlled by you. What secrets does this ancient mountain have? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor asked with a bad look in his eyes. His aura was blooming and his power was terrible. In an instant, this piece of void was shrouded in suffocating pressure. When the Immortal Emperor was angry, it was absolutely terrible. The Feather Emperor stared at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, and finally, he uttered a word, get lost. Boom. As the Feather Emperor said the word get lost, a terrifying air current rolled around the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, turning into a terrible storm. He exuded a divine aura and contained supreme power. He walked out step by step. Every step he took, the hearts of the crowd beat with it, as if they were about to be shattered and destroyed, and a deep footprint appeared on the ground. The surrounding immortal emperors and immortal kings all took action to protect their subordinates, and the rest of the people without background began to retreat far away. If the immortal emperor took action here, the aftermath would destroy them. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's temper was not very bad because of the death of Dong Shengting. He exuded a fire that could explode at any time. The Feather Emperor was a very ancient immortal emperor figure. He had lived for countless years and was considered a predecessor of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was aggressive, and no matter how good his temper was, he was also enraged. He finally uttered the word get lost, and an imperial war could break out at any time. The Feather Emperor sat there, his body was also brilliant and divine, the pure white light was dazzling. The Feather Emperor seemed to be wearing white armor, his whole body was full of power, his white hair was flying. Although he was sitting there, he was still majestic and terrible, and he looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, his eyes were like a sword drawn from its sheath. At this moment, the old man was full of peerless elegance. I wonder how strong the mysterious Feather Emperor of the immortal realm is now. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spoke, and continued to step forward. The earth trembled, as if there was a special rhythm, constantly shaking. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's body was blazing with light, and his right hand clenched into a fist. A stream of light appeared on his fist, and the fist light was facing the earth. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared. The earth was cut by the fist light and broke to the sides, which was simply terrifying. The Feather Emperor's palm was shining brightly, and his whole body was full of terrifying power. The immortal light on his body was boundless and strong, like the scorching sun. He stood up and stretched out his palm, like the hand of a god. Boom. Yudi's body flew into the air and instantly appeared high in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground, the two of them could destroy Shenshao Villa with one blow. Boom. Dong Shengxiandi's body also soared into the sky, and his fist light hit the ground, where a terrifying crack appeared. The two bodies were in the void, facing each other from a distance. God's hand. Everyone looked at Yudi's arm, which was emitting thousands of feet of light, like a real god's hand. A bow and arrow appeared in his palm, and the light that was swallowed and exhaled could destroy everything. It shot thousands of feet and locked onto Dong Shengxiandi's body. Finally, Dong Shengxiandi made a move and punched out. The sky shook endlessly. Thousands of fist lights turned into power that destroyed everything. The entire void was wrapped in fist light. The crowd below looked at this scene in shock. Dong Shengxiandi punched out, locking onto the entire vast void and destroying everything. At the same time, the Feather Emperor shot out with his arrows. The moment the arrows were shot out, a huge and boundless 100,000-foot-tall terrifying feather monster appeared in the void, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The endless fist light collided with a huge and boundless monster, making a shocking sound, but the arrows guarded by the feather monster penetrated everything and disappeared directly. But everyone saw that the body of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor retreated violently, and suddenly disappeared from the original place, retreating to a very far place. At the same time, Another fist light was blasted out. The fist was huge and terrifying, like a star, which could easily destroy a city. The people below were dumbfounded and terrified. A beam of light descended, and then the huge and boundless fist light shattered. The body of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor trembled violently again, and he shot out a finger. In front of his finger, the arrow with terrible light finally stopped and then collapsed, but the face of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor became gloomy. Looking at the white-haired old man standing proudly in the distance, the Feather Emperor was in high spirits at this moment, like a peerless war emperor, not like a white-haired old man in his twilight years. East Saint, be more respectful in front of the seniors. If you are disrespectful next time, get out of the Shenshao Villa. The old man spoke lightly, and his voice resounded through the world. Then his body floated down and returned to the banquet of the Shenshao Villa again. The momentum on his body disappeared, and he turned into an old man with immortal style again, drinking calmly, as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable that he could instantly cross an endless distance and descend to the sky, firing an arrow that destroyed the world. The Purple Emperor, Yin Clan, Zheng Clan and other immortal emperors stared at the Feather Emperor with their eyes flickering. This low-key and mysterious Feather Emperor was not weak in strength, but he really lived a hermit-like life. He was so powerful, but no one knew about it. They speculated about what level the Feather Emperor was at now. Feather Emperor, has he entered the top level of Immortal Emperor? A strange light flashed in the beautiful eyes of Nanhuang Clan Immortal Emperor Nanhuang Guhong, but he was not surprised, as if he was not surprised by the strength of the Feather Emperor. The body of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor floated down, and his expression was very bad. This time, his son Dong Shengting died in the ancient mountain, and he was humiliated by the attack of the Feather Emperor with an arrow. You brought humiliation upon yourself. Emperor Qianbian said with a faint smile. He and the Eastern Saint were opponents, and he would not care about the face of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Feather Emperor is really hiding deep enough. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor said coldly. His tone was not good, but he didn't say any more disrespectful words. The Feather Emperor used his strength to tell him what respect is. If it wasn't for waiting for the mysterious masked man to come out and kill him, he, Dongshen, would not even stay here. This short-lived battle also made the people in the Shenshao Villa area sigh that there are many talented people in the fairyland, and there are many strong people. Don't think that some low-key immortal emperors are weak. This Feather Emperor shocked Dongsheng Immortal Emperor with just one arrow. His strength is extraordinary. In the endless immortal realm, there are probably many hermit immortal emperors. Although there was only one attack in this battle, the movement was huge. The battle above the sky could be seen by people within a radius of thousands of miles. However, the people in the ancient mountain saw nothing. It has to be said that the ancient mountain is mysterious. Qin Wentian and his companions had been deep in the ancient mountain for many days. After a period of accelerated progress, they slowed down again, because there would be invisible divine charm coming from the depths of the ancient mountain, which could be directly imprinted in everyone's mind, with a whistling and vibrating sound, shaking their bodies, and the further they went, the stronger this feeling became. What kind of person is this ancient great Emperor Yi? Nan Huangsheng sighed in a low voice. He was able to intercept the immortal emperors outside the ancient mountain with divine charm, which was amazingly powerful. I know a piece of news. You can imagine how powerful Yi is. Nan Huangyangxi smiled. What news? Nan Huangsheng asked curiously. Qin Wentian also looked at Nan Huangyangxi. Yudi, before he became the immortal emperor, no one knew of his existence. He was mysterious and unpredictable. No one even knew his name. That's because he had never walked in the immortal realm before and had no name. He was the servant of Emperor Yi. Nan Huangyangxi said, which made Qin Wentian and Nan Huangsheng's eyes flash. Yudi, a great immortal emperor, was just the servant of Emperor Yi? No wonder he guarded the secret skills for Emperor Yi. That's why. Nan Huangsheng said softly. Qin Wentian also believed that what Nan Huangyangxi said was true. This should be what Fengzhu told her. Fengzhu was also a super sacred beast that had lived for countless years. What is that? At this moment, Zheng Mengchen looked forward, where there were 5 huge peaks towering into the sky. 5 fingers, these 5 ancient peaks are like the 5 fingers of a palm, the 5 fingers giant peak. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. God's hand, 5 fingers peak, could it be that the divine power came from there? There are not only 5 fingers there, but also the palm under the 5 fingers? Go and see. Nan Huangsheng smiled, and the group continued to move forward, but the speed was getting slower and slower. A whistling sound came, and Qin Wentian saw a divine palm print directly imprinted into his body, hitting his body and shaking. At this time, everyone who was moving forward was bursting with the power of the immortal platform, step by step, but the number of people moving forward was constantly decreasing. Finally, they passed through several ancient mountains and saw the giant peak with 5 fingers reaching the sky. At this moment, they only felt the invisible hand of God coming to kill light covering the sky and the sun. Be careful, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. They were already walking with difficulty step by step, and at this moment they suddenly suffered a stronger invisible attack, which was very dangerous. Chapter 1071 Emperor Yi's former residence? In front of Qin Wentian and the others, under the 5-finger giant peak, there was indeed a palm. This was a terrifying hand that covered the sky, as if it was going to smash the sky. The moment Qin Wentian's eyes touched it, a series of invisible patterns suddenly rushed towards his body. It was like a real super powerful palm print. Boom! Qin Wentian released a terrifying immortal power, and the power of the immortal platform bloomed wildly. The immortal power in his body roared like a huge wave, making a roaring sound. The powerful invisible pattern directly penetrated everything and hit his body, causing him to groan and step back continuously. The moment the rest of the people walked out, they were attacked one after another. Some even vomited blood with a wow, and the immortal platform shook and their bodies trembled. "They're all here," Nan Huangxi said. In front of the huge palm print, on the open space, there were people from the Zhang family, strong men from the ancient Ying family, and many immortal domain geniuses. They came here. They were in different places, sitting cross-legged, as if they were feeling the charm of the Tongshan palm print. Well, this is obviously crackable. Everyone be careful and adapt to this kind of divine attack, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. He walked towards there again. This time, he was prepared and his immortal light was even stronger. The moment he stepped out, the invisible attack roared. Qin Wentian's body was full of dazzling light. He fought against it. He groaned again, but stepped forward. His body had a strong reaction. All the immortal power seemed to be mobilized, and the immortal platform spun wildly. Boom! With a heavy step, Qin Wentian's body seemed to be a perfect body, a body of immortals and demons. He allowed a divine attack to come, but he still moved forward steadily. The reaction in his body became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that his immortal body was about to be broken. His meridians were under strong shock. Behind him, Nan Huangxi and others followed, step by step, and they all moved forward with difficulty. Zhang Zai looked at Qin Wentian, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He was indeed not dead, but he didn't know what happened to Dong Shengting and Zai Enwu who were chasing him. He estimated that he was afraid of a bad outcome. Ying Tang's eyebrows flashed, and he glanced at these people. He saw Qin Wentian walk to a stone next to him and sit cross-legged. The power of the immortal platform was flowing endlessly, and his whole body was busy. The divine charm descended on the immortal and demon body, and it became stronger and stronger. Nan Huangxi and the others walked in, each found a place to sit down, closed their eyes, and felt the impact of the divine charm again and again, as if there was no end. Every person had a fairy light flowing on their body, and changes happened in their body. What is the secret of Emperor Yi's unique skills? This divine charm no longer exists and is getting weaker and weaker. Ying Teng looked forward and sighed. He had come here. The sky-reaching palm and the 5-finger giant peak seemed to be the real soul of the ancient mountain. He had no clue about the secret of the hand of God. Qin Wentian sat there, the divine charm continued to descend, and the terrifying immortal power in his body was shaking, fatally shattering the immortal body. Behind him, some people retreated to the back because they could not bear the terrifying pressure, ready to leave here. They felt that if they persisted, their bodies would explode and die. If you want to practice powerful and unique skills, it seems that you also need a strong physique to support it. When you step into the fairyland, everyone has the opportunity to build their own fairy platform rank, and also the opportunity to cleanse their flesh. The reaction in Qin Wentian's body became stronger and stronger, like a tsunami, and a shocking buzzing sound came out. It seemed that his body was created by the vast and endless fairy power. His eyes were closed, but he gradually felt that he had his eyes open. The huge palm on the mountain wall contained infinite charm, which kept hitting him, as if to destroy his body. After many days, many people withdrew from here, but they did not give up completely and tried to come back again. After several failures, some people successfully gained a foothold in this space, but still could not feel the hand of God. The unique power of the ancient emperor is too difficult to practice. I suspect that UD has deceived us from the beginning to the end. What he gave us is not the complete God's hand. Even if we accept the baptism of Shen Yun, it is still useless. At this time, someone spoke up, suspecting UD. Many people frowned. The God's hand taught by UD seemed to be a complete secret skill, but it might be that their understanding was not enough. To successfully practice the real God's hand, perhaps it really requires super understanding. Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean that UD deceived you. Zhang Ziyu said lightly, making many people look at him. Ying Teng said, "So, you, Zhang Ziyu, can understand it." Zhang Ziyu smiled and didn't respond. He glanced at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was the only one who practiced a God's hand. His hope should be the greatest. Whether others believe it or not, Zhang Ziyu still believes that UD did not deceive them. Since he guarded this secret skill, now that the people who practiced a God's hand have come here, UD has no need to prevent someone from getting the secret skill of UD. This is not in line with the responsibility of guarding. As the divine charm continued to invade, the divine technique Qin Wentian practiced continued to strike into his body like lightning. The immortal power in his body operated on its own, constantly evolving and transforming into different rune patterns. As his body changed, in his perception, the big palm in front of him was no longer dull, but bloomed with endless divine brilliance. The divine charm was lifelike, and there was a pattern that was faintly visible, but he couldn't see what it was, just feeling mysterious. Qin Wentian gradually felt that the divine charm of the five-finger giant peak was very confusing. Perhaps this huge palm print was simply a deceptive existence. He kept perceiving the vague pattern, and there was a constant light hitting his body. At this time, he completely forgot the change of time. Unknowingly, more than 30 days had passed, and he was still immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Beside Qin Wentian, Nanhuang Yangxi, Zheng Mengchen and others opened their eyes, and the divine charm gradually weakened. This was actually quite similar to the situation that Xiao Lengyu and others encountered in the ancient emperor city. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" At this time, Ying Teng stood up and said. The charm on the palm print of the sky-covering palm was vague. The divine hand he practiced could hardly function. It was meaningless here. He seems to be still comprehending. At this time, someone looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Mystifying." A hint of suspicion flashed in Ying Teng's proud eyes. There were many geniuses here, including his Ying family's children, Zhang Ziyu and other Zhang family members, Nanhuang family members, and powerful people from all sides of the fairyland. Could it be that Qin Wentian was the only one who could comprehend something? At this moment, Qin Wentian naturally didn't know what Ying Teng was thinking. At this time, he was immersed in practice. The vague pattern gradually became clear. It was actually a human-shaped pattern. However, this human-shaped pattern gave Qin Wentian a feeling as vast as the starry sky, embracing all things in the world. This figure seemed to be in the endless starry sky. Qin Wentian felt as if he was also in it. At this moment, it was as if the world was created. Horrible changes were happening in his body. The real God's hand is not a unique skill of palm seal at all, but a supreme unique skill power that encompasses everything. It can stimulate the terrifying power of the immortal body, allowing martial artists to reach the strongest state, and emit shocking power from the palm. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Whether it is palm technique, spear technique or halberd technique, as long as they are used, they are all God's hand. He remembered the image that Zhu Feng showed him. Emperor Yi killed people from the endless and distant void with one palm. His palm could shuttle through the void. That was the art of space, great supernatural power. It was stimulated by the power of God's hand, and the power was even more terrifying and natural. The hand of God is the unique skill of all methods, the real super powerful supernatural power. Qin Wentian realized that Emperor Yi passed on the God's hand to everyone, but Qin Wentian felt that he got the inheritance of Emperor Yi's God's hand in the ancient emperor city. This ancient mountain was prepared for him. Although the God's hand he comprehended was only the basics, without this step, he could not comprehend the real God's hand. Qin Wentian felt a vast and profound secret skills, and his body underwent countless changes. The immortal light on his body became more blazing, and there was a faint aura that exceeded his cultivation level, which made many people look at him in shock. What's going on? Everyone's eyes flashed, and Ying Teng's expression was not very good. He is the only one among us who has practiced a god's hand. He has the greatest possibility of understanding the secret skills. Zhang Ziyu stood up and said. He looked at Qin Wentian with a flashing eye. This person must be taken to the Zhang family. Many people gathered around. Seeing this scene, Nanhuang Yangxi and Zhen Mengchen stood around Qin Wentian, looking at them with vigilant eyes. Boom boom. At this moment, the ancient mountain shook, and the huge hand in front of the sky began to tremble, causing everyone to look in shock. Then there were continuous roars, and the palm of the huge hand began to shatter, and endless light burst out from it. With a loud bang, the palm shattered, causing everyone to raise their hands to resist. A burst of strong light shot over, and everyone slowly moved their palms away, looking forward, only to feel their hearts beating. There is a different world inside this ancient mountain, and there is actually a space. Moreover, it is no longer a barren ancient mountain, as if someone has lived there. Left by Emperor Yi. A shocking thought flashed through everyone's mind, and their hearts beat. Is this really the place where the ancient Emperor Yi lived in the past? Emperor Yi, what did he leave here? Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly opened, and he also saw the situation in front of him. He stood up, and his eyes were shining. What's going on? Nanhuang Yangxi asked Qin Wentian. I don't know either. Qin Wentian shook his head. He felt that he had already comprehended the mystery of the god's hand, when suddenly the big palm print shattered and another space appeared. One after another, figures flashed and moved, rushing straight into it. If it was really left by Emperor Yi, then it would be a great treasure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1072 Ancient Imperial Palace. When they stepped into the space inside the palm print, their steps slowed down immediately. This space was very large, and they sensitively felt a suffocating pressure shrouding them. It felt as if only that breath could easily wipe them all out. A strange rhythm descended invisibly, as if someone was breathing. With each breath, they felt their hearts beating non-stop, their blood flowing madly in their bodies, and their eyes kept looking around. This space was very old and desolate, as if it had been sealed for countless years, revealing the vicissitudes of time. They walked forward step by step along the ancient road, and the feeling became stronger and stronger, as if it was getting closer. That mountain. Someone stared at a stone mountain in front of them. This stone mountain was in a special shape, like a monster, blocking the road in front of them, and the powerful breath came from that direction. Their steps gradually stopped, staring at the front closely, and the feeling became stronger and stronger. Breathing, their hearts kept beating. At this time, rocks rolled down from the stone mountain, and seemed to be moving. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and rocks kept rolling down. On the head of the stone mountain, the rolling rocks gradually showed a human face, which was extremely fierce, like the face of a demon god in the world, like a human, like a demon. His eyes were closed, and his terrifying fangs spit out air, like a terrifying demon wind blowing on everyone's body. Many people had cold sweats on their backs. This huge monster, as big as a giant mountain, exhaled breath, which made their hearts beat wildly, as if it could kill everyone with a breath. No one dared to wake it up. Everyone was cautious, and their breathing became slow, for fear of disturbing this terrible sleeping existence. Everyone stared at each other, and they all felt the pressure on their bodies. This monster was too huge, like an extremely huge mountain, blocking the front, like the guardian monster here. What should we do? Someone asked in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Since they had come here, they could not give up. Moreover, since this place was left by Emperor Yi, and he was the one who broke through the palm print outside to enter here, he thought it was impossible that Emperor Yi led him here to kill him. Since Emperor Yi left this ancient mountain, it meant that he wanted to find a successor. There was no reason to destroy him. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian raised his feet again and walked forward. Everyone's eyes flashed and stared at Qin Wentian. Then someone took the lead and stepped out. Everyone walked forward one after another, carefully. When they walked to the foot of the big monster stone mountain, they felt that they were about to suffocate. The big monster was sleeping with terrifying pressure, and it shook their hearts with every breath, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Some people could not walk anymore and did not dare to move forward. Looking at the huge and fierce face that was gradually approaching, they felt that they were really suffocating. Pooh! A terrifying breath came out, revealing residual warmth. Puff! One person was so nervous that his footsteps made a noise, which frightened everyone. They all stopped and looked at the big monster. Seeing that the other party did not react, they breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Wentian had already walked under the other party's head and was about to go around. A rumbling sound came, and the stones on the stone mountain kept rolling down. The suffocating pressure between breathing became much stronger. A pair of huge pupils opened, revealing a terrifying light, staring at everyone. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the big eyes. All of them added together were only as big as the other party's eyes. Qin Wentian was also stunned for a moment, looking at the cold eyes. The rumbling sound of the vibration continued. The other party's huge body moved, shaking the stone mountain down. A fierce monster with a human face appeared in front of him. It was ferocious and evil, like a real ancient evil god. This was an ancient evil beast, the big monster Tao Wu. The juniors, and I have disturbed you to rest. I hope you will forgive me. Ying Tang of the Ying family reacted quickly and bowed slightly to the big monster. The big monster Tao Wu was still breathing and staring at everyone. Many people were soaked. It felt that if the big monster wanted to, he could kill them all with one claw. Why are there so many people? A trembling voice came out of the big monster Tao Wu's mouth. This voice was like a thunder that shook the eardrums of everyone, and it shook them all over, and their internal organs were shaken. The juniors and others knew that Emperor Yu left a legacy here, so they visited Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu asked us to step into the ancient mountain to seek the legacy, and then we entered here. Ying Tang responded, but he did not say that it was because of Qin Wentian that he stepped into it. Go in. The big monster spit out another terrifying voice, and then there was a roar. He slowly laid down and continued to sleep, ignoring everyone, which made the crowd all relieved. Qin Wentian and his companions walked past and continued to step forward. The air was filled with an ancient atmosphere. What appeared in front of them did look like a human residence. They stopped again and looked at the empty fairy palace in front of them. The majestic fairy palace. The powerful people in the fairyland have reached a certain realm and have the qualifications to enjoy. Naturally, they will not let themselves live too poorly. They will have their own fairy palaces, where they, their descendants and even their clansmen can live. Is this fairy palace in front of them the fairy palace where Emperor Yi lived in the past? They followed the middle stairs and stepped towards the fairy palace step by step. With a pilgrimage heart, they thought how great it would be if they could become the owner of this fairy palace. Are all the treasures left by Emperor Yi in the fairy palace? However, everyone was soon disappointed. The fairy palace seemed empty and nothing was found. Although the fairy palace itself was made of extremely precious materials, they could not move away. It was useless. Besides, there was a fierce beast and monster guarding outside. Who dared to mess around? They walked step by step into the depths of the fairy palace, and there was another terrifying aura. They walked forward all the way and finally saw a shocking scene. In front of them, there was a golden body. This golden body seemed illusory. He was huge and towering into the sky. He was as terrifying as a god. The charm and momentum contained in it made everyone feel terrified at a glance. And behind this huge body pattern, there were bronze doors. Each bronze door was extremely huge, as if it had existed here since ancient times. As for what was behind the bronze door? Was it the treasure left by Emperor Yi? What made everyone desperate was that next to the bronze door, there was a big monster guard in there. These ancient monsters seemed to be sleeping. They had been here for too many years. The crowd's heartbeat accelerated. The ancient Emperor Yi not only left his unique skills here, but also seemed to leave his treasure. Was it for his descendants? So what Emperor Yi guarded was not only the unique skills of the god's hand, but everything left by Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi was once the king of the fairyland. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his treasure was. At this time, many people even forgot about the hand of God. They only had the bronze gate and Emperor Yi's treasure in their eyes. Compared with the illusory and difficult to practice, the treasure was more realistic. Many people flashed out, past the golden giant, and came to the front of the bronze gate. Boom, boom, boom. The three bronze gates, the guardian monsters outside each of them opened their eyes, and a suffocating pressure directly pressed everyone down. They raised their heads with difficulty and shouted, "Juniors and others are allowed by the Feather Emperor to set foot here, and we hope that the senior will show mercy." The pressure gradually weakened, and everyone stood up. They saw that the monsters closed their eyes and did not even look at them. They walked to the bronze gate and tried hard to push the huge bronze gate open, but found that they could not move it at all. Qin Wentian did not join the others. He walked towards the golden giant pattern step by step. The power in his body began to work. He took a step and walked to the opposite side of the golden humanoid pattern. In an instant, an ancient pressure descended and blasted into his body. His bones made a crackling sound, and he groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. This is the complete God's hand. Qin Wentian looked at the golden human-shaped pattern in front of him. With just one glance, he could feel that this was the real God's hand, containing everything. The illusory human-shaped pattern was like a real existence. The pressure from him was like that of an ancient person, so terrible. Qin Wentian walked towards the other party step by step, and the power in his body was running wildly. The power of the holy immortal platform was released to the extreme. On the pattern, the light continued to flow into Qin Wentian's body. Every ray of power was enough to make Qin Wentian feel the power of the god of death. This. Nan Huang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian's actions and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems that he is really going to cultivate a unique skill. Only he has the opportunity to cultivate the God's hand of Emperor Yi. Nan Huangsheng said with a smile. Did the Yu Emperor just guard here on the order of Emperor Yi and wait for the successor? It's not that simple. He seems to be under a lot of pressure. Nan Huangxi was a little worried. The practice of the God's hand is certainly not that simple. Nan Huangsheng said softly. Purgatory and Zhen Mengzhen also looked at Qin Wentian. At this time, Zhang Ziyu also stepped out. There was a terrible light in his eyes, as if he could see through everything, see through the golden human-shaped pattern. He walked forward step by step, the power in his body flowed, and a strong pressure bloomed from him, making Nan Huangxi, Nan Huangsheng and others look at him. This guy is so powerful. Boom. An astonishing force burst out, Zhang Ziyu spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was blown away. The people of the Zhang family changed their expressions and flashed away. What a terrifying power. Zhen Mengzhen looked at there. If Qin Wentian was not careful, he would be in danger. Chapter 1073 Ying Tang's thoughts. After being injured, Zhang Ziyu walked back and looked up at the golden humanoid pattern. There was a strong sense of fear in his mysterious pupils. This pattern truly contained an amazing charm, which was extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian was still there. He felt as if he had fallen into it. He seemed to see a real body from the humanoid pattern. The humanoid body was like a god. Any charm contained in it had the power to destroy him. He was wrapped in endless light, and his body was constantly suffering from powerful shocks. It seemed that his body might break and die at any time. Those who walked towards the bronze gate used various means, but none of them could shake the bronze gate at all. They found that there seemed to be a huge palm on the bronze gate, and there were extremely complex patterns engraved on the palm. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and they could not see through it. Could it be that only by cultivating the God's hand of Emperor Yi can we open this bronze gate and obtain the treasure of Emperor Yi? Ying Teng said, and everyone's eyes flashed, and they turned back to look at Qin Wentian. It seems that the huge human-shaped pattern is the secret of the God's hand. Qin Wentian may be able to cultivate the God's hand and open the door to the treasure. Ying Teng and his men walked back and came to the huge golden human-shaped pattern. Then, a group of strong figures stepped out at the same time, but some people were shocked back after just a few steps. Ah! A scream came out, and one person still didn't give up when he couldn't hold on anymore, and continued to move forward. His body was shattered, and the immortal platform was destroyed. He fell to the ground, his face was ashen, and he screamed in pain. Such a scene shocked everyone and stared at him in a daze, and then looked up at the color of the golden pattern with awe. Strong men came here one after another because Qin Wentian opened the door of the five-finger giant peak. Without any obstacles, they could move forward smoothly and reach this place. When they saw the big monster in the fairy palace, they were also extremely shocked. It turned out that the fairy palace of Emperor Yi was hidden deep in the ancient mountain. No wonder the fairy Emperor Yudi was guarding here and guarding Emperor Yi for many years. Ying Teng also failed in the process of trying. He was injured and retreated. There seemed to be a destructive force raging in his body, trying to destroy his fairy platform, which made him feel scared. This made Ying Teng understand that without the previous foundation, he would not have the opportunity to get close to the golden body pattern again. He could not cultivate the hand of God. Only one person had the opportunity, that is Qin Wentian. From the moment he broke the door of the ancient peak outside, it was destined. Only Qin Wentian had the opportunity. All the strong men realized this. The inheritance of Emperor Yi, they seemed to be just Qin Wentian's foil. Why is it so? A descendant of the fairy emperor said, unwillingly. Because he had practiced a god's hand before, the feather emperor opened the ancient mountain, as if it was open for him. Kong Yi said coldly, also unconvinced. If I had the opportunity to encounter the god's hand in the ancient emperor city before, I could also cultivate it. Unfortunately, I was unlucky. Ying Teng's eyes were sharp, staring at Qin Wentian and said, without the previous foundation of the god's hand, he would not have an advantage over us. Excuse. Jian Mengchen heard these people complaining about Qin Wentian's luck here one by one, and couldn't help feeling unhappy. He said, you should have all been to the ancient emperor city. The palace left by Emperor Yi there was not discovered by my senior brother Qin for the first time. It was discovered a long time ago, but no one could enter. So many predecessors didn't do it, but now they are here to say that those who did it were lucky. It's really ridiculous. When I was there, I didn't know that there was a palace left by Emperor Yi in the ancient emperor city. Ying Teng said coldly. HMPH, do I have to tell you that that is the Emperor Yi's palace, and then tell you how to get in? I have to hand the hand of God to you so that you can get it. Jian Mengchen said, the immortal realm is so big, there are many places of inheritance and treasures, but only a few people get them, and many of them become strong. As for those who can't get them, do you have to say that those strong people are just lucky? Who are you, dare to talk to me like that? Ying Teng stepped forward, the earth roared, and a terrifying king's momentum swept out and blasted towards Jian Mengchen, shaking Jian Mengchen's body. Who are you? Jian Mengchen has always had a hot temper, but Ying Teng is also very proud. When the two of them bumped into each other, they instantly caught fire. Ying Teng, what are you doing? Nan Huang Yangxi stepped forward, and the phoenix flames on her body burned up, and the immortal power was terrible. Nan Huang Yangxi, other people are afraid of you, but my Ying family doesn't care, so don't meddle in other people's business. Ying Teng said coldly, full of pride. Then do you think that my Nan Huang clan is afraid of your Ying clan? Nan Huang Yangxi responded, not retreating an inch. Ying Teng sneered, looked at Nan Huang Yangxi and said, everyone, how about we deal with the people of the Nan Huang clan together? You dare not hurt them, let me, the Ying clan, do it. It just so happens that I want to capture a Nan Huang clan's inheritance saint girl to serve me in my Ying clan fairyland every day. There seems to be a beautiful guardian saint girl here, who would be my bed-warming maid. Everyone's eyes flashed. Ying Teng was really bold, and the people of the Nan Huang clan looked cold and eager to fight. After dealing with the Nan Huang clan, when that guy cultivates the god's hand, we will firmly control him and let him lead us into the bronze gate to get the treasure, so that we won't come to this ancient mountain in vain. Ying Teng continued, and everyone immediately understood his idea. This was Ying Teng's purpose. So many powerful people came here with a large army, just to accompany Qin Wentian to cultivate the god's hand? Ying Teng of the Ying family was obviously very unhappy. So, what if Qin Wentian cultivated the hand of God? If he dealt with the people of the Nan Huang family, Qin Wentian would still be enslaved by him and serve him. As for capturing Nan Huang Yangxi to serve him, I'm afraid that Ying Teng was just being presumptuous. Although the Ying family was very proud, they didn't dare to be so arrogant. As long as the people of the Nan Huang family don't interfere, they won't attack the saints. At this time, a voice came out. Obviously, people from other forces didn't want to offend the Nan Huang family. They didn't dare to take the initiative to say that they would join forces to deal with the Nan Huang family. Haha, it's okay. If the Nan Huang family interferes, my Ying family will be responsible for dealing with him. You just need to deal with that guy. Is the Zhang family interested in joining together? Ying Teng looked at Zhang Ziyu and said. Zhang Ziyu just smiled at Ying Teng, but didn't say anything. It doesn't matter if the Zhang family doesn't have the courage to participate. Ying Teng flicked his sleeves and said proudly. The people of the Ying family and the people of the Nan Huang family have begun to take their positions, and they are in a state of confrontation. Qin Wentian had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He walked towards the golden humanoid pattern step by step. He seemed to see another body. That body guided his body to change, causing his body to undergo amazing changes. However, even so, His body was still almost broken and could not withstand this force. However, at this time, the candle-like blood power in his body began to flow and restore his body. Every time it circulated in his body, it would make his body complete an inclusive transformation and become more in line with the body pattern in front. He was an immortal and demon body refiner, and his body was extremely strong. He could blast a person of the first level of the ordinary immortal stage with one punch. Even if he allowed the opponent to attack, he could not shake his body. The perfect immortal stage, the immortal and demon body refiner, and the body approaching perfection made him qualified to practice the God's hand, but this complete God's hand seemed to be able to cleanse his body again and recast his body together with his blood. If his body were to transform again this time, it would be hard to find someone of the same realm with a stronger body than him in the vast and endless immortal realm. But this baptism was not easy. Qin Wentian moved forward very slowly. The looming body was too terrifying, enough to destroy everything. He felt that if the might and charm were to burst out, even the immortal emperors would not be able to bear it. He had a feeling that this immortal palace and the charm of the ancient mountain in the outside world were all born from the huge human-shaped pattern in front of him. Although it was located here, it radiated endless light, giving this mysterious ancient mountain its charm. Once the immortal emperors set foot on it, they could directly feel the super charm. The reason why these people could come here was because their cultivation was weak and the charm they felt was weak. Of course, Qin Wentian believed that if there were really super powerful people, even the immortal king and the immortal emperor, as long as they could use the hand of God to perceive this charm like him, they could also walk into the ancient mountain. It was just that no one could do this. The confrontation outside was still going on, but Qin Wentian was immersed in his practice. It was even difficult for others to get close to where Qin Wentian was. Later, the Purple Emperor and the strong men from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect also arrived. They looked at the people from the Southern Phoenix clan and the Eastern Saint Immortal sect with murderous intent in their eyes. Of course, when they looked at Qin Wentian, the murderous intent was even stronger. Dead, Dong Shengting and Ziyan Wu, fallen. They found their torn clothes and bloodstains, but no bodies. They also saw the man with the bronze mask, but the other party had a very powerful sealing magic weapon and escaped. The death of Dong Shengting and Ziyan Wu was a nightmare for them. If they went out, they might suffer the wrath of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Purple Emperor. All of this was caused by Qin Wentian and the people from the Southern Phoenix clan and the Thousand Changes Immortal sect. If it weren't for these people, Dong Shengting and Ziyan Wu would not have died. You want to kill him? Ying Ten pointed at Qin Wentian. Yes. Everyone nodded. I will give you a chance, but before he opens the door to the treasure, no one is allowed to take his life. His life is very useful. Ying Ten said coldly. He did not regard Qin Wentian as the person who inherited the unique skills, but as the key to unlock the treasure of Emperor Yi, as prey. Even if he comprehended the unique skills, what could he do? He could only be used by him and be driven by him. Chapter 1074 Brands Gate. At Shenshao Villa, people outside were still waiting. The people in the fairyland were all strong men who had practiced for many years. They were certainly patient. Although several months had passed, they were not impatient. It could only be said that this ancient mountain was mysterious and unpredictable. Moreover, the people of the Zhang family, the Ying family, and the Nanhuang family did not react too strongly, which meant that the main characters were still alive and had not fallen. They were getting more and more curious about what secrets were inside the ancient mountain. Yudi, could he really not set foot in the ancient mountain? Yudi was the guardian of Yidi's inheritance, so would he not be able to enter? Although they doubted it, after truly witnessing the battle between Yudi and Dong Shengxiandi, no one dared to act rashly and disrespect Yudi. Strength won respect. Except for Zd, who was the top Xiandi, other Xiandi characters were not. No one dared to say that they would win against Yudi. Although the immortal Emperor Dongsheng had calmed down a bit, the murderous intent in his heart had not dissipated at all. He hated the Emperor more than the Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor's only nephew died, but his was the youngest son who died. This youngest son was born to him and his concubine. Because his other sons had already become strong and were fighting their own battles, he was particularly doting on his youngest son, Dongsheng Ting. Now, he was killed in the ancient mountain. How could the immortal Emperor Dongsheng not be angry? Emperor Yu, I would like to ask, in this ancient mountain, It is not only the person who has practiced a god's hand before who has the opportunity to obtain the complete inheritance of the secret skills, right? The Jiang family's immortal emperor asked. Otherwise, why is it that the immortal stage people are the most suitable to enter the ancient mountain? Your Excellency is overthinking. Although Emperor Yi left a legacy in the ancient Emperor city, I don't know when this legacy will appear. What if the boy you mentioned did not come here at the immortal stage realm, but came when he was at the immortal king realm? The Yu Emperor said lightly, everything is fair, including you. Everyone has the opportunity to obtain Emperor Yi's secret skills. You can't enter because your own practice has reached a certain level and can't accommodate the god's hand. You will reject the charm of the god's hand, so you can't enter. So, the possibility of him cultivating the god's hand is still higher. The immortal emperor of the Ying family said. What do you think? The Yu Emperor smiled. The immortal emperor of the Ying family did not say anything. Isn't this nonsense? Qin Wentian has practiced a god's hand before, so the possibility of him cultivating it is certainly higher. Everyone outside was waiting. In the fairy palace in the ancient mountain, the masters of various forces were also waiting. Qin Wentian walked into the pattern step by step, as if he wanted to merge with it. Others had tried, but no one except Qin Wentian could get close, and they would be injured. Now, it seemed that they could only wait for Qin Wentian to finish this practice. It's really slow. Ying Tang glanced at Qin Wentian unhappily. It had been several months since he entered the ancient mountain. He had been waiting for Qin Wentian here for a long time, but he had not finished his practice. Moreover, some changes that were happening to Qin Wentian made him feel a little jealous. The momentum in his body seemed to be more surging. The fairy light flowing from his body made people feel the perfection of Qin Wentian's fairy body at this moment. This kind of fairy body was definitely what the people of the fairy platform dreamed of. This trip to the ancient mountain, they were like accompanying guests. With his proud character, how could Ying Teng be willing? In the ancient Ying clan dominated by the Ying family fairy country, there were not many peers who could make him a supporting role. After many days, Qin Wentian's body was still changing. However, as time went by, the changes became smaller and smaller. He no longer resisted the power of the divine charm, but enjoyed the baptism of this power. Now he seemed to be integrated with that wonderful body. The power was constantly washing him. Endless runes and infinite changes poured into his mind and evolved in his body. This change was becoming slow, but tending to mature. Many people were even impatient and wanted to interrupt Qin Wentian, but Ying Teng stopped this idea. Since they had waited for so long, he didn't mind waiting for a while. He planned to Qin Wentian. Even if they could really interrupt Qin Wentian, if they did so, who would open the bronze gate? If they couldn't get the treasure of Emperor Yi, they would really come here in vain. He would rather wait for Qin Wentian to finish. Fortunately, this day finally came. Qin Wentian finally stopped. He opened his eyes, and they became brighter and brighter, but when Qin Wentian's body floated down, many strong men surrounded him in an instant, which made his eyes sink, and cold rays shot out of his eyes. Ying Teng stepped forward, walked in front of Qin Wentian, and said, after waiting for so long, the divine hand of Emperor Yi should have been cultivated, right? Brother Qin, this guy wants to use you to open the bronze gate and take the treasure left by Emperor Yi. They all joined forces. Zheng Mengchen said to Qin Wentian, no, I have waited for you for so long, now it's time to do something, go and open the bronze gate. Ying Teng stared at Qin Wentian, looking at the strong men, the people of the ancient Ying family, the descendants of many imperial forces in the fairyland, and the people of the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor and the Purple Emperor. With such a lineup, even if the Nanoong family and the Qianbian fairy sect joined forces, it would be impossible to compete. It seems that although these people could not comprehend the secret skills, they simply gave up. The only thing they thought about was the treasure left by Emperor Yi. Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Qin Wentian had not spoken, Ying Teng's tone became stronger, and several people behind him stepped out. Qin Wentian. At this time, Zhang Ziyu behind him spoke up and said, Qin Wentian, as long as you agree to follow me to the Zhang family, I will help you. Zhang Ziyu. Ying Teng's eyes were cold, and he turned his eyes, and the cold air whistled out, it's fine if you don't join forces with me, but you actually ruined my stage. Do I know you? Zhang Ziyu glanced at Ying Teng and said bluntly. As one of the three strongest ancient clans in the southern part of the fairyland, how could the Zhang family be afraid of the Ying ancient clan? Very good. Ying Teng's eyes flashed with coldness. Qin Wentian looked at Zhang Ziyu. This person had been inviting him to the Zhang clan. His intentions were unclear, but his heart was sinister. Zhang Ziyu was extremely shrewd and powerful. He would not do useless things. He invited him to the Zhang clan, which would definitely benefit him or the ancient Zhang clan. This was not a good thing for Qin Wentian. Once he set foot in the ancient Zhang clan, he would be at the mercy of others. Even if the Nanhuang clan wanted to help him at that time, it would be useless. He would naturally not agree to Zhang Ziyu's request. But if he did not agree to Zhang Ziyu, relying on the power of the Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Qin Wentian turned around and walked towards the bronze gate. There were 3 huge ancient bronze doors here, mysterious and unpredictable. No one knew what was behind them. They guessed that it was the treasure of Emperor Yi. In front of the bronze gate, there was a terrifying monster guarding. Senior. Qin Wentian walked in front of a monster and shouted, quite respectful. The monster was an ancient monster beast Queen Yu, majestic and fierce. When the huge eyes opened, it was extremely terrifying. Speak. Qin Yu uttered a voice. I have inherited the secret skills of Emperor Yi. Does the treasure behind this bronze gate belong to me? Qin Wentian asked bluntly. First, you have to open the gate. Qin Yu's voice was loud, like a bell. I have inherited the secret skills. Can you help me kill some people? Qin Wentian asked again. When they heard his words, everyone's eyes suddenly fixed. Even Ying Tang was shocked. These 3 great monsters guarding the bronze gate ignored their arrival and didn't care about the inheritance. They shouldn't take action, right? But after hearing Qin Wentian's question, they still felt a chill on their backs. This bastard. You are not qualified to give me orders now. Qin Yu said coldly, but Qin Wentian was not disappointed. There was a light of excitement in his eyes. You are not qualified now? So, there will be such a possibility in the future? Then what should I do to let the senior help me? Qin Wentian still asked politely. Ying Teng and others came forward from behind, and there was murderous intent in their eyes. I asked you to open the bronze gate, not to chat? Ying Teng said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission. When you open these doors, you will know. Qin Yu said indifferently, without any emotion in his tone. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It was the bronze gate again. It seemed that these 3 bronze gates were the key. Was there really a treasure left by Emperor Yi inside? These 3 bronze gates were more complicated than one another. The patterns on them were really all-encompassing and mysterious, as if they contained the great truth. Only one of them could he understand a little. The other 2 bronze gates were completely chaotic at a glance. Qin Wentian moved his feet and walked to the bronze gate that he could understand a little bit. He asked, Senior, can you tell me what's inside? There was no answer. The big demon closed his eyes and ignored him directly, which made Qin Wentian a little depressed. He got the inheritance of Emperor Yi after all, but he didn't give him face. Qin Wentian, you'd better hurry up. My patience is limited. Seeing that Qin Wentian didn't take his words to heart at all, Ying Teng couldn't help but threaten. Qin Wentian turned his head and glanced at Ying Teng. He saw that the other party had surrounded the people of Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen. He stared at Jun Mengchen and Purgatory and said, these 2 are your friends, right? If you waste time again, don't blame me for being rude. Okay, I'll try my best. Qin Wentian said coldly. His eyes fell on the bronze door, staring at the door. The pattern on this huge bronze door seemed to revolve on its own, all-encompassing, and a series of runes flowed in his mind. This pattern should be the key to opening the bronze door. The power in his body was running, and the immortal power around the immortal platform flowed, evolving into a pattern of all laws, which kept flowing and had thousands of changes, as if it was flowing and changing like the pattern and runes on the bronze door. Then, Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and everything seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Everyone in the back was staring at Qin Wentian and the door. If this door opened and there really was Emperor Yi's treasure inside, would Ying Teng and his group be able to maintain their so-called alliance? Chapter 1075 Beating. Ying Teng and the others looked at Qin Wentian nervously. No one knew what was inside the bronze door. They also understood that once the bronze door was opened, various situations might happen. Qin Wentian tried to put his palm on the bronze door several times, but failed every time. Although the bronze door was flowing with brilliant fairy light, it still could not be opened. In a blink of an eye, several days passed, making Ying Teng and the others a little impatient. They threatened Qin Wentian several times, but Qin Wentian ignored them and ignored them. On this day, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and the fairy light surged in his body. His body was flowing with divine brilliance, and his palm was flowing with dazzling fairy light. He waved his palm and immediately went straight to the bronze door in front of him. The huge palm print was directly printed on the pattern of the bronze door. At this moment, the endless runes of the huge pattern of the bronze door flowed, and a rune appeared in the middle. Strong light shot out, and the bronze door finally had a crack. With a shining of strong light, the bronze door opened to both sides. Boom! At this moment, everyone was filled with terrifying immortal power. They walked forward one by one and rushed into the bronze gate. Nan Huang Yangxi, Qin Wentian and others walked to Qin Wentian's side, and Qin Wentian said, "Let's go in." They raised their feet and stepped inside. There was a passage inside the bronze gate. On the left and right sides of the passage, there were armored bodies, like immortal soldiers' armor, but also like human shapes. This is immortal puppets. Jiutian and others looked to the left and right. The row of armored bodies were immortal puppets, very perfect puppets, like perfect immortal soldiers, and could completely fit with a human body. They rushed forward in an instant, wanting to take the immortal puppets for themselves, but found that these immortal puppets were motionless and could not move at all. Behind them, a roar came out, and the bronze gate closed by itself, which was exactly the same as the other side. Qin Wentian stared at these humanoid puppets. They were too perfect. It took extremely high skills to refine such immortal puppets. Moreover, they all had a palm print on their chests with complicated patterns. At this moment, Qin Wentian understood that only he could control these puppets here. Qin Wentian walked to a puppet, but there was already someone here. He reached out to touch the puppet and wanted to put it away but couldn't. "Get out of the way!" One of them shouted coldly when he saw Qin Wentian coming. Qin Wentian's body suddenly burst into a strong immortal power. His body made a roaring sound. His palm turned into a sword and slashed out with a sword, like lightning and thunder. The two were too close. The strong man's face changed drastically and his body retreated. But at such a close distance, Qin Wentian suddenly attacked him. How could he avoid it? The thunder sword turned into a fatal sword light. With a puff, the opponent covered his throat with both hands, staring at Qin Wentian. He wanted to speak, but only a humming sound came out. Qin Wentian punched out and hit the opponent's body. The terrifying force shattered the immortal platform and shook the opponent's body away. His expression was cold. He really thought that he could control and command Qin Wentian from a high position just by forming an alliance. It was ridiculous. Powerful auras swept over. The figures of 1-4 stared at Qin Wentian. Murderous aura burst out, and Jiutian and others also stepped over here with cold eyes. The strong men of the Nanhuang clan and the Dongsheng immortal sect gathered in front of Qin Wentian in an instant, guarding Qin Wentian's body. "Make way," Qin Wentian said, pushing away the two figures in front of him, staring at the figures of Jiutian and others who were walking step by step. "You want to rebel?" Jiutian's eyes were shining with cold light. "You are really shameless. Do you want to fight?" Qin Wentian said coldly. "Ridiculous." Jiutian waved his hand, and all the strong men surged and surrounded Qin Wentian and his men. "Alliance." Qin Wentian laughed sarcastically and pointed at the bronze door. "Whoever dares to stand on Jiutian's side again, I promise that he will not be able to walk out of the bronze door. No one can open this door except me. Since you want to follow Jiutian to deal with me, let Jiutian take you out." Everyone's expression froze, and they took a look at the closed bronze door. The back and the front were exactly the same. Only Qin Wentian could open this door. "Do you really want to try? If you don't retreat, I will do what I say." Qin Wentian shouted, and some people immediately stepped back, and then many people retreated one after another, which made Jiutian's face gloomy and his eyes particularly ugly. "Do you really think you are so powerful?" Qin Wentian stared at Jiutian and said, "Who do you think you are?" As he said that, he ignored Jiutian and walked towards the puppet. He pressed his palm on the pattern on the chest of the puppet's armor. Suddenly, streams of light flashed, and the puppet's armor opened automatically. Qin Wentian walked into the puppet. The puppet's armor closed and wrapped his body inside little by little. It was able to adjust the looseness by itself, and it fit Qin Wentian's body perfectly. Qin Wentian was like wearing a fully armed armor. The power of Qin Wentian's immortal platform bloomed, and in an instant, the puppet seemed to be aroused, emitting a brilliant immortal light. The power was much stronger than the power of Qin Wentian's own realm. The endless patterns inside shone. Qin Wentian took a step forward and walked towards Jiutian in front. In front of Jiutian, several strong men from the ancient Ying family appeared, staring at Qin Wentian vigilantly. Boom! A terrifying power burst out from the puppet's palm and turned into a strong light. The people around Qin Wentian retreated one after another. Then Qin Wentian slapped out with his palm, turning into a divine handprint. The terrifying power wiped out everything. The strong men in front of Ying Teng attacked at the same time. Two giant beasts appeared, like demon pythons. Rumbling vibrations came out, and the power of destruction was rampant. Ying Teng's body was wrapped in it by the people of the ancient Ying family. The people of the Ying family looked at Qin Wentian coldly. "Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm just trying the power of the puppet. It seems to be good." Qin Wentian smiled lightly. The people of the Ying family frowned. The puppet armor that Qin Wentian put on was powerful and had extremely terrifying offensive power. With the help of the puppet's power, Qin Wentian's combat power climbed to the top level of Xiante. It can be seen how strong this puppet is. "You are very arrogant." Ying Teng stared at Qin Wentian and said, "Each other." Qin Wentian responded. He walked to the other puppet armors and opened them. Then he said to Nanhuang Yangxi and Zhen Mengzhen, "Enter the puppet and control it easily." This puppet was cast extremely perfectly. As long as it was opened with the hand of God, there was no need to deliberately control it when entering it. Just circulate the immortal power on your own. It was completely compatible with people. Nanhuang Yangxi, Zhen Mengzhen, Nanhuang Shengjian Purgatory were now ready to step into the puppets. Ying Teng said, "Stop them." The faces of the people around him were not very good. If Qin Wentian used these puppets to send the people around him who were at a lower level into them and then controlled the puppets, the battle on their side would instantly reach a point where no one could suppress them. "Those who don't want to go out can try," Qin Wentian said coldly, and many people were immediately discouraged. Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Shengji were stepping into the puppets. After they entered, the puppets could move immediately, perfectly matching their bodies. They walked to Qin Wentian's side and gave everyone a strong pressure. Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen walked in front of the crowd. Wherever they passed, those occupying the positions of the puppets made way. Every time Qin Wentian opened a puppet, he would let someone from the Nanhuang clan or Qianbian Xianmen enter it. Everyone was shocked to see this. Was Qin Wentian going to occupy all the puppets? Finally, all the people from the Nanhuang clan and Qianbian Xianmen put on armor. Qin Wentian's eyes fell on Ying Teng. Through the cold puppet armor, Ying Teng seemed to be able to feel the coldness in Qin Wentian's eyes. "All irrelevant people, disperse," Qin Wentian said, and immediately all the people outside the Ying clan's crowd retreated, letting the Ying clan's people out. "What do you want to do?" a strong man from the Ying clan asked. "You deal with the Ying clan's people, and leave Ying Teng to me," Qin Wentian said. In this way, the strong men on his side had an absolute advantage, and they were covered with puppets, so it was difficult to hurt them. Even those people from the Dongsheng Immortal Sect and the Purple Emperor Sect who wanted to kill Qin Wentian before retreated at this time. "Ying clan, do you really dare to move?" someone said coldly. "Go," Qin Wentian ordered without hesitation. Everyone with puppets flashed at the same time and rushed directly into the crowd of Ying's family. They raised their palms and attacked fiercely. The Ying's family resisted frantically. In an instant, this space was in turmoil. Those who had nothing to do with it retreated far away to avoid being affected. The battle broke out instantly. Qin Wentian and his men were wearing puppets and even used their palms to directly chop the magic weapons. They were indestructible, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. In an instant, they forced the Ying's family to have no way to retreat. What a strong puppet! Everyone was shocked. The magic weapons were useless. The attacks launched by Qin Wentian and his men were like the hands of God. The great killing technique quickly injured a group of people and killed them to Ying Teng's side. Ying Teng's steps retreated continuously. He was wearing armor and holding a fairy weapon, but the power of the fairy weapon he exerted was limited. "You dare!" Seeing Qin Wentian coming, Ying Teng shouted. Boom! A huge palm print slapped towards Ying Teng. With a loud bang, Ying Teng was slapped to the ground by the terrifying force. Even with the help of the immortal soldiers, it was useless. Bang! Qin Wentian kicked Ying Teng directly, kicking him out. He let out a miserable howl and spit out blood. "I will kill you!" Ying Teng roared. Some people wanted to rescue him but were blocked. Qin Wentian descended again and stepped on him from top to bottom, trampling him on the ground with a booming sound. Everyone could even feel the vibration of the ground. They secretly wiped the sweat for Ying Teng. This Qin Wentian is really brave. P.S. 2 consecutive updates. The last day, brothers with monthly tickets should not waste it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.